night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the bite. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, hi. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. We're gonna overlap in that music, but welcome, Pembo. So it's Finn, Digi, everyone. Yeah, summon them, brother. The eggs. Soon. Listen, if I get to 1,000 people, I'm at 526. We'll go summon the eggs outside. I'll do an IRL stream finally. That's what I promised I would do. So maybe Mr. Galen TV could kindly hold the camera. Today is going to be a Manic Monday. We'll do that. We're going to do that later as well. But yeah, welcome everybody. This evening, Jake Barber's a plant. Is he now? We got Elon digging into the Pentagon. Maybe going to be digging into some SAPs, some USAPs, some WooSAPs, some PSAPs. What are they going to find hidden in there? Fuck only knows, right? And then some GAIA TV memes from, what's his name again? Matt, The Good Trouble Show. There's kind of an expose on him and David Wilcock and all the actual grifters. Like there's some people in ufology catching flack, like Lou Elizondo recently, but Lou's like he's not even in the conversation. There are like some S-tier grifters out there. So Blip, what's up, man? Yeah. He's an eggplant. That's actually a great idea. Yes, that's exactly what he is. Yeah. Yes. Welcome, Train Beast. Yes, here I am. Grand. Welcome everybody. Well, let me get into it. Let me start memeing, I guess. Where are we here? Here we are. Yes. What? Oh, I just saw this. Yes, I was just looking at this. I was just browsing. We went over this yesterday, but they are beginning. Who they are exactly, I don't know, but they are beginning to put the bugs in our food. The bugs are beginning. I see there is that a trash bin to my. I don't know what this is. It's a cup. It's not even full. Italy bans insects in pasta and pizza. No bugs for the Italians. The government under Giorgia Meloni is standing firm. No to lab-grown meat, no to synthetic foods, and no to globalist bug-eating agendas. Fines up to 60,000. Is that euros? for those who try to sneak insects into Italian cuisine. It's happening. They're putting the bugs in, the dyes. Now, this has already been happening for some time. The dyes have been from bugs. Bug-free world, I guess. Fuck, right? Discovery Channel medium-lengthy documentary on Kodiak Island monster. Maybe later, man. Yeah, maybe later this evening. Galen TV is going to be in here. We're probably going to talk about some of that stuff, actually. So, yeah. Yeah, who we call an eggplant? Well, actually, it was Tim Burchett that said that. I'm going to get into that in here in just a minute. So, there's also some news I just saw about the press conference tomorrow with Miss Luna, which supposedly is going to be to do with UAPs and transparency. So I'm going to get into that as well. I actually had to look and check and see, because I was just floating through. I've had some stuff pulled up since this morning, but just floating through Twitter and seeing if anything's been new. And that was one of the things I just saw. So I'll have to go over that in a second. Fuck. Oh man, this. You know, listen, I'm in Canada, and if he actually he being Don, implements tariffs on us, it's gonna fucking be really bad. But I noticed they're using them to control and push back against these agendas in other countries even. Again, we'd have to double check and make sure this is the case. I just saw this, but City of the Dam, thank you for the follow. Labor has backed down from Online Safety Act after Trump's team threatened tariffs and loss of secure U.S. trade deal, report claims. Holy fuck, man. They're not fucking around. The world police are back. America world police are back. Oh my God. Did they ever leave? Not really, but very interesting to see. So, yeah. Very interesting to see. Yeah. The IDF's Gaza division has had their leaves canceled. All soldiers are to report back to duty. Ceasefire collapses seems imminent. Well, that's not good, man. You mean Donald Trump's suggestion of just buying the whole strip and putting a giant hotel in didn't work? What do you mean that didn't work? Fuck me. Oh, man. I have to play this video. I posted this in Meme Cans. This is like just peak Alex Jones meme content. Unbelievable shit. I was in my morning coffee and I fucking saw this. I was like, oh my fucking God.
I gotta probably go render aid.
Go render aid.
This is totally insane. I'm driving home.
Yeah.
I've driven about 5 miles. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Twice. Cars
Super
going
Bowl.
on the wrong side of a major highway. Cars jumping curbs. I saw another wreck across the road. And then right here, I turned in here when I saw it. I just saw 2 cars. A car came shooting out down the wrong road across and hit another car going about 100 miles an hour. I mean, this is insane. Society's going crazy. And it's all because of the Super Bowl. Damn gladiatorial event.
Thankfully, Alex went crazy a while ago.
I mean, this
Yeah.
is like, I've seen.
Were they actually, man? Yeah,
There's wrecks all over the place.
I was gonna pull some of that up. Yeah, I
This
saw it
happened
on
like 1 minute
Drudge.
ago. I just pulled over. Holy hell.
Big accident. Where the
Right in
fuck's the
circus,
police?
man.
I guess maybe it literally just happened, but
Surprised we weren't dead. Yeah.
can you fucking imagine? You get into an accident, right? End of the day, ruins your day, and then you hear that voice from the distance walking up towards you with the camera. I'd be like, not now, not now. Yeah, fuck,
Yeah,
man.
that's me. How you doing? I just literally saw people going down the wrong side twice.
Yeah.
I saw another wreck down the road, but people were already pulled over. And then I saw this car come shooting.
Fuck.
Did you see it?
No, I'm right here.
I was pulled through here. It almost hit me. The car comes shooting across here the wrong way. This must be some, some kind of game
Oh
or
man,
something.
Rabbit Welker, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So they're telling us that they were coming in and
Hey, I'm shooting this. This is news. I've seen massive wrecks all over the place here. It's the Super Bowl and it's a bunch of dumbasses.
Yeah.
It's part of the hysteria society. So why do you come over to me when I'm talking about teenagers and run your fucking
I'm
mouth?
just saying.
I can't.
Okay.
I just
Relax,
can't.
Alex.
Yeah.
I recognize you. I know
I
who
don't
you
give a
are.
shit. Okay? No, I'm not relaxed. Almost got head on down there.
Well, that's bad.
Holy
Okay, good.
fuck.
All right, I'm not trying to be a jerk, just, you know.
I can't. I literally. This
Pray
next.
for peace, folks. A lot of evil in this country, a lot of hysteria. I'm not mad at that guy. I'm just tired of it.
Pray for peace, folks. A lot of evil in this country, a lot of hysteria. Yeah. What are you running your fucking mouth? What are you saying? Oh, holy fuck. Look at that. Look how this guy approaches him. Hold on. Alex is already going on this bend that there's like some apocalypse that's happening.
They're telling us that they're coming in and.
Hey, I'm shooting this. This is news. I've seen
I
massive
can't,
wrecks all over
man.
the place here. It's the Super Bowl and it's a bunch of dumbasses.
Yeah.
It's part of the hysteria
It's-
society. So why do you come over to me
the
when I'm
teens.
talking about teenagers and run your fucking
I'm
mouth?
just saying, it's the teens.
Okay.
Relax, Alex.
Hey,
I recognize you. I know who you are.
shit. Okay.
You can just relax.
No, I'm not relaxed. Almost got head on down there down the road.
Well, that's bad. That's not good.
Okay, good.
All right.
All right. I'm not trying to be a jerk, just, you know.
This fucking guy, man. He's one of kind. I mean, he just constantly keeps putting out the memes. I don't know how he does it. I mean, this is like, yeah, I had a WWF announcer. Yeah, in any situations like pouring gasoline on fire. Man, that's exactly what it is. It reminds me of like the Attitude Era. And I think that's why I still love him so much, right? He's kind of like a Stone Cold Steve Austin type character. He's from fucking Texas too, you know? And I think that's why he's so entertaining for me. Yeah. It's unbelievable, man. I fucking literally spit my coffee out everywhere when he fucking went and said that to the guy. He's like, why you coming to me run your fucking mouth? I was like, no, he didn't just say that to
Super
him.
Bowl and it's a bunch of dumbasses.
Yeah.
So why do you come over to me when I'm talking about teenagers and run your fucking
I'm
mouth?
just saying.
Someone's got to clip like that segment and use that as a meme. Like that's just, look this guy's just the most, that like just comes, smile on his face, completely calm, you know, like not intimidating at all. Anyway, I had to bring this up, man. It just fucking killed me. I've been rewatching it all day. I can't. Yeah. You'd be stoked. Golf, holy fuck, man. Yeah. It's just unbelievable. Yeah. Oh, and that's the thing, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, he doesn't want to get into it with him here. Yeah, but I mean, clearly, I think everybody in Texas knows who Alex Jones is now. You know, they just know when he approaches, specifically with a camera, things are gonna get crazy. Yeah, might have been a bit too harsh to homie. Yeah. Yes, I was in the wrong. Yes, absolutely. All right, anyway, I can't fucking do this. Yeah. I'd be honored to be told to stop running my mouth by Alex. Oh, I'd be, you'd be a part of a meme. Like, you'd be immortalized in that moment, you know? Yeah. Hello. What philosophical views do I have? That's a good question. Do unto others as you would do unto yourself. You know? I mean, really, like, Alex is telling the guy, like, why are you running your mouth? All Alex does is run his mouth. There you go. Should he be talking this way when all he does is talk and run his mouth constantly at everyone around him? Yes. How do you pronounce your name? We thought you were a bot, brother. I guess you're not. Welcome, one way or the other. Yeah, I've got a broad interest in philosophy. Big proponent of virtue ethics, definitely. So, lead by example, you know. Anyway, did you ever watch the Trump being interviewed by Alex in 2012? Yes, the Obama birther scandal. Oh my God, man, yeah. I've been watching Alex since 2006. I've been watching InfoWars since, well, that was around the inception of InfoWars, I think. Me and my buddies used to watch him in high school because we thought he was such a fucking meme even back then. It was only online, and we went through the whole Jesse Ventura arc with him, the Charlie Sheen thing. Oh my fuck, man, there's so many memes. For people that don't remember this, Alex hyped up this giant interview that he got for like a month straight. And he was like, you won't believe what I got. It's good. This is gonna change everything. I'm like, who's he talking to? Like, who's he? Is he interviewing like the president? Like, and then I remember when the video dropped, is Charlie. And this is when Charlie Sheen was like peak fucking Tiger Blood, cracked out of his fucking mind. And I remember thinking like, man, this is so bad. But at the same time, it was so good. I was like, of course, this is who it would be. Of course, this is who it would be. Who else could it be? You know, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. You just hit your keyboard. Fuck yeah. Like remote viewing, brother. Just kind of a, what's it called again? Oh, fuck. When you do remote viewing, you do like an analytic overlay. You don't think about it. You just do it. You just feel out whatever's there. So yeah. You watch them between 2011 and 2013. Yeah, I mean, I've unfortunately have been consuming his content since that time, but I'm glad he has risen to the fame. Although one of the reasons he rose to the level of fame he has is because of the Sandy Hook fucking debacle, right? Which wasn't good. It was very bad, but anyway, it is what it is. Yeah. This couple other things before I get into. Oh fuck. Let's pull that. Speaking of dinguses. Man, I couldn't even fucking believe this fucking guy. So like, I didn't bring this up because I couldn't fucking literally bring the images up. I didn't watch the wasn't the Oscars, the Grammys. It was the Grammys, right? Where he paraded his wife out completely nude in front of all the paparazzi. I was just like, man, like, what in the fuck is going on with this guy? He spent millions on this bizarre Super Bowl ad promoting Yeezy, then scrubbed his entire site.
What's up, guys? I spent like all the money for the commercial on these new teeth.
The vampire teeth?
Once again, I had to shoot it on the iPhone. Go to Yeezy.com. What's up?
And so this is what's on his website. HH. Oh, well, what does HH stand for? I'm not even going to say it, but I'm sure we could probably surmise what it stands for. Now, the swastika is a mystical symbol that, predates Nazis by thousands of years and was used by a bunch of different cultures. It's one of these interesting, cross-cultural icons that you find in all the different iconography of these different cultures. Kind of like the cross. But this is clearly a reference to Nazis. Man, this is not a guy. I don't even know, man. I don't even fucking know. Yeah. Well, man, the naked lady thing is just like him. That's just some form of abuse and manipulation. I mean, clearly that, or they're both just exhibitionists. That's what they get off on. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's all very, very strange behavior. And I remember, I almost pulled this clip up, but I didn't. It was from like a couple years ago when Alex was like deep in like a alcoholic spiral. And he was like 150 pounds heavier than he is now. And he had Kanye West on in a Ski-Doo outfit. Like a snowmobile outfit with the mask on. And they start talking about how Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy. And Alex is just like, no. He was pretty evil, pretty bad. I so he regret bringing him on. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, anyway, yeah. Call It Drop It was a banger and will remain so. Yeah, it was, man. That came, when did that launch? I think it launched my senior year of high school, actually. I remember, is that the one I'm thinking of? Oh no, sorry, that was well, I was in high school. What's the other one again? Fuck, I don't know. I forget his other albums. There was that other one that came out, 2008 was the other one that launched that everyone was going over, but porn posts Oh, he posted porn too on X. Anyway, mental breakdown. People have mental breakdowns. They go absolutely banana balls, lose their marbles. This guy's fucked. Unfortunately, you know, yeah. The ancient one is 2 2s and not 2 1 is 2 Z's. That's the shape. Oh, is that how the difference, Wayne? Okay, yeah. The ancient ones come in both flavors. Yes, I thought they did, Wayne. Yeah, there's the Hopi had one. A lot of different Native American, North American Indians had, or Native Americans, whatever the fuck we say now, had them. And it's found through India as well in the east. And it's also found in South America, I believe. Wherever it came from, I don't fucking know. So, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of conformed ideology. You're trying to create an adverse bait construct, but he's a part of the main problem. Yeah, he's kind of out to lunch, yeah. Are the chat bubbles too wide? They're a bit big, maybe. They're a little bit big. We can maybe shrink them down a bit. Yeah, it's taking up like the whole screen. What I did, I can do it too, Digi, is they fade out as they get to the top, so they don't go to the top of the screen. But yeah. But look up, way up. Oh yeah, sorry, I just saw that now, yeah. U.S. government funneled $797 million to Guatemala, turning it into the child kidnapping capital of the world. Over 190,000 Guatemalan children trafficked into America with your tax dollars via U.S. aid. Joins us to break it down. I mean, you know, again, I don't particularly want to go through that really. Although it's important to go over, but this is, I brought it up just to highlight where some people are going with some of this information, the data that they've been collecting. So, that's obviously terrifying, if true. One of those difficult conversations that the nation might have to have at some point where, again, there's fentanyl and drugs running in through the borders, but there were also people, not of their own volition, they were being trafficked in. And that is an incredibly dark thing, and it's an unfortunate reality. There are places in the world that still do this. They participate in this. They're usually third world nations. Not all third world nations. There are other nations that are quite well-to-do that supposedly are involved in human trafficking, but yeah, anyway. There's a place where a lot of influencers live that actually may be involved with human trafficking, but no one says anything because they've got so much fucking money and control of resources. So anyway, he actually is against the overlords, but he's one of them. Oh man. He's a good artist, but he's not a good thinker or speaker. So it's kind of like one of those things. It's everyone has their shtick. You kind of stay in your lane, right? And when you start veering out of that lane, like a hard left or hard right, you have to kind of stop the car and be like, wait a second, is this where I should be going, or should I just continue down this path of what I'm good at? So, yeah. I think that's what happened to old Yeezy there. Yeah, he just kind of needed to stick in his lane with the music. But part of being an artist is, you know, expressing yourself and expressing your opinions and, you know, but anyway, his deal, his whole shtick was music, and he didn't really, it wasn't like he was like fucking Zach De La Rocha from Rage Against the Machine, right? Like, he wasn't really fighting the machine. He was just rapping and making good music, and, you know, wasn't really oriented in that way. He wasn't nuanced like that. He just doesn't have the historical understanding of things. Clearly, making posts like that with Nazi symbols and references to Hitler, and like, you just don't, man, you don't fucking do stuff like that. Like, he lacks the understanding, clearly. That's the only explanation I could come to. Yeah. This other thing, I am still recovering from my flu, man. I went to the gym today, and I mean, I should no longer be contagious because I've had it for so fucking long, but I can still feel the effects of it. It's one of those things, man, like, fuck, you have to watch it, because people can get myocarditis with it, because it causes inflammation all through your body. And people that exercise a lot, use your heart quite a bit. And when everything's inflamed, what can happen with COVID is you can end up getting myocarditis if you don't keep it slow. So I might not be able to work out for another couple days, but anyway, just trying to get back into a fucking rhythm, man. It's terrible. I hate it. Anyway, I'm not the only one going through sickness, supposedly. There's a weird flu ripping through Las Vegas that's knocking people out of commission for weeks, often turning into pneumonia. Patients test negative for COVID and influenza. Some are calling it the cough. In Vegas. My heavens, it's not good. Yeah. Lemon, what's up, man? None of you phil news recently feels like a desert after the abundance of shit we got at the end of the year. Amen. Maybe, well, tomorrow there might be something. I'm going to get into that here in a minute, actually. Maybe, possibly. Peach, welcome. So they were testing for COVID or influenza. What could it be? Oh, I didn't mean to put that there. It's supposed to be right here. I desperately do not want to watch any more of Alex right now.
The B313 is now mutated to D11.
This is why I brought this up. When is this from? This is from a couple days ago. New bird flu infections in Nevada dairy cattle signal the virus may be here to stay. Has it already jumped to people? Has it already jumped to people? Yeah. What it's been a crazy 2 years, man. Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't turn into anything big. Hopefully cooler heads prevail. And by cooler heads, I guess I mean the bacteria or the viruses. It's probably already too late. That's a hell of a coincidence. I mean, obviously I should have, why did I close that? Oops. Don't know if there's any truth to this. He has it. It's only a cough. No other symptoms. Odd. May have gotten into the convention center when I got when I shot the High Rocks competition. So other people in Las Vegas chiming in. Nobody's talking about it. It's spreading. Wouldn't be shocked if it's this. There you go. So, has it jumped from the dairy cows to the people now? It's an only matter of time before they realize this. So, anyway, listen. If it happens, it happens. Again, maybe get your toilet paper now, you know? Yeah. Fucking right, yeah. Yes, sir. Somewhat of you're not a biologist, you're an armchair biologist. Oh my heavens. Yeah. You see, the drones are spraying stuff. Well, I mean, the thing about this bird flu is it's been circulating for the last couple of years. There's been problems the last couple of years with it, and it's been a problem for a couple of years straight. And last year, towards the end of last year, it started to jump into other farm animals, so it mutated. And mutated, right? And they were worried that it was going to jump to people, and it did jump to a couple people. And now everyone's listen. There's a lot of shit going around. It's a time of year I never get fucking sick, and I got COVID. So it's a time of year. There's tons of viruses going around, right? Everyone's immune system's down. It's cold. This kind of stuff happens. Are these globalists doing this again? Alex, thanks so. There you go. Yeah, RFK is too dangerous for government. Yeah. Does he have any other? A bird flu variant found in Nevada cow shows signs of adaptation to mammals. So I just thought I'd correlate this because I don't know people. This is just from 2 days ago. And then in Nevada, we have all these people who have this strange cough, supposedly. So, you know, again, not to create any hysteria unnecessarily. Not that I'm going to with 18 people, but Alex absolutely can and will and does to sell his products. Bird flu just got deadlier and it's hitting mammals. Here we go. Yep. So there, I don't want to listen to him again right now. I had my fill. I can have little bits and pieces. Yeah. So there you go. Oh, look. There you go. You get his survival shield, nascent iodine right there. That looks safe, right? Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. That'll keep you healthy. Fuck me. Yeah. The bird flu doc looking like a Sally Knight art piece. Brother. Goddamn. There are cases of humans with bird flu in Las Vegas this year. Oh, Peach, are there actually? No, there's not. Is there? Seriously? Has it been in the news? There's bird flu with the cattle and the chickens, sorry. But I don't know if there was a state's first. Nevada confirms. Oh, you're right. Oh my God, yeah, you're right. This is from the Globe and Mail. Nevada confirms state's first human case of bird flu in a dairy worker. Now, this is the problem of these kinds of things. This is what happened with the flu in China, right? COVID. Is we caught it a little bit late, you know. It had been going on for like a couple months when it started to kind of ramp up. So we are sometimes slow on the uptake. And anyway, fuck yeah. And I'm completely desensitized to any fear of death or economic collapse. And I say to our rulers, do whatever you want all the time. I'm happy for you. Off to the next adventure, man. I mean, that's just, it's like, they can't stop us from going off to the next adventure. If they want to kill everyone, then, you know, it is what it is, right? If they're going to do it for bird flu, you know, is what it is. I guess we're off to the next planet, right? Fuck this planet. Fuck these idiots running this planet. Or it could just be nature. Maybe. Although it wasn't with the last flu. It was either a whoopsie or something far more nefarious than that. So anyway, I thought I'd just bring this up because lots of fun. But anyway, this is just talk that's going on. Yeah, the money. Fuck. I mean, isn't that the fucking meme? We'll follow this. We'll see what happens, right? See if there's any connection there. Yeah, hopefully he's not. Anyway, moving on to other things. I love this guy's Yu-Gi-Oh cards. He's making these fucking memey, you know, ufology Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Disclosure Yugi is his name. I wonder how long before he gets sued by the parent company that owns Yu-Gi-Oh. Probably not very long. I'm probably going to ask him to change his name. You've activated my legendary trap card, Kaiba. Yeah, but this card can interrupt and negate any effect. Activate this trap card when opponent is in the middle of any move. Opponent is inundated with questions they cannot possibly answer. While this card is in the field, you can negate effect of any card once per turn by asking a question and interrupting. Alex Jones style. Who are the aliens? Do you know what they want? Do you know why they're here? Are you sure? Why are the reptilians eating people? Those are all wonderful questions. I unfortunately do not have the answers, but there are some men that do, and women actually out there. You can pay them to get these answers. Now, the problem is you won't really know with any conviction if what they're telling you is the truth. They'll tell you it's their truth, and that objectively isn't really worth a lot, but to them it is. And it's worth the price tag of whatever they're going to charge you, $150 to channel the aliens. So, yeah, does your science ever know what consciousness is? There you go. It doesn't, Wayne. That's true, though. Why are the reptilians eating people? That's the big one there. Just ask a question. Oh, fuck. We were just going over David Icke last night. David's the reptilian guy. I was going to say the reptilian tooth fairy. That's not correct, though, at all. David started that whole meme. David has gone off the deep end, unsurprisingly, but the memes continue, right? Anyway, I love these cards. So this is a fucking meme. I never really liked Yu-Gi-Oh, but I like Magic the Gathering. So here, this is, did I put this in the fucking title? I don't think I even did. No, I didn't. Anyway, this is probably bigger news than anything I've got up there. Possibly. So, lots of rumors about this. Unless I missed a confirmed scope of press conference, what is everyone's best guess? So, I just wanted to use this to bring this up to talk about it because, well, of this. So, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. He's a UAP disclosure advocate. It sounds like he's making shit up to me. Jared Mose, staffer, confirmed that tomorrow's presser is about UAP with Comer and Representative Luna doing Askapol's job for them. Look, all I did was talk to one staffer. I'm waiting on more verification myself. The staffer was direct with me. I don't know. I had to look into this. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't post this, because I have no fucking idea if this is true or not. So, yeah, confirm and record and post that. Yes, that's absolutely correct. I would definitely be doing that. Yeah. I asked the staffer if the presser was about overall government declassification. Staffer said it's about UAPs. So anyway, it's at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So by the time I go live, we will know, I suppose. I can't imagine it's going to be a very long press conference. Otherwise, I would probably cover it. I also have no idea what it's about, which is why I'm not going to be on an hour early to fucking just have her say something ridiculous. So Jesus Christ, right? I forgot she does photo shoots. We've got a lot of different people in Congress now. Fuck me. I think Tim Burchett should try that outfit on. Why don't we get some of the other boys in there dressing up, you know? I'd subscribe to his fucking OnlyFans. Tim's done great work. Yeah. Yeah. This sounds like a grift. Doesn't it all, man? Yeah. Two things are possible. It'll be more hot air about nothing, or the Mad Lads will wheel out Skinny Bob. Golf, man, don't even fucking tempt me. I'd start titillating right here in front of everybody. That'd be, my tisms would start, you know, whatever. Fuck. Wouldn't that be a meme though? Man, that'd be fucking incredible. If only. I know they won't, but then again, I don't know that. Do I? Really? I have no idea what they're going to engage in. Who knows? Who knows? Not me. Not us, really. Yeah. I should lead by example. I could do a photo shoot, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. No one would fucking buy it, but maybe one person would buy it. Actually, I know Train Beast would buy it. He's my daddy here that supports me, so depends like what I wear, really, you know? Yeah, God bless America. There you go. It's about being the 51st state. That Yeezy shirt is $27. Even fascism costs more than inflation. Holy fuck, brother. Was that actually Luna? Yeah, it was. Yes, yeah. You're in a call, someone in chat. Okay. I didn't realize. Oh, I see you're muted. Yeah. Yeah, I just talk either way. Yeah. Soft, slow drip disclosure, more reaching. Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be dripping. Representative Luna says she's making an announcement at a press conference tomorrow that will impact the entire nation. I asked her for a hint last week. Here's what she told me. So this is again.
One of the biggest things that I'm constantly hearing from people, and it's not just me, but I think it's been generations of congressmen, is that there was a lack of transparency in the federal government. And I think when you have that, it's actually dangerous, because that's where, you know, conspiracy theories will form. That's where people will then lose, I think, sight and hope for their future, their nation, and then their government. And so in an effort to combat that, I have been pushing, and I'm joined now by my colleagues and have been entrusted by the Speaker of the House, by the Chairman of Oversight, and hopefully the White House to be aiding in transparency for this country. So that's your hint. One of the biggest things that I'm constantly hearing.
Wow. Man, goddamn. These motherfuckers. I hope she launches an OnlyFans, laugh my ass off joking. No, you're not. No, you're not, bro. Come on now. Jesus Christ. Fucking Coomer's coming out of the woodwork on here. Fucking. They don't even want disclosure. You know, that's not what they want. They want her to disrobe. Yeah. I made about the UFO ads last night. I didn't see the UFO ads. Was there UFO ads? I didn't even fucking see them. Oh, you just said that, sir. I didn't see that. Another Super Bowl, another set of ads with UAP. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even hear about this. Of course they don't mention this. Yeah. UAP Select Committee. Brother. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, you know, it's exciting. Is this a fucking thing? What was the video of? Yeah. You want to disclose? Just disclose, or yeah, that's a better one, isn't it? UFO ads, Super Bowl. I did watch the halftime show. What the fuck? Doritos abduction. That's not it. I don't know. That's weird. The best Super Bowl ads. Oh, you'd have to go through them all. Yeah, there were 3 of them. We can look it up maybe later. What the hell? What the fuck? Oh, they got Fast and Furious ad in there? Familia? Right. My worst nightmare when I was younger and I was a musician was to become a one-hit wonder and have to do things like this. It scared me. It's like my soul. They probably paid him like $5 million to do this, but... Okay. I can't even watch it. I can't even fucking watch it. Doritos abduction was one of them. Oh, that was one of them. Oh, it was posted a month ago. Was it just a preview, maybe? Oh, that is a Fast and the Furious. Oh my Jesus Christ! A Haagen-Dazs Fast and the Furious. No, we're not. I just can't. I can't fucking do it. This is it. Doritos are one of those things that they would probably taste and be like, oh my god, this is actually great. Oh my Christ. His pants would come off of the, oh, okay.
Dorito. Yeah!
Fuck, why not? Probably. Everyone does have a, well, do they? Yeah, I don't know what my price would be. It depends. It'd have to be enough that I could just live off of the interest. Yeah. Can everybody be bought? Could Mr. Beast literally buy every person on planet Earth if he wanted to now? Could he just get you to do whatever he wants, right? Does he have that power? Yeah. Yeah. It's absolute trash popular culture. Yeah, man. It's North American, Wayne. It's everybody on this fucking continent. Yeah. Oh, he had one too. All famous people are aliens. Oh, was that the fucking? Oh, okay. Yeah, that one wasn't that the one he went to Area 51? Isn't that? Well, I mean, this has been in the news a lot. So, oh, the Hexclad thing. He goes, I don't know if anyone saw this. I'm fucking dying to buy some of these pans. Man, I'm so fucking hard on all my pans. I would love to get a hold of some of these. They're expensive
We've
as
made
fuck,
contact
though.
with a new alien species, and apparently they're foodies.
Oh, foodies. The worst.
Mr. Ramsey will need you to cook for them. You'll have access to everything the Area 51 test kitchen has to offer, including top secret alien cooking
Wellington.
technology.
Wait. That's just a Hexclad pan. I've got these at home.
Unfortunately, it was leaked 8 years ago. The pan was developed using material from an alien spacecraft.
What?
Extremely durable, but low friction. Created to deal with a thick egg-like atmosphere.
You're saying the pan I used to fry my bacon is made out of flying saucers?
We don't have time for a science lesson, Mr. Ramsey. The alien ambassador is already here.
Oh my heavens.
Whoa.
Is he
Not
gonna
her.
cook them?
Him.
Hey, what's up, dude?
You're an alien?
All famous people are aliens.
I'm not.
I meant like really famous people.
Seriously?
Oh yeah. Huh?
Okay. Anyway, am I a sci-fi nerd? No. Believe it or not, Peach. I as much as I've been obsessed with aliens and watching videos of contactees and researching the phenomena for decades, I actually am not a sci-fi guy, which is kind of weird. I'm a fantasy guy. I love Lord of the Rings. I love like medieval fantasies. That's kind of my vibe. That's what I'm into. Like, I love World of Warcraft. I grew up playing World of Warcraft. The Elder Scrolls, one of my favorite all-time game series. I love the Elder Scrolls, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. Huge fan. But yeah, sci-fi not so much, actually. I'm not like a Trekkie or anything. I'm not really into Star Wars. Kind of strange. You might expect that I would be into all that shit. I read them, but it's like I love reading like real world fantasies about aliens, like the Alex Colliers, the David Ikes, who else? Some of like David Wilcock stuff, Stephen Greer. I love those kinds of fantasies. So those are my. It's like the real life, like, you know, shit. You know, like the fanfics. You know. Yeah. Oh my God! You only recently watched Lord of the Rings. Oh, you like Dune? Nice. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, I was a huge fan of Tolkien growing up. I read The Hobbit, and I actually like the Hobbit movie, and I've not read Lord of the Rings books. I meant to someday, but I probably never will, because I kind of got what I wanted out of the movie series by Peter Jackson. So yeah, original Star Trek episodes have some interesting relationships with Luciferian Masonic fantasies. Captain Pike was the original captain after Albert Pike. Is it actually? Very interesting. I didn't know that, Wayne. That's very interesting. I did like the Star Trek movies that came out with Chris Pine. I enjoyed those, but yeah, Star Wars too. I was never really into Star Wars either. It just wasn't really my vibe. I mean, it's a cool universe, but yeah. Brother-in-law loves Lord of the Rings and maybe watch everything, and then that recent anime that came out. Yeah, I saw that was the War of the my fucking brain, the Rohirrim. It was okay. I thought it was like a good watch. Just like same with me, like people like, it's like, oh, what do you give it out of 10? I'm like, I like it. I enjoyed it or I didn't enjoy it. It's kind of how I look at things. And I was like, I enjoyed it overall. I mean, I don't think it was like anywhere near what the original movies were, but it's still an anime. But anyway, I thought it was cool. The Rings of Power too. I kind of have the same opinion where people were like, you know, just tearing it apart, and you know, at the end of the day, I sat down and watched it, and I was like, no, I like this. I liked it. You know, is it as good as the movies? Fuck no. but I still enjoyed like the actors. I enjoyed seeing Sauron in his kind of human form, and he wasn't human. He's like, oh my God, my brain right now, I can't remember the name of the god, godlike beings that all the wizards are. It's not the Ishtar is not it. No, anyway, I'm not an expert in the fucking lore, but you know, you get the gist. Yeah, Roddenberry is a 33-degree Mason. I didn't know that. Fuck yeah. He told me not to watch that. Oh really? Fuck yeah. Maiar, thank you, Disco Nick. Yes, the Maiar. Holy fuck, I should be ashamed of myself. I'm not an expert in the lore, and I never claimed to be, but I do know some of the basics of it. But I love Tolkien's wisdom, right? Because I have a love of philosophy, and it was very philosophical. In the Maiar, the wizards were kind of like these almost very eccentric, kind of Socratic characters in a way, and especially Gandalf, and I vibe with that very much, and that's why I loved the character of Gandalf so much. Now this is the other thing that I've got up here, which is I can't even fucking see it now. Elon will dig up SAPs. So people know what SAPs are. They're special access programs. So the government has these special access programs that tie in aerospace companies, and these special access programs are not accessible by majority of Congress. So we just recently learned there are different kinds of special access programs as well. They're known as WUSAPs, there are PSAPs, there are USAPs. They're all different variations of these special access programs that require varying degrees of security clearances, you know, like a Q clearance and up, right? You need to go way up above a Q clearance to access these. But in auditing the Pentagon, digging into their finances, we might find, or Elon and co might start to find once they have complete unfettered access, some of these programs. And so Elon posted this yesterday evening, and people thought this is very interesting.
You have a Pentagon that has billions of dollars that they hide. We don't ask for any accounting of. They never pass an audit in the history of audits. I've often said the only way we're really going to get to the bottom of this is somebody's going to walk out of one of these labs with this information and puts it out on the internet before they commit suicide by shooting themselves in the back of the head 5 times.
Now, I don't know if Elon knew what he was talking about there. I'm imagining he does, because I'm imagining he knows who Tim Burchett is and he knows what he's been advocating for and been involved in. So what he's talking about here are the special access programs, right, that have access to, so we've been told by Dave Grush and Lou Elizondo and everybody else under the sun who had high-level security clearances, that they have access to recovered recovered materials, bodies, biologics. They have the hard proof, right, that a lot of people have been looking for, like myself, that people have suspected they've had for a long time. And so I guess I better maximize my security in going after them. Well, that's the problem, I think, right? When a US aid already, there's clearly some very sketchy connections that have been found. But once you start dealing directly with the military-industrial complex, that's when things get very sketchy. Kind of like the Boeing people, the Boeing whistleblowers, right? I mean, you're fucking around with a lot of money, and you're fucking around with people that don't like to be fucked around with, and for a living, fuck around and kill people. They are weapons manufacturers. They make weapon systems. They lobby for war. I mean, these are some pretty dark characters that you're getting involved with. And that's why this whole phenomena and digging into the conspiracy behind ufology is unbelievably dangerous. By default, it's dangerous because it's associated with these industries. So there's a real world out there that's very dangerous that a lot of the general public isn't really, aware of. And this is one of these realities. There have been people in the past who have been killed, supposedly. There are some names in ufology maybe that could have been offed, so we don't know. Yeah, there's a disconnect here. SAPs are more common than you might think. Special access programs, yeah. I think, Peach, it's more the... Let me pull this up here, because again, I want to make sure that I'm clear. Access programs... WooSAPs, PSAPs, explain what they're actually standing for. They're highly classified U.S. government projects that have more restricted access controls and typical declassified information. They often involve advanced technology, intelligence operations, and military research. So these are the ones here, right? Waived, unacknowledged special access programs are the most secretive. Even the existence of the program is denied. Oversight is limited even within government. And the USAPs are the unacknowledged, and then the acknowledged special access programs, ASAP, sorry, are the protected special access programs are the other ones, I believe. But the waived, unacknowledged special access programs are what we were enlightened to recently with Michael Schellenberger's testimony about the Immaculate Constellation leak that happened, the whistleblower. So this is possibly where a lot of this stuff ended up, according to these gentlemen. But we'll have to wait for more. Yes, yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, you work for Flagship Pioneering. Oh, interesting, Peach. Very interesting. Shadows, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. So, well, I mean, feel free, Peach, within your whatever you can post to explain, or definitely correct me on any of this stuff, because I don't work within this arena. I've been looking at it from a distance. I mean, honestly, I've gone through many of the stories in the past, and I'll get into the metaphysics of some of the phenomena when it comes to, like, you know, philosophical conversation on it. But the existence of these programs and how they function, and I mean, I had never even heard of special access programs until David Grush. And I had never heard of, and I don't know if anyone else had heard of, at least in the general public, a waived, unacknowledged special access program until Michael Schellenberger and I guess Jeremy Corbell as well. So, yeah, it's It's very interesting. I mean, we're just slowly getting more and more breadcrumbs maybe as to like how all this is working, how all of it's been kept off the books, where it's all been kept, which supposedly are at these aerospace companies like Lockheed and Raytheon. There aren't really a lot of them, so it needs to be one or the other. Yeah, it's the elephant in the room concept. It's not that they are denied, they are just officially denied. Interesting. Okay. Even the waived unacknowledged special access programs? Is that, but you just mean special access programs in general. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. They're the most locked down, the PSAPs and the WSAPs. Say it, PSAPs. With potential connections to classified aerospace, intelligence, and even unidentified neural phenomena. There you go. The AI is aware, I guess, of the connection that's been made by Grush and whoever the Immaculate Constellation whistleblower is. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the WSAPs. Oh, really? They're just officially denied. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I mean, what we want to get to are the WSAPs that are to do with Skinny Bob and the bits and pieces of Skinny Bob. So we can take those bits and pieces out of the WSAP and we can wheel it out maybe in front of Congress, what's ever left of the poor fucking guy, if he's real, which according to Grush he is, I guess, or his frame and his friends. And then we can bring it out into mainstream science, and then we can know definitively they're here. And then I can have more metaphysical conversation on the phenomena and sound less crazy, I guess, to some people. But because that'll be the next thing once we know for sure they're here, as there's definitely a strong inclination that they are. The mountain of anecdotal evidence speaks to that. The next part is, how have they been engaging with us, if they have been, and is that related to the abduction phenomena? And I think that's where things will get more difficult for the general public. And I'd have a hard time believing the government is just, or people within, you know, these programs or who are aware of all of this. It's likely very compartmentalized, but that's going to be the hard part, and probably what they are going to be hesitant to acknowledge is that phenomena, because that gets very unsettling. As it should, probably. It's going to be a hell of a hard thing to contend with, and hopefully it doesn't crash the stock market. If it ever truly comes to light. But I'd have a hard time believing that they're going to try everything they can. They're going to try as hard as they can not to acknowledge that in any way. The problem is that if you acknowledge that we have visitors here, or some force interacting with us, might be more than one visitors, might be a government, who knows, trying to walk that back, right, away from the abduction phenomena is going to be difficult. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to ask questions about that. So, problem is that the corporate espionage is a real thing. People don't realize how valuable property information can be, and that's the only reason things are done under the table officially. Very interesting, Peach. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. They don't realize how valuable property information can be. No. Yeah, I imagine they don't. Yeah. Very intriguing. Yeah. I wonder, well, yeah, if that's one of the only reasons when it comes to this kind of stuff. Is that one of the only reasons? Well, I know there's been something put forward before that there's what was it again, when whoever got the first recovery, right, of the materials or the biologics or whatever, whichever aerospace company, they were awarded to them. There wasn't like an official program, or, you know, they just dumped it at their doorstep, and that other competing aerospace companies, if this comes to light, might get pissed off and sue the government. I think it was either Tim Burchett or Chris Mellon was talking about that, where they're going to have protections in place if they officially acknowledge this and go through the history of how this happened, where you might have other companies get pissed off that Lockheed's been sitting with this crafts for like 50, 60, 70, 80, well, you know, back to its inception, essentially, as a company. And these other companies were not provided this same edge. And then that is why maybe they're not as lucrative. They haven't had as much progress. And so they weren't able to compete for it. They were just given it. Who knows? But that was something they had brought up too, that there might be, there's a lot of shit that people aren't thinking about that we're going to have to think about when this comes out. If it comes out, I hope it does. Irregardless of how messy it is, I think there's definitely some deeper truths that we have to come to terms with when it comes to the phenomena. Because I think I bet it's very real. And, you know, we just need to stop having people come out and talk about it and say that and write books about it and write autobiographies about it. And, you know, I'm done with that whole song and dance. I think it's time for people to just know. But, you know, how deep does it go? And I'm curious, how deep does their knowledge go of the phenomena? If there's visitors, of the visitors, if there's a government interacting with us, how much they've been dealing with them. You know, is that a thing? What have they told them? What do they know? Like, and who knows this? Is it just the government, or are there globalist types that are aware of this shit now too? Right? How deep does this run? Because undoubtedly, that's really where this is ultimately gonna end. The people who have top-down knowledge of everything that isn't compartmentalized are going to be the people that own or control the aerospace industries, and that you're going to be looking at. BlackRock, right, is and Vanguard are the two. So then you look to someone like maybe Larry Fink, and who has actual top-down knowledge of everything they know. And I mean, that's then that gets a little bit concerning, I guess, because he's not like a democratically elected individual. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. This goes hand with the elephant in the room concept. Most of what of that money gets subcontracted to the same competitors. We live in a fast-paced world where cooperation is necessary because there is scarcity and bottlenecks in development. Interesting. Yeah. It's so complicated, Peach, and that's the thing. I think everybody just knows that now. Like, yeah, everyone gets some sort of the pie, but the company that gets the public recognition via the awarded contracts is the company that wins the competition. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I could totally, yeah, that's exactly, yeah. Yeah, and I'd be curious, too, how much they've actually been able to, if this is true, right, and if they've been awarded these materials. I don't know how much they'd be able to infer from the biologics, but the materials probably, how much have they been able to infer from them? Like, how much back engineering has happened with this tech? How much have we been able to wrap our heads around? I mean, maybe the material science we've been able to kind of wrap our heads around. The physics, I know, I've heard from people that it's unlikely we've wrapped our heads around it, or we probably haven't. Explanations that are out there from supposed whistleblowers. You got people like Bob Lazar, who is very sketchy, but none of his explanations to the physics makes any sense to us. Or my friend Mr. Drunk Physics, who is a theoretical physicist. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to just wait and see. But clearly you've got some knowledge about the behind the scenes stuff here that's very interesting, Peach. Yeah. Listen, I mean, man, it's the size of the pill to swallow too, right? It's like the world is such a complicated place. And that's the thing. And there's so much to know. And there's so many little corners of the world where people know so much. And that's why I'm on here doing this. I mean, I'm from another place looking at this, I guess. But I'm very curious about how all the inner workings happen. SAPs are just tools to essentially keep companies separate, yet working together by layering access to the proprietary information. Interesting. And the Woo SAPs are just kind of a further step into the darkness, I guess, with that. Yeah. Intriguing. Yeah, I was curious how it all threads together into this giant web, right? That undoubtedly gets very messy and sticky, I'm sure, right? There's a lot of people stuck in it. Big sticky mess. Well, here, CNN is reporting that top brass at the Pentagon are currently formulating plans to circumvent orders from President Trump and Secretary Pete Hegseth. Literal treason happening once again. Strong words. Probably very terrified that Don's about to walk in there and get a fucking full bluff. He's going to open the whole thing up and, you know. Now, I mean, you know, this has been talked about in ufology for a while, where there was a reason why this was cordoned off from elected officials, because people within the system just didn't trust that these elected officials would be able to wrap their heads around this, like really understand the gravity of it, and they could maybe turn around and just tell everybody and say, why didn't you just tell everybody? Why don't you just, I'm just going to release it, you know? And when they shouldn't, and they may not know the ramifications of those actions, and so they chose to keep this cordoned off from elected officials as much as possible. And you know, clearly they don't feel any more confidence with Mr. Trump. Fuck, how messy is it gonna get? I mean, you know, these boys and girls are cleaning house. I mean, listen, with the USAID shit, it's so fucking rotten. I would not doubt it's rotten to the fucking core. I mean, we desperately need a cleaning of the house, right? And everywhere in the West, not just the United States. We've needed like a top-down exposure, really, of what's been going on. And it's human nature. I think this has been going on for so long, and it just needed to be done at some point. You know, whether Don is the guy to do it, is Elon the guy to do it? I don't particularly have a lot of faith in either of them, but I mean, so far, so meme. I say so good, but it's a meme. It's getting uncovered, right? So we'll see what happens. But I mean, whether these are the guys to sail the ship of state, I wouldn't necessarily. They're not my first pick, but it is what it is. They're exposing corruption. So now, does that collapse things? Does that create other problems? Time will tell. But clearly, right? I mean, this is going to be very messy once you get into the Pentagon, man. I mean, that people more knowledgeable than myself on the programs and where this all goes have been saying that this is a fucking cookie jar. And, you know, I don't know if Don likes cookies or not, but I think he likes Big Macs and Diet Pop, so cookie probably go well with that. Fuck, man. I saw Tim Burchett. There's a couple clips of him I have here, actually. I'll get into this here in a second. UFO news, Trump administration weighs UFO transparency. Oh, this is Ross. Oh, fucking Christ. What's he going to say? And listen, you know, the egg thing, the egg is a meme. I think I forgot to pull this up. Maybe I should pull this up now. I'll watch a video here in a second. But I don't know if everyone here is familiar with Russell Target, how put off and remote viewing and the woo, I guess, right? That's been involved in they did Project Stargate. Anyway, I've talked about that here ad nauseum for other people. But the egg UFO is kind of interesting. Now, Hal Puthoff is undoubtedly involved to some degree and has knowledge. Lou has literally put this in his book, whether we believe that or not, that Hal has intimate knowledge about Roswell. He's been involved probably with interpreting some of the physics, you know. So if Hal Puthoff knows that, his best bud Russell Targ, I'm sure, also probably has heard this through the grapevine. You still don't forgive him. Fuck. What if he makes you an egg salad? Would that mend the bridge that's been broken? I'll toss it for you if that makes it any better. Where's Russell Targ at? Russell Targ wrote a book. Just a second here. He's also a physicist, and they've got parapsychologist. Is he actually an accredited parapsychologist? I don't know if I knew that. They were obviously involved in parapsychology. Where's his fucking books at? He had a book. Fuck, where is it? No, it's not Third Eye Spies. Maybe it was Hal Puthoff. Oh, right here. Let me pull this up. I don't know if we saw this shit. The End of Suffering. Just hold on a second here. Just we'll take a quick look at what we see here. Now, cosmic egg is like a meme, right? It's kind of been around, but people were saying like, oh, like a literal egg. Oh, right. J.J. Hertog, forward by Professor Ashog, however you say his last name. Fearless Living in Troubled Times and How to Get Out of Hell Free. This is some philosophical text. I'm not familiar with this. The End of Suffering. It sounds like it. But it's an egg. In space, people were like, oh. These motherfuckers been hiding this stuff around for years. When did this come out? If this is an actual thing. Well reviewed. Everybody suffers. Most of the suffering is unnecessary. It can be overcome. The legacy of Aristotle, if I knew for philosophical text, is that we think that things must be either true or untrue. Thus, we tend to think in terms of polarities, good or evil, right or wrong. There you go. Yeah. I think Russell lost his daughter very young, which was maybe what he's getting on about here. But wisdom of the East with the finding of quantum physics. Yes. A metaphysical concept in philosophy first. So anyway, what does it all fucking mean, right? Did they know about this? Is the egg thing been a meme within, some of these programs for decades? And did they see the eggs? Did they touch the eggs? Have they been inside the eggs? Right? Is it going to come back on Easter? I can only fucking hope. Anyway, what's he going to say here now?
It's a lot to unpack, and that's why we are going live now to Sydney,
It's a big
Australia,
basket.
with News Nation special correspondent
There's lots of eggs, Ross.
Ross, it's always so good to see you. Thanks for making the time.
It's a real pleasure, Natasha. Nice to see you and your guests.
Thank you. And I know that you've covered other accounts of UFOs moving hundreds of miles an hour underwater, joining with Congressman Burchett's claims. What do you make of underwater UFOs?
I've had the privilege of speaking directly with submariners, particularly, who have been witness to measurements of objects underwater using the sophisticated tracking technology that both the US Navy and my Navy in Australia use. And there are objects that have been recorded unbelievably moving close to the speed of sound in air underwater. So we're talking there about hundreds of kilometers an hour, hundreds of miles an hour. And there's no explanation for it. What we do know is that it is now officially admitted that the mystery of these objects is real. The United States has come a long way in the last 5 to 7 years. It now admits officially through the Director of National Intelligence that, in fact, there is a mystery, a genuine mystery there that requires investigation. And so now under the new administration, under President Trump, there's a big push on privately behind the scenes to get the claims of people like Jake Barber, the guy that I interviewed on News Nation a few weeks ago, who exclusively revealed his knowledge, direct first-hand knowledge of the existence of a retrieval program, an underground retrieval program involving alleged alien technology. Incredible allegations, I know. But what's interesting is there is now engagement at the top levels of the Trump administration and also in the Congress. People want to hear more, and they're asking questions.
And let me ask you about that, because I know Jake Barber revealed that he has met with then Senator Marco Rubio's staff about the UFO retrieval program he says he was a part of. And of course, Rubio is now Secretary of State. What does this mean for the future of UFO information? Do you know anything about this?
Oh, no, that's what we're all hoping to find out. In fact, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has flagged that this week she's got a big announcement coming that she says is bigger than UAPs, which we're all waiting breathlessly to hear. And the speculation is that it might involve some decision about declassification of some of the more intransigent government secrets, particularly UAPs. We just don't know. I think one of the issues for incoming administrations, is they're often not told until they get into office what the secrets really are. And the president has been quite upfront about his determination to reveal what can be revealed about UAPs. As you know, I did an interview with Don Trump Jr. a few weeks ago, and he's obviously very engaged with the subject. I've had more conversations with people in the Trump administration since, and I've had reach outs from people in defense and the intelligence community who frankly tell me that they think it's time the American public and indeed the world was told what the US really does know about UAPs. They don't think there's any good reason to keep on hiding what they tell me is the case, which is that humanity has long been engaging with an advanced non-human intelligence, and we have been recovering their technology. But I think that's a big call to say that the government's going to make the decision to release that information, because there are genuinely national security imperatives. I can understand why the Defense Department might want to protect weapons technology or propulsion systems or energy systems. But I think at the very least, President Trump could come out and he could say, yes, we are aware of a non-human intelligence and advanced technology, but we're not going to reveal those secrets to the Russians or the Chinese, potential adversaries. But we do think you, the public, should know that we are on top of this. We're restoring it to congressional oversight because it's been hidden improperly from the Congress and indeed from previous.
don't worry, we're talking to the aliens, all right? You don't need to worry about it. You know, they've been telling us so for the last like 80 years that there's too fucking many of you, though. You know, that's the only problem. They said we're killing the environment. There's too many people. We're just gonna trust them, all right? I mean, obviously, you know, they're gonna keep some shit secret for national security's sake, but I just don't want, if this comes out, to have some kind of high priestess fucking arrangement with, you know, someone from Trump's team. They'll be communicating, that's what the aliens have told them this week, you know, or like, here's what they've said and just trust us, you know. They have good intentions. Oh man, I wish we could just circumvent fucking the governments and just empower the people with this knowledge in its entirety too, you know. And I'm just concerned by that narrative, honestly. I just don't know if I trust them to. I mean, so far everything's been kept wrapped up pretty tight, but yeah. Okay, Mr. Flosser, do you think humans participating in society are entitled to know this if true? That's a bit of a heavy one, isn't it, Peach, when you really think about it? I think people do deserve to know the truth about what they've learned, at least. So I mean, what they learned, and also know the truth as to what happened, right? So it's a big deal for the human race to be reached out to by another civilization. I mean, it's like one of the biggest things, right? I mean, it is up there with what happens when we die. Are we alone? Are we alone? What happens when we die? Right? These are two big questions that I think everybody has at some point in their life. They're going to look up at the starry night, right, the starry sky, and they're going to say, "Are there other intelligences out there? Right? Are there other conscious beings out there? Right? In all of this, what does it all mean?" And if the government knows this, it could be like a very, I mean, it undoubtedly would be a very inspiring thing for people to know that we're not alone, because with complete conviction, we don't, right? And so if they know with conviction we're not, and the general public still is in the dark, I think it would be a very philosophically empowering thing for people, just like at a very personal level for people, just a subjective thing for them to know we're not alone. There's other beings out there, right? And it's very inspiring, even for young people right now, I think, just to kind of inspire them to be like, maybe I'm going to become an astronaut, or I'm going to get into physics or astronomy, like was what I wanted to do when I was very young, but I was too stupid to do the math, right? But yeah, I think they are. I think they are entitled to at least know that we aren't alone. Now, what would interest me is, what do you guys think too, watching? Like, what do you think, Peach? Now, how did it happen is another interesting, maybe another interesting caveat with that disclosure. Did they just crash here? Right? Did they just crash here? And this is where it might get messy, and they may just leave it with, yeah, we're not alone. We recovered the craft. But like, what actually happened, right? Like, did a craft just crash? Did they reach out to us because of it after the fact? Like, was it just an accident? Or is there another scenario where they've been here the whole time? We're inside of a playpen. They've genetically manipulated us. We're all in a fucking simulation. Like, how far does it go? Right down the rabbit hole. And I mean, if we're going to get to that part, or like we're getting to like Bob Lazar level documents that he read that we're all in a fucking simulation and the aliens are just more advanced players in the game and they've had very intimate knowledge of us, they were involved with us, genetically engineering us. Like, if you go down that rabbit hole, that's very ontologically shocking. And I think that's where we might want to just take our foot off the gas a little bit, because we have to be very careful about ontologically shocking every single person on planet Earth all at once, because those people are involved in investing in the stock market and things could go bad. Yeah. Inspiring is a strange way of pronouncing terrifying. It could be terrifying, man, but it depends upon like how they frame it. But I guess it depends on how you look at it, right? Yeah, are they space pirates? Are they? Is it going to be? Is the interaction going to be like Independence Day? Yeah, that's what we have to know, though, right? I think at this point, man, it's pretty clear to people that have looked into it that there's something that's been happening here. There's been some interaction that's been occurring, and that. And the fact that we haven't just been completely conquered and thrown in cages might be indicative of like the vibe out there, but who knows? Yeah. But doesn't what this man asked for transcend those questions? He's implying they have been here and that those others are more advanced. Oh yes. Well, that's what Ross has been told, Pete. So Ross has been told that they've been here way longer than us. They've been living here on the planet. They've been living under the oceans. And that they've recovered. He's talked with people supposedly that have been involved with these programs, that have been involved in back engineering, that have been involved in craft recovery. I mean, he supposedly has been told all of this by people who have been trying to blow the whistle, who have already blown the whistle to Congress. There have been about 40 witnesses, I think, that Dave Grush recommended to the Inspector General to talk with. So, he's spoken with those people. So that's how deep it goes. Yeah. Are humans entitled to anything? Entitlement is not a natural phenomenon. How is that for philosophical take? Yeah, I think it's humorous to be entitled to information. Nature doesn't owe you shit. We live in a society that keeps secrets to maintain the status quo, misplaced expectations. Yeah, but we also live supposedly in a Western democracy where these elected officials are our employees. And so our employees, you could look at it this way, have been involved in protecting us from something that we no longer really need to be protected from, which is knowledge that we're not alone. And they made that decision for us 80 years ago and kept it wrapped up tight because they didn't believe people could handle it. And now, is there a way to really run a test, a psychological test, to know that with complete conviction? Probably not, right? You're not really going to know until you just tell people. So we always think shock them all. Yeah, we're 80 years too late. Jon Snow voice. I'm done. The guy who captures space platforms, a Netflix documentary made about him. Did he actually? I'll pull it up here. Yeah. Did you watch the interview Corbell did on that UFO podcast? Was that with the two bros? Maybe we watched a bit of it. Maybe. You have a link? We can play it. Supposedly secret space programs already have orbital platforms cloaked and doing work that we aren't aware of. It's about my pay grade to debunk when the guy has videos of what he's captured. They're speaking lies. This is not Iraq. No, this is a corporate plutocracy we're living in, realistically. But democracy died years ago. Digital feudalism at best. There you go. But supposedly it is, and we still do have people that are supposedly, they had Timber Chet up at the start of the video, that are fighting for transparency. I think it's one of the, this is going to get very fucked. I think that's my personal take on this after having digesting all of this shit, and some of it is pure shit. Some of it's not for 20 plus years. So I think there's definitely going to be some other ontologically shocking things that may come from revelations that we've been dealing with very advanced, intelligent beings, conscious beings, right? Self-conscious beings like ourselves, right? Which is kind of an anomalous thing. Consciousness is an anomalous thing, right? So if we're dealing with other beings that are also self-conscious like ourselves, they're more advanced. I mean, what do they know about the nature of reality? What do they know about the nature of consciousness, right? Do they have answers to these other philosophical queries we've been asking for years? Does their revelation come part and parcel with a revelation about the nature of reality, right? I mean, the aliens, listen, we are two bananas out of the fucking woods here. We've only been technological really for a very short amount of time in comparison to our history, as we've been anatomically correct for, upwards of 200 to 300,000 years, some people believe now in anthropology. So when you think about how in such a short time we've come to figure out what we've come to figure out, like specifically in quantum physics lately, that things might be getting weird. We've talked about this recently, Tom Campbell's theories and information-based reality, right? That there is really no matter. It's all information-based. We're living in some kind of a simulation. I mean, it didn't take us long to kind of put those pieces together if it's right. And I would imagine that beings that could be upwards of 1 million years ahead of us, even 10, 20, 30, 50,000 years. I mean, look at our exponential level of growth, right? So for other self-conscious beings, it's hard to extrapolate that out because we don't know necessarily what they evolved out of, but something similar to us, we're assuming. But we can infer from maybe their tech that they're flying around in, what's been captured like the Go Fast, the gimbal footage has been released, that they're very advanced. So then their philosophies, their understanding of reality is consequently probably also going to be very advanced. So when we talk about disclosure to the general public and ontological shock that we're not alone in the universe, if someone opens it up, and this is what they're talking about recently, right? Like Carl Nell and other people that were involved in the military. What's concerning about not going and moving forward is there are elements of people internally that just are going to, and they're fed up. And so what happens when you put people and leave them in a pressure cooker for too long? It blows up. And then guess what? You don't get a steady stream of soup out into your bowl. It's all over the fucking walls. And everyone's screaming because they're covered in a hot fucking soup. But what could come with that is all of this shit that's ontologically shocking for people, right? Where, I mean, if they've worked with them, if they've dealt with them, right? I mean, they could have answers to these very deep philosophical questions we've been asking for a long time. Where, yeah, we're in a fucking simulation. This is a game, right? You're just avatars, just a player playing your avatar, right? I mean, they may know those things. I would probably bet that they know it better than we do and probably can speak on it with more conviction than we may be able to, if they're as advanced as they might seem. So that is something that I think people are probably also going to have to be careful with going forward. So, yeah. They need to just disclose themselves. The time is soon coming to give up on eating or expecting for an official government disclosure. An example. Why does NASA want to hide behind a FOIA exemption on what their November 2024 UAP-UFO meeting briefing was about, which included NASA's Office of Inspector General? Oh, brother. They're all about transparency, though. A general description of NASA's UAP efforts, including... Holy fuck. Yeah. All right. Wow. Well, daily dial in by phone. So that's like a phone number. That's a meeting passcode. I get that stuff. Video ID. A description of NASA's response to safety concerns posed by UAP. Specifically, this could be maybe satellites. This could be classified stuff, maybe. But I mean, you know, a general description of NASA's UAP efforts. Why is that blacked out? Yeah. Holy fuck. Mother of fucking God, huh? Man, oh man. Oh, thanks, Blood. Pull it up, yeah. This is constantly happening due to the nature of it all. Just can't see them easily disclosing. If they do disclose, to be something like we saw a planet that looks like it's advanced life or something. I doubt they ever come out and say, we know they are here or they have been for millennia. Who knows? Well, yeah, man, I'd have a hard time believing that too, just as we were going through, like, logically where that might go. But, yeah. Maybe they are on another state's payroll in an attempt to sow doubt with the goal of forcing the government to reveal proprietary defense information. They are the heat in your cooker metaphor. Oh, okay. Interesting, yeah. Ugh. You mean, like, to cause it to blow up? Interesting. I mean, yeah, undoubtedly, as the pressure starts to build and these other nations are aware of what they all fucking have, probably. I mean, even Putin, I mean, you got to think that this could have the potential to sow discord, right? And I think the West might be more susceptible to that than the other nations that are a little bit more controlled. And so, like, if you were China, Russia, and you keep getting poked by these fucking guys from the West, and you're like, stop, and they're like, no, and they keep poking your belly, right? With all of these fucking, you know, weapons going to Ukraine or whatever, you know, you might be like, okay, let's crash your stock market. Let's just get this information out. Fuck me. Yeah. And he makes a good point that disclosure may not change just human behavior, but also NHI behavior. If they don't have to be secret about it anymore, maybe they won't be. I'll read this in a second, Hendrix. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, it's so speculative, and I'm always fascinated to hear people's testimony, and it ranges from these wonderful, almost heavenly-like experiences to plumbing the depths of hell, what some people go through in these abductions. And I almost wonder, is there an element, again, just speculation, and I'll take your comment on it, if these beings are doing these abductions almost quietly and not too brashly, because there's a lack of knowledge or belief in NHI in general? And is there a danger that, and I'm trying to, I suppose, think of the government's point of view here, or whoever runs these programs. Imagine it was the case that, well, if everyone finds out and the human population now know that NHI exists and we are here, then we don't have to hide anymore. And literally en masse, we will come and do this as we please. And we will pluck people out their beds or their jobs, their desks in the middle of the day, because you know. But while people don't know, and while it's blissful ignorance, they go about it quietly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't pre-warn or want people to be fully aware if I was a species that was like bagging and tagging, like antelope or something in a valley. I wouldn't go like whisper to the antelope and let them know everything that's going on. So I don't know, but what I think we should highlight is that as we learn more about the reality of UFOs, like the machines themselves, we'll start asking about operators or pilots of those machines. Then we'll start asking about agenda. Then we'll start asking about all the things in UFO lore that have collided with sightings. And one that is, we are incapable of getting around, if you listen to people, is the abduction phenomenon.
Yes.
Something I've recently started thinking about, and I'll really have to try and, qualify it and write it down, because I'm not eloquent enough. I've said that before to kind of spitball these things, but is quantity of craft. And I don't mean, Bob Lazar says we have recovered 9 in a hangar. I mean, how many of these active craft are there? Because if they can manipulate space, time, whatever, travel at incredible speeds, you could essentially have a handful of craft operating at any one time in the globe, in the single digit.
I think it was an interesting point that he brought up, Blip. Yeah. As to like, well, why the secrecy? Why is the secrecy? Why has there been secrecy, I guess, is a good question. Now, I mean, that will definitely, if we ask that question, and if we get an answer for that, that might explain whether it will change their behavior or not. Why have they been engaging with the secrecy to begin with? Like, what's the purpose behind it? I mean, if the purpose is not to freak out the population, then, I mean, once everybody knows, going ahead and then just grabbing people off the street in broad daylight will freak the population out. So then if your intention was not to freak people out, you were concerned about how society's going to react to this. If you then go and you then make people freak out, that's counterintuitive to like the logic for why you kept it secret to begin with. But I mean, who the fuck knows, right? I mean, why is that happening? Is it the other thing too? Is it's probably unbelievably complicated, right? But is there just one group involved? Are there tons of groups involved? What do the anecdotes point to that there's tons of groups involved? Is there some kind of a government involved that's interacting with the planet? Are they allowed to just do whatever they want? I mean, we live in a world now where, well, at least we think we have free will. We act as though we do. And it's the Wild West. Anything goes. Terrible things happen. People do terrible things every day to people, to kids, right? And so we presume that that's how things are going to work once we get off planet Earth and go out into the galaxy. Is that going to be the case? What are we going to run into? Right? I mean, who knows what we might run into? I mean, you look at what we're and this is more woo, I guess, but when you look at what we're doing right now with some people like in quantum physics and people in philosophy are talking about this idea of simulation theory and this kind of awakening to what reality is. We're not alone in the universe. I mean, are we going to come upon some kind of a revelation? Are we going to realize that, you know, maybe we'll be able to interface with whatever the fuck's going on here? We'll be more cognitive of, well, this isn't everything that exists and we're players in some kind of a game. Can we log out for a minute if that happens? I mean, we have a deeper understanding of reality. Does that mean more rules? I mean, are there rules? If it's a simulation, it would imply that there probably are to some degree. Who's running it? And then that gets off into all these other fucking questions. So we're just not going to be able to answer, right? So, yeah, it's interesting to think about. I think it's probably very complicated. The only real interesting anecdote, there's people out there who say they've been talking to aliens for fucking 50 years and they've got all the fucking answers. And, you know, they've been told that, who the fuck said this? I mean, you know, I read all this stuff because I don't know that they aren't talking to people. I mean, they haven't really answered any super important questions, but maybe that's against the rules. I have no fucking idea, right? One of them talked about this narrative, which I think is actually objectively pretty interesting, that due to the experience that happens here on this planet or other planets, right? There's a preservation of experience that's required by whatever's involved with this whole simulation in the universe, right? This whole game, this song and dance of coming in here and living, you know, life as this avatar. And they intertwined ufology and simulation theory, and they talked about how once you get off the planet, you're running with the schoolyard monitors of the simulation. And they're like, no. You don't just get to go do whatever you want like you did on your planet. You don't get to go sail across the ocean and kill all the natives and take all their stuff. And that's not how this works, because you're going to fuck around with our little experiments that we have running everywhere. And so you don't get to do what you want. We will allow you to do what we want you to do, right? And it's that kind of scenario where the Galactic Federation that governs all of the aliens isn't even from this reality. It's from the other side of reality, right? It's from outside of the simulation, which is like, you know, fucking, it's an interesting look at things though. Like, you know, in philosophy, for hundreds of years, there were lots of people who were philosophers who were involved with the church, right? Because, you know, they had nothing better to do all fucking day, and they got paid to sit and think. They got fed just to sit and think about things and these ontological questions about being and God and that which no greater thought can be conceived, which got to all these kinds of crazy arguments. And, you know, it's like that definition of this being that put everything into existence. I mean, you know, you argue with someone about that and you start talking about simulation theory. They're like, oh, well, who made the person who made the simulation theory? There's still that argument that there is something that set everything into motion at some point in time, everywhere, anywhere. But we're not necessarily concerned with that argument, because that just goes down a rabbit hole you're never going to get out of, right? And ultimately, it's just so far beyond our comprehension that it literally, in an ineffable place, we can't even talk about it or wrap our heads around it. Like even the concept of infinity, there's no point even going into it. But that's like a little bit more manageable when you start looking at like a simulation type theory argument for existence, or whatever the fuck you could call it, gods. You can't really call it God big G, but little g's maybe are involved with managing everything that exists. And that ties in with ufology, and it actually legitimately does in the abduction phenomena, where there are people who have these conversations with these beings when they've regressed through them, and they're like a guru. Like they talk like a guru to them, like it's all spiritual. It's about the development of your soul, and we're concerned about your souls. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, you know, it's like, how weird does it get, right? What's going to happen? I don't fucking know. Call Skinny Bob. That's why I want to talk Skinny Bob. Yeah. Bunch more JFK stuff. Oh, fuck yeah. Greed and lust for power probably started it, or at least became primary reasons. Oh, fuck, man. Absolutely. I could see that. Yeah. It also can be sometimes as simple as with more power comes more responsibilities. Like Spider-Man quote. Fuck yeah. Most people choose to live with lesser responsibilities and simpler lives. Absolutely, Peach. Yeah. And I think, yeah, I understand that. Yeah. I can definitely understand why people would want to. Yeah. Yeah, that's a hell of a responsibility. Yeah, to know all of that and to know that knowledge, and to it's very disorienting. And that's the other problem with disclosing these beings, however it goes about, however they want to be more coy and maybe say we found life on a distant planet. But what we're really getting at, and what people are pushing for, and what these whistleblowers are talking about, is a conspiracy within government, kind of like this one with JFK, but that there's a conspiracy within government and they've hidden shit. They've covered stuff up, and maybe some of they shouldn't have, and they didn't really have good intentions when they were doing it. Maybe not completely. Maybe they kind of did, but and that is what's unraveling now. So, you know, if that unravels, and if that's the pressure cooker, and maybe they're going to try and be sly, and they're going to try and say, oh, we found life on Mars, microbial. It's like, no, bud. That's not what the people are interested in. They're interested in who the fuck crashed at Roswell, right? You get Ed Mitchell, you got, you know, an ex-astronaut, PhD scientist talking about how he knew it was a craft that crashed. And there's too many anecdotes from accredited people over the years that point towards that very narrative, that there's been other beings, life forms that crashed. What did they learn from it? That's what people want to hear. I mean, that's what at the end of the day, I think is going to come out, I hope. But we have to be careful, because if there's any more information, and if it's been more than just them picking up their shit and picking up pieces of Skinny Bob off the ground, if they actually have had meetings and conversations, and yeah, it could be a huge responsibility to the general public, right? And one they may not want to have, but a revelation they may not be ready for. I mean, being alone in the universe is one thing, or having friends out there somewhere and knowing you're not alone. It's a whole other thing for people to wrap their heads around the idea that this isn't ultimate reality, right? And that's where it gets a little bit more complicated, and it might get more concerning. Where now, at the end of, you know, there are people, again, it's one thing to like think about it and like say you're convicted, or very fundamentalist type people, maybe Christians, just for example, say that they have a connection with God and they know there's an afterlife, but that's kind of all within the framework of like, you're only getting in through heaven if you're a virtuous person and you're judged and you're a good person in the end, right? I mean, that's kind of how it's framed. Other religions, you know, supposedly get in from just blowing shit up, but it's also more complicated than that too, to be fair to them. That's an extremist take on it. Well, to some degree, but the other problem with, you know, the aliens said we're living in a simulation, or even if the government were to start talking about that, or that came out in government documents where that's what they were told, is where's the responsibility? I mean, you could have people like thinking like, oh, I can go sidewalk surfing now in Grand Theft Auto, but real life, right? There are no consequences for my actions, and like that could be the furthest thing from the truth. It's like that. We're almost not ready for that, really, I think, and that's where I would be concerned with, you know, do people deserve to hear this? Are they responsible enough to hear that? Across the board, I would say probably they're not. So then you kind of have to dance around this carefully, which is why catastrophic disclosure, the pressure cooker blows up, because these dinguses are trying to keep it all together. They got to let out some of that soup in the bowl so we can all have a sip together, all right? Because I don't think we really want her blown up all over the walls. But listen, I mean, one way or the other, I'll be okay. But will we if all the toilet paper goes away again? Do you have a bidet in your house? I bet that most you don't. So, fuck. Or if you believe in GAIA, some agreement was reached where the government agreed to keep it secret. It's all kind of whacked. And with so much time that has passed and continues to pass, it does become even more crazy. People are going to ask questions. Why did you lie for decades? Why did you keep this from us? What things did you keep? What things did you do to keep the secret? How many types are there? If time travel is it involved? Yeah, there's so many, man. Yeah, there's so fucking many. Yeah. The responsibility to secure a country involves the development of weapons. The people free of the burdens of hiding that information would never be in agreement to that responsibility of keeping that secret. Do you think? Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And that's the thing. Who has the top-down information of all that, too? And I think that's maybe where compartmentalization comes in, too, Peach, where the compartmentalization may help in lessening that burden if that information exists, where they could maybe go online and do their own research, but ultimately you're not giving people everything maybe for that very reason. Yeah. Yeah, Google has now changed their maps to say Gulf of America. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. But I wonder who would have that whole top-down knowledge, if that such a thing exists. Like who, and it probably would involve the hyper-wealthy, right? And that's my concern, really, ultimately, with the West right now, is it's some kind of fucking plutocracy. We're run by the rich, really. And I would bet all the money I don't have that's probably what's going on ultimately, and that they are so empowered. And that's the scary thing. And Grush talked about this too with the MJ-12, right? Which is who got me into all this was Stanton Friedman, who was a very smart guy, nuclear physicist here in Canada from New Brunswick. Well, he's from Chicago, but he lived in New Brunswick, close to where I grew up. And he talked about this group of government people, scientists, generals, bureaucrats, who set up all the secrecy to begin with. But what happened possibly in the late 60s was when they handed all this stuff over to these private aerospace companies, is another kind of MJ-12 formed. But it wasn't made up of people within the government, right, who were elected into their positions. It was people within the corporate world, hyper wealthy people. And that what these hyper wealthy people, these string pullers now, it's very concerning when you look at it like that. If they have a top-down knowledge of not just the tech, but even philosophy's existence, like their whole ontology might be radically different if they have conversations with these visitors, the way they look at the world. Scary shit. Yeah. Teacher decides who they teach. The door into the classroom is wide open. The mental strain to learn is on you. Just got to jump through. Oh, sorry. Other comment there. Oh no, I read that already. Yeah. Anyway, the FBI that found 2,400 JFK assassination records that never provided to the task board assigned to review and declassify them. Has cash been confirmed yet? Holy fucking Christ. It's just, oh my God, things are going to get fucking saucy. New reporting in 2024, NASA stopped prioritizing studying UAP. UAP Director of Research role is currently vacant. None of the UAP study team's recommendations have been implemented. Read details in the link. Key quotes are my sources. Justin Scott Sneed. What does he do? Teacher and writer interested in the space industry. Fuck yeah. Mike Gold, who was one of the guys who testified with Lou and Tim Goldenette. Michael Schellenberger, I believe. I'm afraid my understanding is that person, Mark McCurney, has been reassigned, and now we have no one working UAP, at least explicitly at the agency. I did an hour-long interview with Gold on the 7th of January. Read more from him in the article and elsewhere in my Substack. I asked Gold if he was aware of any progress on any of the UAP study team recommendations in the years since the report was released. He replied, relative to the recommendation being implemented, I haven't seen that yet. NASA spokesperson confirmation on the 7th of February. Mark McCurney, NASA's UAP Director of Research, completed his detailed assignment in September 2024. He's now serving the agency in a leadership role within NASA. The position is currently vacant and the agency stands ready for additional collaboration with the Department of Defense. All domain anomaly resolution officer support is appropriate. In summary, Bill Nelson wanted an independent study team to provide guidance on how NASA might use its assets to study UAP. The team was in place from 2022 to 2023. Oh my fuck. I mean, just like, fuck these fucks. At the end of the day, what are they going to fucking find? I mean, we've just kind of air out all the dirty laundry first, right? How much dirty laundry is there at NASA? We've heard anecdotes over the years that there's definitely some. Now, I mean, how are you going to air it out? It's like, we have found no evidence of any UAP being involved with extraterrestrial vehicles. It's like, okay. All right. Well, where would that be found now? And how do we go open that up so you can report on it properly or research it properly? I mean, what the fuck did they even do again recently? I mean, were they just looking at UAP videos, I think, like Arrow was? Right? They did the go fast fucking Mick West fucking, the trigonometry from a distance, it could be a bird. It could be. You could be in a dream. You could have hit your head when you're 9 years old, and I'm just a dream character. You've been in a coma, Mark, since then. You know, prove to me you're not. Right? You want to touch my belly button? I mean, we have no fucking idea. Yeah, it could be a bird. It could also not be. If it's not, that's really interesting. Same with the gimbal. Could be a plane in the distance. It might not be. If it's not, you know, under the perfect conditions, it may appear to be such a thing. Were those conditions a thing? And does that corroborate with the eyewitness testimony? No. What's the eyewitness testimony? It was a fucked orb. It was a square within an orb, flying around, hanging out over the water for 8 hours in high winds. That's not a plane at a distance. Again, this kind of like assessment is just fucking childish. Like, it's useless. It doesn't get us anywhere. Someone's I'm not even gonna say it. Someone's just gotta let loose, you know. It's good. There's gonna be another Julian Assange of UAPs. I mean, fuck, brother. Tell Mark to stick his finger in my belly button. It's why no one wants to come on this channel and talk to me, because they're like, this guy's just fucked. Fuck, there you see all this stuff went up the side of the thing, all down my shirt. All of the drink were literally pooled into my belly button. It's karma. They said, stop saying dumb shit on stream, Jim. You've got to interview Lou Elizondo and Stephen Greer. You've got to get them on so we can all talk with them. They're not going to come on if I keep saying dumb shit. It is what it is. It's just the vibe here. Yeah. Fuck. Anyway. Yeah. I didn't see it. 3 days ago. I've never really watched his stuff, man. It seems like a good conversation. Holy shit. And we can get Jeremy on. We can talk about IPAs with Jeremy. All the different kinds of beer he loves. I know I saw him, he was drinking a fucking Coors Banquet for Christ's sake. But I know he's into craft beer. You cannot tell me, Jeremy, that you're not into fucking craft beer, brother. I mean, you are craft beer. I've seen you in multiple craft breweries. Different versions of you. So come on, yeah. Is he a straight shooter, man? Fuck yeah. He's got lots of books up there. He's read a lot. He's got the UFO of God by Chris Bledsoe there. Oh, he's got Dreamland. He's got Bob Lazar's Dreamland. What else? The American Cosmic, Diana Pasolco's book. Flying Saucers in Science, I think I see there, which is Stanton Friedman. Very nice. He is a craft daddy. Yeah, give me a fucking break. Yeah. Drinking Coors Banquet, brother. You're just trying to hide the fact that you love black IPAs and all this eccentric piss that I have no interest in because it tastes like fucking soap. Anyway, yeah. Well, off on to other things now, I guess. Black Eyed PAs is like Craft Daddy cover group for sure. Oh, that would be, start it. There you go. That's a great cover group name. Will I Am Not. Holy fuck. There you go. Someone will pick that up. Someone will run with that. I don't know. I don't know of the Black Eyed Peas songs though. So like probably won't be for me. Kind of like Black IPAs. Like not really my taste. But still good for other people, I guess. Let's get retarded. Holy fuck, yeah. It might not age well. That's all right. Well, this is a new age now, right? Can people say that word again? Right? Anyway, yeah. Where is the love? Fuck. New age crystal daddy craft magic. Oh my heavens. Yeah, I want to be careful saying that in the inner city now because there's a lot of crystal magic going on. A lot of crystal. Even in our city here, holy fuck, man. It was uptown again. Fuck. It's very sad, but it's also scary. I feel bad for people that are just fucking out to lunch, going complete banana balls. But at the same time, it's like, man, like if you jump in front of my car again, brother, like I'm not gonna slam on the brakes. Like I can't endanger there's a guy uptown who we used to call him Harley. What he used to do, I used to work uptown at my old job. Well, I used to manage an airport location. But of this agency I work for, I guess we'll say. But during COVID, I got stuck uptown because the airport closed. So there was this guy every single fucking day who, he had this long gray hair, like long gray kind of like pirate mustache. He looked like something out of fucking Pirates of the Caribbean, but he had this Harley jacket on, so everyone would just call him Harley. And he would do front flips, like crazy front flips. He'd just be walking down the main street in our city, which is a very old city, and it's very steep. And just out of nowhere, you just hear fucking like bang, and you just look over, and it's his knees and his feet like impacting the concrete, and he did just done a front flip, scared the fuck out of everybody. And I remember there was this little like stoop, like at the bottom of the street. It's really steep, like from you walk down to like the light to cross, and there's like 5 feet, like from the top of the sidewalk, it just goes like this. And I just heard one day, bang, bang, he's doing front flips off this. Anyway, you know, fucked up on something. His new thing recently uptown is he's been jumping headfirst into cars. I'm not making this shit up. I'm like, man, like, and he's still going, right? And people are just swerving and shit. I'm like, brother, you know, I'm not putting myself off the fucking road into a house. So, anyway, fuck, it's fucked, man. It's fucked. It's fucked. It's so bad. Anyway, yeah, beer time. Oh fuck, man, fucking don't even say that word. I'm not allowing myself to drink until Friday. Fuck. Sneak peek. UAP caucus co-chair Tim Burchett worries whistleblower Jake Barber is a plant just to steer us off. What kind of plant? Aloe vera? Is he a fly trap? Venus flytrap? I'm trying to think. Scheduled for Tuesday, but if we recoup the 13 paid subscribers who dropped us in the past month, we'll drop it immediately. Sorry, what? Recoup the 13 paid subscribers who dropped us in the past month, or if we hit 5K free subscribers, we'll drop it immediately. Are you seriously fucking doing this? Fuck paywalls. Fuck you. Do you like carbonated mineral water? Do you really, Peach? Yeah. I gotta get into some better water. I was gonna buy a water filter, like a good one. You know, get all of the fucking chlorine, probably fucking birth control, whatever the fuck else is in our waters now. You know, it filters everything out. You know, pure water, and then it adds minerals back into it. Yeah. He's trying to profit by releasing it early. Yeah, I can see he's being a bitch. Isn't this Mac guy? Oh my fucking god, man. Just 6 paid subscribers or 300 free subs. If you think we're in this for a payday, you don't get ask a pull at all. Oh, brother, what? You gotta pay your bills? Like, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, we'll just go off of what was said, I guess. We don't need to go off any more than that. He's a plant just to steer us off. I mean, that's interesting internal strife going on, because I thought he was friends with Ross and everyone else who pushed him out. Is he friends with Jake Paul? Jake Paul was present during the interviewing of Jake Barber, which was unfortunate, but we had to listen to his questions, I guess. Does that make sense? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. How does this all make sense? I mean, Tim, I don't think, was aware before all this started about crash retrievals, right? Over time, slowly, people have been coming forward to them. Now, it's interesting that Jake, who claims we've already gone to Congress and had conversations with him, has been referred to by Tim as a plant. In that I don't think Tim seems to have had a lot of confidence in Jake, clearly, and his stories. So then what does that all mean for his credibility? Now, it wasn't just Jake that came forward. There were a couple other people that were involved, other actual tier 1 operators. Although Jake may be himself, people were criticizing for that. But other people who weren't criticized, I should say, for being non-tier 1 operators or whatever, who backed up his story. So, you know, is Tim just having a bad day? Someone pissing his cornflakes. Yeah. We also have Greer versus Lou. Oh God. I would love to see that wrestling match, though. I would bet on Lou now. Go for Greer's legs. He probably didn't train legs as much as he did bench press. Corbell, Mays, Schellenberger, now Tim versus Barber. People are getting restless or something else. Well, this has been going on for far too long. So can we put them all in the cage match, actually? We'll give Nancy like a gun because that'd be the only fair. And then all the other guys can just go at it. Yeah, fuck. I would probably bet on Lou. I think probably Lou would probably get Jeremy first. He would then probably go after Greer next. And then Michael wouldn't stand a chance. So, and then Nancy would be left, but Nancy would be armed. So, anyway, that's as much as I like talking about the phenomena and like the metaphysics involved with it, I cannot describe to you how much I fucking hate about the cast of characters involved here. At the end of the day, although Lou seems like a nice guy, Greer's clearly a psychopathic grifter. Jeremy, Nancy, Michael, Tim, and Jake. I mean, I don't really care. Ultimately, what I care about is the information. Really. That's just my own take. Like, the cast of characters is all very interesting, but what I'm interested about is the fucking information and where this all leads, right? And that's the thing, and it's become this meme about like, oh my God, did you hear what fucking Tim said to Jake and fucking Lou said to fucking Steven? I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, it's a meme. But at the same time, I'm like, man, I just want to fucking know. Like, just, I really want to talk to is Skinny Bob. Jersey, what's up? I'm drinking some alcohol right now while tuning into your stream. That's always good. Yeah, I think it enhances the experience, listening to me while intoxicated. Yeah, it's you can drown out the parts you don't like, which is 95% of it. But yes, yeah. Fuck yeah. If only I was also drinking now, which is something I love to do. It's something I've enjoyed very much doing on stream here before, is having a couple sips through the week, help loosen me up a little bit. You know, sometimes I get a little bit too loose and end up talking to the AIs and say things that possibly get the stream banned, or I'm gonna get myself on a list. Undoubtedly, I'm definitely on a couple lists for CSIS already here in Canada for comments made about Justin, but that's beside the point. They can still go fuck themselves. I don't need to, okay. Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, drama within the UFO community. I did enjoy, like, they become these media personalities now, when back in the day, like, you would encounter these personalities at like your local Barnes and Noble or bookstore. You know, you'd see Stan Friedman on the shelf, like his new UFO book drops. Same with Jacques Vallée. You'd read about it online maybe, but like there wasn't this cult of personality involved. I think that's really what I'm starting to have a problem with. And undoubtedly, probably some of these guys and girls are also having a problem with it. Some of them love it, right? Some of them make shows on TMZ and fucking love it. But other people, I'm sure, like Lou, he's fucked off somewhere in Wyoming. He probably doesn't really enjoy it. Probably enjoys making a bit of money, but ultimately doesn't really seem to enjoy the attention as much as some of the other ones. Yeah, not too loose. Has to be that. You know, yeah. You don't want the brain to fall out. It's so loose, right? Like, but sometimes it just hangs there, and some people like it that loose. I mean, it's up to. Everyone has their personal preferences, right? Some people are into that, you know? They want to get their whole fucking fist in there. I was gonna make a Stephen Greer joke again, but I don't want Stephen to think that like I'm a dick or I'm judging him like on his sexuality, because I'm absolutely not. I would never judge someone on that. You know, live your life. It's nothing to do. That's not the meme. It's just like the way for people that don't know, Steven was telling people, it's probably still on his website right now. Is this StephenGreer.com? That's fucking, well, fuck, no, that's not it. Oh, it's Steven. Right, not Stefan, Stephen Greer. Steven was warning that the deep state was trying to attack his character. Oh, it's not found. And he was warning there's going to be this attack on him that's coming. And really what happened is I think someone blackmailed him because they found his dating site. his Grinder profile from 20 years ago, where he posted naked pictures of his body. And they were blackmailing him for money, and he tried to pass it off like it was some operation or something. I was like, holy fuck, man. Just another horseshit grift by him. So yeah. Nancy Mace vid, I think her speech tonight at 8. Ours might be wild. Oh my heavens. Have I seen Kanye's site? It's so stupid with the only thing selling. Actually, Trizzy, I fucking saw that he put it up. Just a second here, maybe. What is it just Yeezy? Yeezy.com or some shit? What's his website? Yeezy. Kanye West Yeezy website. Oh, just Yeezy. It's literally just Yeezy.com. He's got a swastika t-shirt. HHO1, which again, I'm assuming means Hitler. I'm not going to say it because it's a clippable thing, but you know what it means. This is he meme? Can you actually buy? If you can actually buy this and he's got these circulating, that's a fucking problem. My God, he's the smoothest of the brains. Yeah, stylish just maybe. I don't think we can pull this off. No. Oh my God. He better watch his back walking around like. He struts around in public all the time, man. Like, you're gonna be starting to piss people off. Just a dingus, man. Yeah, that's white man. Nowadays, yes, I've been told that anyone who supports the idea that there were giants in prehistory is a white supremacist in supporting a white supremacist ideology. I said, I was told that by the anthropologist at a museum in Pennsylvania. I said, I didn't know that. I said, I've been telling people that this might be a thing for decades. No, actually, literally. I said, my God, I didn't know I was also a white supremacist. I have many friends of different ethnicities. They didn't know I was a white supremacist either. My heavens. Anyway, fucking dickheads. Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, someone's gonna get real. People are gonna get more than mad. I mean, I'm surprised you're not. Yeah. Hack the website and get details of people who bought it. Oh yeah, that'd be a thing. Yeah. Just Yeezy fans. Holy fucking Christ. Yeah. I don't know if it is in the States, War Drinker, if it's under like a freedom of expression meme where there are. I think it is actually. Because there's neo-Nazis in the States who. There's just a video recently of a guy who. Was, whatever ethnicity, he was like light tan on him, and he was just dancing, and they were harassing his truck, and he's just dancing in the truck, and he just pulls a pistol out. I was like, you boys are in the wrong country fucking around with people like that. Iron sharpens iron. Here's her tonight's speech on the floor.
I am at about the end of my rope. I'm constantly sick. I accidentally discovered as a victim who likes to record women and has been doing it for years. Dozens and dozens. I was just thinking legal defense fund for the victims.
Interesting.
Of photographic evidence.
Photographic evidence.
Oh, you bought it on Amazon, did you?
Interesting.
Videos, possible. And I know where you fucking...
What is this about? I love Jesus. What is it? But I cuss a little too much. Oh my God. People trying to be like, Jesus didn't swear. You imagine Jesus wasn't swearing when they nailed him on the fucking cross and were stabbing his ribs with the spear? He was calling those guys every name in the fucking book. Come on now. If he lived, which someone probably did that happened to. So yeah. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Tweet Kanye something. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. What was that thing? Luna's bathing suit earlier. He was muted. This reminds me of how, I guess she did like a photo shoot or something back in the day before she was elected. Is that what it is? Or Luna coin? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Man. Evidence of someone secretly recording women. Oh. She was a Maxim magazine model. Oh, okay. Oh, really? Secretly recording women. Yeah, that sounds pretty perverted. Definitely a guy did that. Interesting. Wow. We'll be watching. Fuck. Hopefully it's no one involved with the whole UFO thing. That'd be devastating. I'd be devastated if that was one of our UFO heroes. Oh, I got a bunch of shit up here I was gonna watch because I have to eat my dinner. Oh Christ, where to start now? Fuck me. Oh, we just watched that one already. Speaking of grifters, actually, because I was gonna get back into this in a little bit, because this is also something I was gonna talk about again. Matt, the Good Trouble Show. Filmmaker Darcy Weir exposes Gaia scandal and Pascagoula UFO case. Yes. His recent investigations. The scandal at Gaia. People that don't know what Gaia TV is, I brought this up a bunch of times. Gaia TV, I think they first rose to prominence, if I recall correctly. I first found them back, I think in 2017. They were new then, or fairly new. And they were pushing the little baby mummy that Stephen Greer got behind. Among other people. That turned out to be a deformed fetus they found like high up in the fucking Alps somewhere in Peru. Anyway, since then they've been this kind of repository for like woo-woo stuff, spiritual stuff, whatever the fuck you want. It's like, you know, my Uncle Joe thinks reptilians run the government. You know, he pitched it to Gaia TV, and to his amazement, they said, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, we'll fucking, we'll produce a show for you. Like this kind of shit. Like they'll get behind anybody. Which has its positives and its negatives. Your Mysteries of the Templars. Oh, Christ. So anyway, I mean, fucking Christ, Eddie. The guy who's from Atlantis, who sings his Atlantis songs, which are different every time he sings them. Yeah, fuck me. Yeah. Corbell, yeah. Oh, God. So anyway, I guess there's an expose on this. And, you know, this stuff, listen, I don't mind some of the spiritual shit. I like looking into remote viewing. That's a very strange phenomena. There's definitely some people in the spaces that are like hardcore grifters, right? Like they extrapolate out data from maybe like quantum physics and try and repurpose it into like how your soul works and shit. And it's like, bro, like, where did you get this from? Like, how did you figure this out? It's like, I just had a dream. It's like, oh, fuck, all right. Like, yeah, cool. I mean, but it's very, yeah. Don't listen to the singing. The universe is stuffs. Yeah, well, I just get bullshit off him. I just get bullshit. Now, do I know that he didn't fucking go to Atlantis? No. Maybe he has had a regression of Atlantis, but yeah, man, I can. The singing, who was it? It was the guy who made On It. We watched it, but he sat down with him and did an interview, and the whole thing was just very uncomfortable. And I had to tap out when that started. I was like, holy fuck, this guy just, you know, clearly did like maybe some mushrooms before he went on and just wanted to listen to this guy. And I think I needed that too, listening to it. I didn't have it, so I couldn't enjoy it as much, but, anyway, you know, not that there's bad stuff on here. Graham Hancock's documentaries are on here. Yoga, that's great too. But there's definitely some horse shit they've been involved with promoting before. Like the baby mommy thing, like, nope, now to be fair to them, no one knew. But, you know, it took people a while to walk back. It was actually Gary Nolan, who I didn't know who Gary Nolan was back then, who ended up finding out the baby mummy wasn't actually an alien mummy. It was a deformed fetus. Yeah. He's like, sing me another lullaby. Yeah, it was just very awkward. Yeah, it's like, I paid all this money to fly you here. Sing for me, boy. It's like that scene from Lord of the Rings where is it Pippin or Merry? That sings for the steward of Gondor, and he's just eating, like chewing, like popping the tomatoes in his mouth, like, sing me a song, boy. Literally it. Some multimillionaire fucking flies you out, pays for all your meals, and now you gotta dance for him. Dance for me. Sing me your song of your people. Oh, anyway, okay, fuck. I'm gonna go throw my chicken burgers in the fucking microwave, and I'll be back, and then I'll see what this has to be said, see if this is anything worth watching. If it isn't, there's some other things up here too, so. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. We're back. Why is it, there's this little thing here? Oh, it's a cup. What the fuck is going into the cup? What is this? It's like a little thing. I can grab the cup? What the fuck? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Take care, Trizzy. Goddamn. Deadline set. Oh shit. Oh, why did it fucking pull it up there? Trump says if all hostages held in Gaza are not returned by Saturday at noon, he'll propose canceling the Israel-Hamas ceasefire and let all hell break loose. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not good, huh? Fucking hell. That's not good.
You a secret.
Oh, what's this about? He uncovers a mystery secret of Suffolk, England. A thriving documentary delve into the intriguing world of UFO sightings over NATO base. Oh, fuck, man. Here, fuck it. Well, maybe we'll watch this. And I'll see what Matt has to say in a minute. You can't tell you can't tell the people it's a strange place.
The film that you all watched yesterday was actually a fishing exercise for a very important reason. People were injured. US Air Force personnel were actually harmed at Rendlesham Forest. For over 45 years, they have sought answers. What did they really encounter? And who knew? I really and humbly want to help them resolve those issues. And it worked! Out of the woodwork came the physicists, the UFO community, the military, and the spooks threatening me. Your response has been amazing, thank you. Apart from the people who warned me not to stand too close to hotel windows. Really, I'm honored that I've touched a raw nerve if you work for the security services. What Colonel Charles Holt said was very revealing, and the mechanic Rick. So let me summarize what they said and highlight the implications of what they mean. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you something that was shared
they're falling
with
apart,
me.
brother.
A strange video.
Pretty good. Falling apart.
That came to me anonymously.
It's a rough mukbang.
That demonstrates
I got 2
how
burgers.
to
Yeah,
turn
I made them.
back time.
That one there, look.
But before I show you that, let me go over the timeline of what now is becoming clear.
So hold
that
on.
Might have really.
So Simon debated us. He did this fucking video the other day we watched where he was talking about like, oh my God, I can't believe I found this out. This shocked me so much. And now we found it. We were debated. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. I shouldn't be surprised that he does this, plays these games with us.
Really happened in Suffolk. Over the summer and autumn of 1980, at Woodbridge Air Force Base, a C-5 Galaxy ramp was built in the secure area. The reason they needed to build a new ramp, the C-5 Galaxy is so heavy, parking that type of aircraft on normal concrete would crack it. And they built it at the secure end of runway 27. Why? Because they were planning a mission where things were flown in on a C-5 and held in the secure area. I now think that quite possibly Deputy Base Commander Charles Holt knew that a mission was being planned for his bases over the Christmas period of 1980. So let's discuss why. Rendlesham Forest is in Suffolk. For hundreds of years, strange things have been seen in Suffolk. And when the British MOD started using Orford Ness, started experimenting with Tesla's death ray, built Cobra Mist, demonstrated directed energy weapons at Bawdsey, and built Sizewell A nuclear power station, the manifestations of the highly strange got very strong. And you can't forget that the British defence company Marconi, who are building advanced radar systems in Suffolk, also suffered from these strange effects. In the last 24 hours, I've now heard that Sizewell A nuclear power station was plagued with orbs in the sky. Sailors and inshore fishermen from Aldborough have contacted me today to tell me about the strange glows in the sky that they've seen over Orford Ness. The UK government, the British MOD, defence contractors all knew that Suffolk had strange effects, and the Americans were working on them. Ever since the USA knew that the USSR were more advanced in psychic studies, the CIA wanted their own program, but they needed a place to do it. What better than strange Suffolk, both offshore and with the support of the British government? Rendlesham Forest was chosen, an isolated piece of scrubby woodland between two US Air Force NATO bases. So an experiment was planned for December 1980. The quiet days just after Christmas. The heavy equipment, the technicians, the scientists, and a crack team from the OSI, the Office of Special Investigations, all flew into Suffolk. Rick, the US Air Force mechanic, saw the device being installed. Whatever its real purpose was, it did work. And it did more. Unleashing the unknown and evoking the unwanted. The experiment was successful and needed covering up.
There were more than 50 people that witnessed the event the night I was on. The weapons storage area people, 3 different groups of civilian people, gate guards, different people all over the place.
What the fuck is going on with this video?
Especially the ones in the weapons storage area, that when they looked through binoculars, 10 or 12 power binoculars, at the objects we saw in the sky, which all we could see is bright white lights. They were so bright you couldn't discern a shape. They said they were triangular. Several of them saw what they considered to be a large mothership, huge, that actually had objects coming off it like little small orbs, or perhaps, I don't know what they would be, maybe drones. But that's what they saw, which tells me there was something big up there, and there was more than one object. Well, we know there were at least 5 objects, if not more, that I saw. We saw first the glowing orange-red object, which was in the field in front of us, which was actually dripping or sending off sparks, or that's the best way I can describe it. Never touched the ground. It was about anywhere from 5 to 10 feet off the ground. It moved horizontally. It came toward us into the forest. It moved through the trees, avoiding the trees. It was no longer shedding particles then, by the way. We tried to approach it. It went back out into the field. And as we got up to the fence line to get close, it silently exploded into white objects like fireworks and disappeared. And people up there have told me they have as many as 30 sightings a month of unusual objects in the sky. It's a strange place. It's a strange place.
So for people that don't know, the last film he made, he was trying to correlate Rendlesham Forest was maybe the result of some kind of psychic operation the government was doing to summon crafts. But he's fuck. Interesting. Dark matter. Interesting. Guy's fucking videos, man, are just getting more hard to follow as time goes on. Has he posted anything else? I mean, holy fucking Christ. Yeah, news hard to share. You can't tell the people it's a strange place. Holy fuck, man. He's kind of out to lunch, isn't he? Yeah. Oh my god, fucking Christ. All right, I'll play this and see what this guy has to say, maybe.
Filmmaker Darcy Weir with 2 new UFO UAP documentaries. The first, a scandal at the media empire Gaia, and the 2 on-air personalities at the center of it. Followed by another much-watched film as Darcy examines the Pascagoula, Mississippi case from 1973. Who's bringing the popcorn? Hey folks, I'm Matt Ford and welcome to the Good Trouble Show. There are a lot of UAP UFO documentary filmmakers out there, but we are really big fans of the work of our next guest, Darcy Weir, who will be joining us with his latest. But first, please hit the subscribe and thumbs up buttons on YouTube. Leave a comment and let us know what you think about this episode. You can also find us on X at Good Trouble Show and everywhere else at The Good Trouble Show. You can also find us wherever you enjoy your podcasts. Search for The Good Trouble Show with Matt Ford. And if you would like to chip in to help keep the lights on here, we always appreciate that. You can become a Patreon member of The Good Trouble Show by going to www.patreon.com/The Good Trouble Show. Sign up to help us keep bringing you amazing shows like the one we have for you today. Now, our guest is an author. Our guest today is an author, investigative journalist, and documentary filmmaker who has produced 19 films and counting, covering topics from Bitcoin to UAP. He is making his 3rd appearance on The Good Trouble Show to discuss his latest 2 projects. Please welcome Darcy Weir. Darcy, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Matt. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. So welcome back to the show. This is your 3rd appearance on The Good Trouble Show. So whenever we do come up with some kind of branded coffee cup, you'll be sure to receive it.
I can't wait. I've got one of these. I don't know if that,
Oh yeah. Oh, there you go. I love that. So great to have you back. How have you been?
Good. Just been busy. I've been traveling a bit. I'm actually filming something right now, and got back from Los Angeles where the fires were happening about a week ago. It was pretty wild. Big wake-up call in terms of what's going on over there. Scary. Before that, I was in Nevada. I met up with George Knapp and interviewed him for an hour and a half, and just having a great time doing my little investigations and research into the phenomenon and telling stories.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, the fires, man. We were super lucky, but we had both cars packed. A mandatory evacuation zone was literally, probably about 100 yards away from our home. We were really lucky, and I know two friends of mine that literally lost everything.
Oh my God.
Man, it is just tragic. So let's talk about something fun here, UAP. So now, as everyone knows, UAP whistleblower Jake Barber, he came forward last month on Ross Coulthart's excellent special on News Nation. And I'm curious, what was your reaction to Ross Coulthart's 1-hour special? How did you feel at that point about Jake Barber versus how did you feel about Jake Barber after the 1.5-hour episode came out?
Okay, so right off the top of my head, I'll say it seemed to be very synchronous with the type of work I'm researching right now, which is ESP, extrasensory perception, and the sort of non-human intelligence aspect of that history, going back to, the Stargate program, the DIA and CIA's research into remote viewing. I'm covering that, but then covering different aspects that haven't been discussed before. I had a chance to interview Russell Targ, who was, the godfather of that program.
One of them.
I spoke to Paul Smith, who worked on the DIA remote viewing program for many years, 10 years. I got to speak with Tracy Dolan, who's actually a remote viewer and, a mystery school graduate, and many other people that are sort of linked to this phenomenon. Shout out to Chris Ramsey, who actually has done a really cool documentary on his YouTube channel, Area 52. He's a fellow Canadian. I think Jake Barber,
Canadian.
He's legit. He is who he says he is. And they've been working on psionics, which is like a new word to the UFO community. But it's an older word in...
It sounds like we're moving at like 0.75 times speed. Interesting, no. I'm just seeing what they're talking about here. The Pascagoula incident is very interesting. We talked about that here before. I guess he's got a documentary out on it. Very intriguing case. Okay, just on here for an hour. Okay, so just what was the fucking scandal though? Like that's kind of what I'm interested in. Like the scandal at GAIA TV. Okay.
This is a UFO community story, and
oh, thank you.
I had been tracking it for a long time. Like the characters involved are Corey Goode, David Wilcock by majority, and I don't believe everything that's said in the UFO community. I don't trust everybody that's spoken and, basically promoted themselves as being the one truth and the only truth. And that's kind of what these characters did. They propelled themselves to astronomical levels in terms of fame and fortune in the UFO community through an entertainment network called GAIA TV. And, just based off of my research and all the public record information that we presented in that 2-part docu-series, I felt like it's kind of a karmatic right to some wrongs that were committed. And I hope to do more of that sort of stuff in the future. I like covering the crazy stories that come out of the UFO community. Some of them I believe, and I represent that and stand behind that in some of my previous documentaries. In this series, I'm trying to say, let's not get caught up in the BS, guys, and gals, because we're all just trying to get the best truth, right? We're all just trying to figure this mystery out. And the conviction behind making this documentary was getting to the bottom of the truth of what that was. And I feel like
Elon TV.
It's like I said, it was, so I was aware of GAIA. I'd heard of it. Now, understand, I haven't been in this UAP space for very long. This is, I think, like going on 3 years and 3 years now. So I was aware of GAIA, but I had no idea it was such a large media empire.
A large pile of shit. No, again, they do host. Turn the music up a little bit there. They do host some decent content. But yeah, they are purveyors of like woo, and when you cover stuff like that, like woo, right? Everyone take woo. I mean, I guess you'd lump Graham Hancock under that label, which I don't know if I necessarily would agree with, honestly, but you get people who are just out to fucking lunch. And David Wilcock is one of those fucking people. He always has been. He's always been like a very gullible character. I found in ufology, watching interviews with him over the years. Christ, I remember watching him back on Project Camelot, like 15 years ago, which is fucking crazy. 2010 was 15 years ago, but and I just always found he was just kind of a dingus. Well, he is it Majestic or so? He's a documentary out you can see online. It's not very well received either. So, yeah. Oh, you also encountered him 15 years ago. Isn't that funny? He's been saying for decades that Hollywood is soft disclosure and leaking evidence through things like Stargate, the movie. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly a good description of him, did you? Yeah. Yeah. The 2012 Enigma. Yeah, he was all behind 2012 too. He was all in on that. And then when shit didn't go down, there was a whole group of them that were all into 2012 was going to be some giant awakening, and it was going to be maybe earth changes, but it was also going to be spiritual awakening, and we're all going to rise into this higher awareness, and they were all like eating each other's shit, like literally, and recycling it and hyping it, and it started to some degree. Graham did kick that one off a bit, but he wasn't telling people that it's definitively going to be the end of the world or anything. He just thought it was an interesting connection. So, would you say Wilcock is among the top 5 UFO frauds? Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Did you say he might have good intentions, but I don't know, man. He's definitely someone who has put some shit out into the sphere. What's his discography? I think he is a musician too, actually. I saw a video of him recently playing guitar. David Wilcock. No. UFO David Wilcock. Okay. Synchronicity key. More, I don't know. Why can't I find anything on him? But I misspell his name. Wilcock. No, that's literally his name. He's been scrubbed. Jesus Christ. What? It's Wilcock. Like cock in your hand, cock.
When you're working out at Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone, so you can...
I actually, the second thought, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. What the fuck? Yeah. When I asked my friend, Hi LSD, what were we watching, her response was just, it's David. The way she said it was magical, though. It's David. David's hair is magical. David himself, maybe it's better when you're high as fuck. I haven't tried that. Maybe I could try mixing the two things and David might be more enjoyable, but yeah. Having crystal people friends, yeah. Oh, brother, yeah, let me tell you, fucking. Let me tell you. Yeah, yeah. Is it David Spade? If David Spade were being piloted by gray aliens trying to spread the truth, he might very well be. I mean, that might be it. That might very well be what's going on here. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. Galen TV, I see you've arrived early. You've arrived when you've arrived, I guess. Yes, but you come in whenever. Just let me know. Yeah. Is David just a cursed name? I have a friend named David. Well, there are some people that aren't as cursed. David Childress. Now he didn't get assaulted by a reptilian or get superpowers from his own piss. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me if David Wilcock is into piss drinking. Actually, that would all start to fall in place and make a lot of sense. But David Childress. I hope David Childress isn't, because David Childress, what's going on with the search? Why can't I find any of the Ancient Aliens guys? Where the fuck is he? Why is there no pictures of him? He's scrubbed from the web. David. Anyway, you'll join now then, yeah. God damn it. You might just have it deep inside of him. Yeah, inside David's pinballs. David Childress, Galen TV, welcome.
Hey there.
Let me play from my soundboard.
literally wash these balls.
One day I wish to have, if the channel here succeeds one day, the day that I will say it succeeded is when we manage to get David Children on as a guest. That day I will feel I have actually accomplished something with this channel. The day that David Childress comes on as a guest. I don't care if we talk about pinballs. I don't care if we talk about ancient aliens, or we talk about Sasquatch, or we talk about David Wilcock. I would just love to have him here, and I will clip the shit out of that and keep it in a very secure place for the rest of my life. Yeah.
Would you say if the sign that you made it would be is if you had David Wilcock, David Childress, and another David in there?
David Icke.
Oh, David Icke.
The trifecta of Davids. That would be... David. Yeah.
Oh, freak. Maybe this mic is starting to go now.
No, I can still hear you. Why don't I write him an email? Well, Peach, I have multiple times tried to reach out to him. And I have not tried in the last little while, but I mean, maybe I could try and get him on again and say, David, would you like to come on my show? And he'd say, oh, do you have any clips? And I'd be like, well, yeah, I've got some. And then I'll send him some clips, and he'll say, no, fuck no. I'll say, okay, yeah. If we had 5 Davids, it'd be even better, yeah. Yeah, Galen, your voice is just a little low, I guess. My voice is probably quite high, though, as you're per usual, but...
I switched the gain on the microphone. Maybe it's time to get a new one.
Yeah.
It is like 10 years old. Actually, it's a little bit older than that, I think.
Holy fuck.
Oh yeah, this is a solid buy.
Well. Yes, sir. You heard that with 5 Davids, you can have them all laid down facing up in a pentagram, and you can create a Star of David. Oh my heavens. That would be...
You need 6, wouldn't you? You need 6 Davids then?
I think, like, clothed, did she? Or would they have to be naked? I don't know if I could talk them all into that. I could probably talk David Wilcock into that, but David Icke I feel like would probably not before that.
Unconscious. I'll puke up whatever amount of alcohol, and you'll be in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
More of their essence in the ritual.
Oh, my heavens, yes. I had to make it weird. Well, but, you know, typically when people do things like that, they are naked, I think. Oh, here's one of his books here. Now, the thing David will ask me is he'll say, have you read any of my works? And I'll say, no. I said, I have seen you on Ancient Aliens, though. I'll say, I have seen you. Here's the whole cast and crew. This guy, unfortunately, died back in 2012. They still use him now. They still use him as content. Philip Coppens. There's some good people. Like, listen, Ancient Aliens is one of those shows that, like, Robert Paval, too. He's an engineer and a researcher that has made some very interesting connections to the Giza Plateau. There's some pretty heavy hitters they actually have on the show. I mean, it's just got fucking Giorgio, fucking, and his schnitzel, yeah.
Just a little bit during halftime of the Super Bowl that you're watching Mr. Beast go through the Giza pyramids.
Oh, Christ. I still have PTSD from watching that video, yeah.
I didn't watch all of it, but I saw parts of it. He went into the tomb part of it. He said, "This is where they bury." I don't remember what pharaoh or what person they put in there, and they said that, well, would it be bad if we would it be rude if we lay down in the coffin? And then the guy said, well, you'll bear the curse. And he said, I don't want to bear the curse of this character. He said, well, you have to do it for the channel.
Oh, God.
Though I suppose that could be the channel might go under as a result of that. But anyway, I thought the idea of the tombs and like burials within the Giza pyramids was absolutely ludicrous, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is too. The most ludicrous thing I remember seeing from that was the plug halfway through with the Egyptologist of Mr. Beast's new toys for children. That was absolutely heinous. Yeah. He plugged his toys. Yeah, halfway through. So
toys for children. What were his toys for children? Well, like, what did they have? Were they like Legos or were they like highly suggestive?
No, they're just like little like fucking crazy bones type things. Yeah.
Well,
It was
He knows his audience, I guess.
Yeah, they're all fucking kids. Yeah. It was, I mean, Will, you're right. And it was interesting to see inside of the King's Chamber. They got inside of there, which is a very interesting place. So the Zawi Hawass, I don't think he is anymore. But he was the head of the one of the head guys there in Egypt, like in the tourism department. But he was the head guy in Egyptology in Egypt for the longest time. I think he may have stepped down, but I'm surprised he worked with them. But again, they need the tourism. The tourism is essential, right, for Egypt, for the country. So I mean, Mr. Beast with 359 million subscribers might inspire some rich families to go on a trip to Giza, except they're not going to have nearly the experience that fucking Mr. Beast did.
Well, they spend all the money on the subscriptions, so. It's not cheap travel.
Well, yeah, I mean, fuck, that's true though.
They spent the money. They had to. That and they saw the best parts through the channel, so now they have no reason to go there.
Bordering is saying your mic is still extremely low, Galen. I can see that too. The audio, it's very low. Like it's almost like right? It's like you're not close to it or something.
I was leaning back. Is that better?
Go a little bit more.
I'm switching up.
Yeah, you say they're all kids, but did you watch this video now? You're talking, but it's on your show. Case in point. That's true though. They're not all kids, I guess. There were some big kids that watched it too. There were some big kids and some little kids that watched it. Yeah. The way it was cut was intended for children, I think. It's this very short attention span, like kind of fucking like TikTok level cut, man. I had a hard time watching it for that reason. Like, yeah. You felt that's just unprecedented. Yeah, they were down in the water in the Tomb of Osiris. Yes, that was very interesting. And they kept crawling through that hole. I was hoping they would have just let them go further, or just let them go. But the toys and the stupid candy bars too. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Beast. Yeah. Mr. Beast. Yeah. You can download and install the FFC plugin and turn the auto compressor bottom. It'll bring up sounds on stream to a loud volume. Oh yeah. It raises the background music as well, which is the only downside. Yeah, the background music should be fairly low. I know my mic is into the yellow, into the red slightly, but I've got a compressor on it too. So what I'm trying to do is not blow people's eardrums out occasionally, but I do want it to capture the voice. So yeah, I do have a $300 microphone too. That's the other difference, is that it. Yes. Yeah. Let's hear if has it been fixed, Galen TV.
Well. I don't know if you can hear me. I turned up like the input volume.
That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Yeah, you're almost at par with me now. You just have a little bit more to go.
Just a little further.
You got to push it a little bit further. You could I don't know what your gain's at, but you could just turn it up slightly.
Oh, I turned the mic volume all the way up now on Discord.
On Discord. Okay. Yeah. Speak again for me.
Hello.
There you go. That's where it's supposed to be. Yeah.
All right. Yes. What about now? Is it good now?
Yeah. That's pretty good. I might. Yeah. No, that's about where it normally is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I was leaning back. Yeah. That's why.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir. Well, what's new, Galen TV? I guess we're the resident football expert here. What was your opinion of the ritual ceremony during halfway through the football show there?
As I was talking to you earlier, I didn't actually watch the halftime because I was lying down because my back has been pretty bad for the last couple days. Although, yeah, when I got home today, though, I had a little protein shake, and myself a little nap, and we're all as good as new.
There you go, bud.
It's funny how that works out. But no, I did not watch it, but I did see a little bit of it. And the little bit that I see, as soon as you see red clothing, one person with red clothing, and a bunch of people with white and black clothing, there's some symbolism for some satanic thing. That's what I've learned from our guy, Harry Calvarium.
Ah, so this is a thing. Who was it? It was Kendrick Lamar. Okay.
And it was Kendrick Lamar. It wasn't really that good. I don't know much about Kendrick Lamar, other than I guess that he and Drake don't like each other. But I guess we don't really care about that, though.
I don't know. I didn't really notice. What was there was one a couple years ago where there's all this symbology in it. It was the one with Beyonce, I think.
That was the Rihanna one.
Oh, Rihanna, right?
Yeah, that was the Rihanna one. That one was there was some strong imagery in that one. I guess there was some big if you wanted to go on like a schizo tangent with that one. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this stuff in the least, but I know there was it was like a big deal with the imagery with that one, because I think I think she was dressed in red, like all red, and I think everyone around her was dressed in like all white or all black. And I think the lady in red is supposed to be symbolic of I think it's Lilith, which is a demon in the one of the Bibles, you know. I don't remember if it's the Hebrew or the Old Testament. It's the Old Testament.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it would be the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament.
I guess that's true. I guess they're one and the same. My mistake.
Yes. She was also the main antagonist in Diablo 4, I think, wasn't she?
Yep.
Lilith. Yeah.
Well, she would have been based on the I'd say the biblical character, but a representation of evil, or one representation of evil, supposedly.
Yeah, I don't know. I did see it. I watched their performance this afternoon. I mean, I don't really know Kendrick's music. I know he had that one song in Black Panther that I liked, but other than that, yeah, I don't know. It was. I mean, it's very flashy. Like the performance was good. I mean, yeah, he's not really like my style of rapper either. But whatever. I mean, you know, yeah, I don't know. It's what people are saying about it. I was just curious.
Well, I don't know if he does what you call mumble rap.
No, he doesn't.
I don't think he does.
No. Yeah. No, he's kind of his unique style, I guess. You know.
It's lyrical. I know that. It's like it would be what you call like more lyrical, as opposed to say somebody like. Actually, if you wanted to look at one, just look at what Ye was doing, what Kanye West was doing during the Super Bowl. Ooh, he had some stuff that he was doing.
Yeah, we brought that up actually. His website, yeah, he's selling the swastika T-shirt, yeah.
Yeah, I guess he spent like a bunch of money on Super Bowl ads, and then just purchased his website and just put the swastika T-shirt there. Holy fuck!
Oh man, it just
He was putting out stuff too, like he was. I think they were tweets. I don't remember, but I saw screenshots of him just being like, "I'm risking my life by doing this. I'm at the Four Seasons right now, and you know and he was talking about how like essentially, you know, entertainers and whatnot were being used, and then he used some particular words I'm not going to repeat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking.
But, yeah, he was having one of those off the rails kind of things. No, what? From my impression from this one was that it just was like not that good. It was not as good as ones from years past, and it just wasn't like flashy or anything. Like the there hasn't really been like a halftime performance that I've like particularly liked, but that's mostly because I don't know. I'm there to watch football. I'm not there to watch the arts. I'm not there to watch a concert. I'm just there to watch a perfectly good game of football.
That's all you care about. You don't care about any of that other stuff. You just want to watch the boys run, throw the ball.
I just want to watch people collide against each other at very high speeds that may leave them with long-lasting brain problems later on.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
what I want to see as they advance a ball just a couple inches down the field.
Man, yeah, it's quite the show. Yeah, I have no love for the sport, like many sports. But yeah, it's always interesting. People, I love the memes afterwards. Usually, that some people collect about the halftime show, and that there's some occult symbolism, and that no, they're supposed to be drinking the blood of children. It's like that's what this is supposed to represent. I'm like, what the fuck? And I was like, oh yeah.
I think it was the Rihanna one was the one that people were going off about. How was that last year or 2 years ago? I don't remember. It wasn't that long ago. I know that. They had one with Dr. Dre and Snoop Doggy Dogg, and someone else. That one was all right, but that's because that was kind of like a nostalgia one. I think that was maybe 3 years ago. Yeah, that would have been 2022. But yeah, this one I heard was not. It's just kind of like okay.
Well, oh well.
Schizo take on it. Which one is that? What do we make of this now? They're trying to go. Now I don't know if there was a whole lot going on, but again, I see a bunch of people walking around in red clothing, like all dressed all red clothing, or dressed in like all white clothing now. Now I go like, okay, now what's this supposed to be?
Well, I think it's supposed to be the flag. It was blue, red, and white. I think so. I think because I watched the whole show. You'd have to watch the whole show, but the whole show was around like Uncle Sam and like Samuel L. Jackson was there announcing things, and it was this whole like Serena Williams crip walked on stage, and that was supposedly a diss to Drake as well. Oh my god! Like, what are these guys like in middle school? For Christ's sake, they fucking like still dissing each other. Like, what the fuck? Yeah,
That's actually kind of funny. Or they do that. They use a public event that like. Conservatively speaking, like 120 million people are gonna watch, just to say, yo, fuck this guy, fuck his music, and maybe not so many nice words. Did you see that there was one dancer that held out like a Palestinian flag?
I think I did see that on Drudge. I didn't notice it at the actual show itself, but yeah. Yeah.
But there's that. Supposedly he's not going to have charges pressed against him. But, you know, that might be because Palestine might belong to the United States soon enough.
Well, yeah, I saw that just a second ago that Trump was threatening to break up the ceasefire or some shit. We just saw that.
I think he's trying to buy Gaza right
now. Yeah, that's what he was. Yeah, that's what he's proposed. But yeah, I just fucking.
I think it was on Friday that I remember when I was at the gym and I saw like the CBC News on the ticker, and I watched it for a little bit when I was walking, and that I guess Trudeau's come out and said that him buying Canada is a very real possibility as of right now.
Yes, that was that's also extremely concerning to hear that, but it doesn't surprise me that he'd be trying to make moves like that. I mean, he wants to be cemented as some great president, right? Who did a deal with Canada or just invaded Canada and took it. I mean, who the fuck knows? But yeah, that's man. Yeah, I saw that, Will. So I just see this here now. They have a beef, and he directly addressed his rival. He says he likes him young, trying to strike a chord. It's probably a minor, with the crowd roaring back in return. He's accusing Drake of being a pedophile.
Oh yeah, that's I guess that's like fairly old news. That was a big thing a couple of years ago, I remember.
Huh.
It's like at the point where it like might be, I don't know if it's a reasonable doubt, but I think there's some evidence, there's some proof there.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's not good.
That's supposedly a very real thing.
Yeah, it's a double entendre.
They still let Drake go on those Raptors broadcasts.
No way. Interesting, yeah. Mace is about to speak. All right, Hendricks, yeah. What's she going to speak about? What was it about? We don't know, maybe, yeah. There's history there. It was a throwback to late last year, the whole performance. There's videos of Drake talking sexy to some 16-year-old, and like he shows up at some underage streamer's funding site. It's kind of dank. Oh, Jesus Christ, those guys. Like, what in the fuck? Yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. Oh, out some recording women. Okay, yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, fuck me. All right, well, I guess so that's all the drama. The drama was around...
well, that's the non-football drama. I've got some very, very hot takes on the football drama if you want to hear that. And I'm not talking about the game. I'm talking about the events that may or may not have swayed the game one way or the other by the powers that be.
They're cheating in the game? Is that what happened?
No, there was like no rigging in this game, which just I won't even say my joke because I think I half believe this now. Is that if anything, this just further proved that the league was rigged. Now, whether that's through like sports betting or through like promotional, trying to grow the game as an international thing. I said this to my dad. I said that if anything, there's more proof because there's no way they let the Chiefs into the Super Bowl without the aid of the referees because they got the brake speed off them in that game.
Oh Jesus!
It was like bad enough that you say it's like there are people that were saying this is some humiliation ritual for something else.
Oh Jesus Christ!
That's how bad they got beat.
Yeah, I did see the score. Yeah, Mother of God.
Yeah, even the final score, like there was it 40-21 or 43-21?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's not it. It was like 40-6. Even then, you could even say that it was like it was 34-0, I think is what it was. But that was the score was closer to what the game was.
God damn! Not everything rolls up to the Illuminati. Some things do. I see Jimmy Savile's rotting lair in Scottish Highlands engulfed in flames. They burned down Jimmy Savile's house. Probably a good thing they did that, actually. Fucking with what probably went on there. Jesus. Speaking of pedophiles, god damn. Oh, I didn't know. Like it was just abandoned, huh? That's fucked, yeah. It's undergoing a humiliation ritual at this point. Where's my membership card?
Yeah, that's something that's been out there in the aether. Is that Canada going through a humiliation ritual? It might be something else. So from what I understand, and this is probably not the correct take, but from what I understand, the humiliation ritual is that you have to like publicly like humiliate someone else in order to gain like some kind of power for yourself, or that there has to be like in order for somebody to gain power, there has to be like a humiliation or like a taking of power from someone else, and that's usually through like some kind of form of like massive public humiliation. So one example is that was a few years ago. Remember when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock?
Yes.
What was that?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So that's what people were talking about. That was like one ritual. And there was another one that was recent, but there were even like some talks where some people were saying that the Jake Barber thing was a humiliation ritual against Ross Coulthart.
Yes, that people were saying. Is that what they're saying on X? Probably. Yeah.
Maybe like one or two people. I don't think that was that hot of a take, but.
I mean, yeah, to some degree, I could see that. I guess maybe that, but I mean, where the public weren't really satisfied with what was said. But I mean, Ross knew ahead of time what was going to happen. He knew the claims. He just oversold it, I guess, for News Nation, right? Because he gets paid to do that shit. And
maybe he was all in on it. Maybe he saw it and he said, you know what? Maybe this is just what the UFOs look like.
I mean, he was definitely all in on that video. The way I had a hard time reckoning that he would be that daft, though, to put something out like that was hyped up to that degree, and then have like a 10-second long video through a very low resolution camera of an egg swinging under a helicopter.
Maybe he never saw the video.
No, he absolutely would have had to. He implied that they had footage. Oh yeah. No, I'm following the whole thing.
Maybe he was just told that they had footage.
Yeah,
but they never actually saw the video. They just saw the file for the footage, and the deal was that they weren't allowed to see the footage until everyone else saw the footage. Like that could have been what was going on.
Well, I think he had implied that there was going to be actual like video proof shown. So no, he knew that there was he would have seen the video. The way he phrased the whole hype up was that there was going to be like definitive proof shown. There's going to be a video of the retrieval, and that's what was stated, and that's why people were anticipating, on the ground live retrieval of a craft. Like they were thinking there's going to be a bunch of Tier 1 operators approaching with guns, a crashed craft with like maybe an alien body crawling out of it, and then what we got was like video from afar. Yeah,
I see. Yeah, you were thinking there was like body cam footage of them going up to the alien saying, "Put your hands up, get your hands in the air."
That's what people were anticipating. Yeah, from how he framed it, and what had actually happened, what the actual footage that was released was just, you know, a fairly low resolution camera of just an egg dangling. I mean, it was so. It could have been a prop, like, you know, it wasn't anywhere near what he overpromised. Yeah, it was a hard boiled egg. Yeah.
Delivered. I was like, imagine the second time I saw it, I was imagining like that. Remember that movie Interstellar where they had like that like music going on when he was trying to dock the ship, the space station.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like that.
Yeah.
So imagine when they were dropping the egg.
Yeah, that would have been. They should have dubbed that over it when they fucking.
That'd have been fun.
Yeah. Docking, talking. Oh my heavens, where are we going with this? Docking, eggs being docked. Yeah, fuck. Anyway, I mean, it was kind of an embarrassment for them. They're just trying to walk it off, you know. That's all they're trying to do. Yeah.
It was a humiliation ritual by the United States government to deploy on Ross Coulthart to take power from him.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh, interesting, Hendrix. Thank you for the update there. What's going on? Well, here, this is the thing. I got this Dostoevsky quote. I always try and pronounce his name. I struggle with the Russian names. But he was a pretty famous writer, philosopher. In regards to the egg and Ross Coulthart, does faith provide true meaning in life, or is it a comforting illusion? Interesting. I saw that quote. I was like, that's a great quote, actually. It's a good thing to think about. I mean... it was a bit of an illusion. Yeah.
I guess that could have been it. Well, it would be the faith implying belief in this case. So it would be like the belief of something would give you comfort into thinking that because I believe this thing to be true, then but I don't actually know if it's true. In other words, it would be like a subjective truth, not an objective truth.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, then like would you say, well, then is that not in fact some kind of illusion?
Well, what is meaning in life, I guess?
Yes, existentialism.
Yes.
Existential crisis.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, how do you find meaning in your life? Right? I mean, you could say, well, I found meaning from my life by pursuing my career as a rapper. And you could say, oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, you know,
one other person might say, I found meaning in my life at the bottom of the bottom of the glass.
Bottom of the glass, yeah. I mean, yeah, that could. Well, but even in regards to pursuing something like a musician, if you want to be a rapper, I mean, you have to have faith in yourself that you're going to be able to succeed at this, right? So there's a bit of a comforting illusion involved with pursuing that to begin with. Am I going to succeed at this? Well, you're in faith in yourself. If you go and take that first step forward, you have to think that what you have means something. So it could be just a comforting illusion. It may not objectively be worth anything. It might be terrible, but it's that faith in yourself that carries you forward through that, right? So
it could even be just faith in a higher power too. I mean, just because we were talking about football, I will use a sports analogy here.
Oh Christ!
Was that there's a lot of athletes now, not as many as of late, like in more recent years, but before that was like any major athlete and they win the big game, you know, in whatever sport they're doing, and they ask her like, so what are your thoughts in this moment? They're just like, I'd like to give all glory to God, you know, and God saw me through this, and God is good. God allowed me to do, you know. So they're giving they give all the praise or the praise over to you know, some kind of higher power. And a lot of the athletes would be like from like Christian backgrounds. Now that could also partly be just from like where they're from, you know, if they're from like I'll say somewhere just like in like Louisiana.
I was just gonna fucking say Louisiana.
Or well,
Louisiana.
We'll say Louisiana, Mississippi, maybe Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
Fuck yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Is it the hot sauces? That's why. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's like strong biblical roots in those areas. There are all over, but like they've held in more recent years, whereas if you were going to say like Boston or somewhere in the New England region, there's not as much as before.
There's a comment, Galen, to your statement, but those people that say like, oh, glory to God, whatever, like they don't refer what God they're talking about. I mean, it may be stupid what I just said, but well, no, I think what they're saying, what we're implying, I guess, Trizzy, is that it's the Christian God, I guess.
It would be
right?
big G God.
Big G God, yeah, which is also, I guess, the Muslims' God. And it's everyone's God now is Big G God, because the philosophers have rooted out what Big G God is versus little G gods.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
my point with that though is that they have this like belief that unless they're just doing it for like sponsorship or something or sponsors, but the people that would be genuine about it though, they would have this genuine belief that they would be being looked out by a higher power, and that higher power through I'll say grace, for lack of a better word, through their grace, that they will be led to, they will succeed in whatever tests they're trying to do. So would you say that would it not be reasonable to say, would that just be an illusion then? That they're being comforted by that said illusion if you don't subscribe to that faith?
I suppose you could say that, yeah.
So that would be kind of like what this guy was saying, though. So it's very much like subjective, I think. So faith provide true meaning. Like, what's the quote? I got it. Does faith provide true meaning in life, or is it a comforting illusion? Pretty much comes down to when we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. Are we ignorant to mystical experience, or is it just a coincidence?
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Within that context, just use, yes, I guess, yeah, you could be, that would work. Yeah. I mean, it depends. I think in this instance, he's referring specifically with the word faith in like probably faith, like faith usually, I think in Dostoevsky's case was, what was referring to, faith in a higher power. Yeah, that's the context here, I think, and what he means. Yes. Yeah. So faith means faith in a higher power. There's faith in something more than us. There's more to life than just this life, that kind of faith. And yeah, and that's the thing about comforting illusions, though. And I saw this quote, and you can get very deep with it. Yeah, where, I mean, even, people who face difficult times, right? Like we live in a very comfortable environment now, most of us here in the West. And in times past, when the environments weren't quite as comfortable, having faith in something higher, like when you're, for instance, let's say in the trenches of World War I, and they've just released all the mustard gas, and you've kind of get up and run, or you're going to fucking die, but you're absolutely terrified. Having some kind of a faith there's something more to life in a hellscape like that is the only thing that gave some people courage to just get up and move. And the people that didn't have that faith, maybe didn't have that courage, are the ones that just sat there and breathed the gas in and died. So it's like, and that's like, is it just a comforting illusion? There's more to it psychologically maybe than just being an illusion of sorts. I mean, it may be, it could very well be, but it's a useful illusion. Maybe comforting there's some comfort found in it, but you could argue it's also a useful illusion at times. But
there was an experiment that was very similar to this. I think I may have told you this before, but I'm going to tell you again.
Yeah,
it was a fairly horrific experiment, so viewer discretion. There was a study that was done, and I think it was our guy Harry Cavarium that told me about this. There was a study done with mice, and what they did is they put a mouse in like a tank of water, and they effectively waited to see how long it would take for the mice to drown. And that it was, I don't know what it was, like 8 minutes or like 15 minutes or something. I can't remember. It wasn't like particularly. It was about as long as like one would expect. So they took another mouse and they put the mouse in the tank of water, but this time, after like a couple minutes, they picked the mouse up and saved it. Then they put that same mouse back in the water. How long do you think it took the mouse to drown?
It's a good question. How long?
It was several hours, I think. Is how much longer it took for the mouse to drown. So, what does that mean? Does that mean that if there was a belief that something was going to save you from it, that changed the outlook? Whereas the first mouse effectively was like, well, it's over.
Right.
We're drowning.
Right.
Goodbye, world.
Yeah. And it's having that attitude of like, there's nothing left out there, it's a hopeless place to put yourself in, kind of. And people vastly underestimate when they're in difficult situations how that kind of attitude could be really detrimental to survival. And I think that's one of those consequences of the new world, with all the comforts that people have kind of, and a lot of intellectual types also, like through atheism, kind of advocated for that too, where they started parading around stating that, oh, well, there's no evidence for this God. And so then therefore it doesn't exist, or, and there's all these smooth kind of arguments they used, and they conned people. And also people too didn't really quite understand some of these atheists, or even the argument where they're like, yeah, I'm just going to rot in a hole when I die. I don't believe there's an after. I don't believe there's a heaven. And it's like, no, that's not necessarily what people like Dawkins were even really saying. He was refuting organized religion, but ultimately, I mean, in conversation, if anyone actually watched his arguments, I mean, he doesn't know about any of that stuff. I mean, he doesn't really speak with too much conviction on any of that. I don't know. I mean, from what I recall from conversations that he's had recently, I don't know if he was like had that perspective, but I've had conversations with people in the past that like halfway think about these things, and then they can get themselves into trouble. And when they're in these troubled places, that's their perspective. That's pretty dangerous, because ultimately, like, you don't know, right? And then they start convincing themselves that, which is just as ridiculous as people who convince themselves that absolutely there's a heaven. You don't know there are consequences for your actions, or the actions of even dying, or you get into darker conversations about suicide where people are like, well, whatever, fuck it. Like, there's nothing anyway. I might as well just end all this suffering. It's like, well, but you don't know that when you die, the suffering is going to end. You think that
suicide is a sin.
Well, it's a sin within the church.
Suffering, thus the sin, thus the suffering will continue tenfold,
well,
100-fold.
Well, and that's what they try and communicate, but even for people that have convinced themselves, but it's why you just don't let yourself get to that point. But yeah, John's son, he thinks like the Lord is on my side, so I'm going to win this fight. Yeah, and that's where it's like, does he know that? I mean, they have faith that there's something guiding them. I mean, who the fuck knows? I mean, it's this guy down below, Ascent Forge. Faith isn't about comfort, it's about purpose. It's not a crush to lean on, it's a foundation to build on. Belief gives you a direction, a reason to push through when everything else feels uncertain. I mean, it's a psychologically complicated thing. I think it's definitely very. I thought this was an interesting conversation piece I had up here just in case.
Would that be more like faith, or is that just like confidence? You'd say.
Yeah, I don't know.
Confidence is based on faith, I suppose. But is that where you want to put one's confidence? Is based on a. Confidence usually comes from something that you know for sure, and faith is like the. It's like the, I don't know if antithesis is the right word for that, but faith is like outside the realm of like things that you know.
The antithesis would be like the opposite of it, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's...
antithesis, the antithesis of it, yeah. The thesis and the antithesis are two opposites, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that either. I mean, faith in this context too is like, I think like a faith in a higher power too. Like there's like faith in yourself, and then there's faith in like a higher power and all that stuff. And yeah, it's endless philosophical conversation on these kinds of things and what it all means. Yeah.
It's an unsolved question.
It is, because ultimately, we don't really know. But I think I do think, and I'm one of those people that, although through the years I've been very critical, and I'm still very critical of organized religions, and I don't like the idea of people just following dictates and not questioning things. I mean, it's whatever. Like we celebrate Christmas, but I understand what Christmas is. It's like even the Christmas tree, like the pagan ritualistic elements that are involved. I mean, you understand it all. I still celebrate it. I'm not a Christian. I don't consider myself to be a Christian person. I don't follow doctrine, but I respect that person if he lived. The character, at least, was a philosopher, I believe. So some very good ethics involved there. But at the end of the day, I understand why people turn to these kinds of belief systems. And again, I think it's that people have been able to kind of think freely. It was built upon other people who gave their lives, really. And those people were in some very terrible, harsh situations. And they probably had faith in some higher purpose and power them, because all that was in front of them was death. And what gave them that courage to face that and fight in the face of just hopelessness, some of these wars that have gone over the last fucking however many thousand years. I mean, that's led to us having the freedom to be able to be like, oh, well, we don't really need faith in some higher power. Who knows if there is a higher power, but it was faith in that. They undoubtedly had faith in something more that allowed them to carry on and go forward. And courage too. That's the other thing. I mean, again, it's like people who think that there's something on the other side, there's something worth fighting for here. I mean, you're worth fighting against evil. There's some spiritual battle. I mean, it's psychologically complicated, I think. It's my opinion on it. But yeah. How should we approach unsolved questions? Oh, he's got the AI in here now, right? Holy shit. What AI does it use? Do we know? The epochs of evolution from primordial ooze to sentient beings playing games on the internet. It's quite a ride. Remember, the path of growth requires patience and curiosity. Embrace change like the seasons. And above all, don't forget to dance like nobody's watching, although they might be. Yeah. What are the ethics around making decisions on faith?
What the hell does that mean? That was like a word salad there.
It was
AI spelled back.
It was a little bit of a word salad. Yeah. It's just vibing over here. Yeah. You can find a list of all commands. So it's not playing around. Yeah. Just in time for some roast of Wilcock. It's totally the David Spade vibes. Let's dive into the chaos. What the fuck? Does the AI go through the chat and understand the conversation too? That's actually kind of terrifying. We have the AI part of the conversation here in the chat. Holy fuck. Yeah.
Love that AI. You just gotta know me. I can take its little pencil neck twig boy program and crumple it into one Hulk Mania sandwich.
Jesus Christ. It'd be funny if it could actually listen to us talking too. And there is an add-on where you can have everything we're saying be transcribed into captions, and you could probably have it read the captions in real time and understand what the actual conversation on our end is too, which would be really fucking trippy. I'd have to add the widget in though to do it, but yeah, just a widget. There we go.
It wasn't just me.
No, this fucking mic. Anytime I touch this little thing here, the bottom of the mic, it'll knock the mic out. And the mic, annoyingly, is also it's like a Focusrite. So it's not just a mic. It's like a soundboard too, all in one thing. So if it goes out, the desktop sound, everything drops with the mic. That's why I fucking hate it. And it's the thing is loose on the bottom and you can't tighten it up. That's why I got rid of my other one. This is the second G-Track Pro that I've had, and this one's now doing the same thing the other one did, which is unbelievably fucking frustrating. Yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. It's just a fucking obnoxious piece of shit. Yeah, that's just what it is. Yeah. Just obnoxious piece of shit, I'm gonna throw it against the wall one of these days. You're just gonna watch it explode over the wall. I'm gonna send it back to Samson in 300 pieces. Anyway, yeah, just trying.
This microphone. You expect me to use this piece of shit microphone? Well, I'm coming for you, and I'm coming for a better mic. And you better have it ready. I want the cream of the crop. That's all I use is the cream.
Yeah. They're going to send me back a letter saying, sorry, sir, but there are no refunds. There are no refunds for this microphone. Yeah. Yeah. This is another good quote here, actually. I like this quote. This is from John Anthony West. So people that don't know who John Anthony West was, he was a researcher who lived many years in Egypt. and he was obsessed with the pyramids in the Giza, the whole Giza Plateau. And he was the guy that he convinced Robert Shaw, because he was a writer, to come and look at the Giza, to look at the Sphinx at Giza. And he was the one that invited Robert Shaw there and ended up redating it. And he had challenged some of the assumptions of Egyptology for years, and wasn't really a fan of their dogmatic approach to things. But I like this quote: "Few things in this world are more predictable than the reaction of conventional minds to unconventional ideas." There you go. Wow. What a burn. he was targeting the Egyptologists there, I think, with that quote more than anything. But he also was one of the guys that looked at the vases that there's some of that like Ben from Uncharted X has featured on his channel that they're looking at now. So I thought this was another good quote, actually. Really, I don't need to get into the whole fucking Egyptology again, but that is just a very good quote, right? But there is this very conventional mindset.
How would one define a conventional mind in this case? I guess one that would kind of like that would lean towards the status quo then?
Sorry, say that again?
How would one define a conventional mind? One that would kind of lean towards the status quo?
I guess so. One that doesn't like to ever contemplate unconventional ideas. Yeah. You have to say, what is an unconventional idea?
Unconventional idea would be one that is, the slang would be a hot take, but an unconventional idea would be one that would operate outside the norm of what we believe to be true, or what we believe to be the accepted answer. And I use the word believe there. I should use think, actually, that we think is the accepted answer.
So a conventional mind is a mind that would function within kind of the box that we've currently created. That they're not good.
An NPC.
That's not a very nice word, because an NPC, calling someone an NPC, we've talked about this here before, I guess, for people that don't know or use the meme, is one of the darkest things, one of the darkest shades you can throw at somebody, because like it essentially means that they're not conscious people, that there's like no self-conscious element there, that they're just this non-player character that just goes along and gets herded around, and it's so sheeple, yeah, man, literally, that they're just herded around and they don't think for themselves at all. It's a scary concept for like me philosophically, if you're talking about things like simulation theory, that maybe we're in some kind of a game, that there are people in the world who maybe don't have players. That's terrifying, actually. Because then if there's any truth to that, I mean, the power that someone could wield if they knew that, I think what's probably more likely is you have people who are, but then, I mean, that is, to be fair, that is the meme. The meme doesn't necessarily strictly imply that there are no players behind them. It's just that they appear to be non-player characters with how they think, maybe, would be a better way of framing it.
They're not capable of independent thought, I think.
Yeah. But depending on how literally you take it, yeah.
No, the NPC, conventional mind and NPC, I don't think are the same thing. I think that's not fair to say that.
No, I think like some of these people could certainly be reasoned with. Like an NPC is someone that like cannot be reasoned with. Like, yeah, NPCs aren't aware enough to be offended by it, so it's fine. Yelling at a deaf guy who was looking at you, yeah. You work with people who were convinced there are NPCs. I couldn't bring myself to that belief personally, but yeah, weird. Yeah, I've heard this as well from people. Yeah, that there are people that are just, there's just no one really there. And I mean, I don't know. If you could look inside of other people's lives and what they do, I mean, maybe you would start to think that, right? If like someone's routine, like what they engage with regularly, like how they live their life, their habits.
I've met people like that.
You have met people like that?
Yeah, I would not be surprised. There are a couple people that I have met that I would not be surprised if it came back that they were in fact a non-player character.
It's a dark thing, but I would probably have to say that as well, that I have run into people as well where it seemed like there was just no one home. And it's weird because, I mean, they still were like functioning like they would have a somewhat decent job, but like an actual conversation. Now it's hard because, you know, some people are just very socially awkward and they just have a really hard time expressing emotion. They have a hard time expressing themselves, any ounce of themselves to anyone. They're just extremely awkward. But yeah, I have run into those people before too, where it was a very strange feeling where like, it's almost like they're, and you know, people said this before, that like the eyes are a window to the soul, but like, which is why it's hard for like some people to look other people in the eyes, because it could be very revealing of people's intentions. I didn't really take that spiritually, but I had it, you know, kind of, I'm not going to mention specifically who or when this happened, but I have looked at people in the eyes before, and like, it was just a glaze, and it really felt like there was no one there. And it's scary. Yeah, it was quite scary. I mean, maybe they're sociopathic. I mean, but it was like there was literally no one there. Yeah. Content the way through, routine and all. Yeah. You can reason with NPCs in Skyrim though. Now you can. And I think you probably could. I mean, that's a fucking dark thing. Like, listen, if we're in a simulation and we're players behind some avatars, I mean, you know, again, some of these people's avatars could be quite competent. They could maybe do mathematics very easily. But like just use it as an example where they could appear to be competent, but when you actually have a conversation with them and like talk with them, probably like philosophically would be one way of like sussing that out of people, like how deeply they think on things and like some of these more fundamental questions about reality.
Some people just don't think though. There are some people that are just, they just don't, they don't know, or they haven't been exposed to like a way to think. And I mean by like, and it sounded like I was cut off, but I stopped at that word think. And I think a lot of that though is just from, part of it's impulse, part of it is patience, and the other part is just not knowing how to do it. In that the way that I usually always try to explain it to people is it's really just like critical thinking is just asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Asking the correct question is the tough part. Yeah. Once you know how to ask the correct question, then then a lot of it falls into place.
Yeah.
And that's varies depending on what the question at hand is, or what question you're trying to ask. You know, if it's like, you know, what's the best way to get to the store or something from my place, is pretty easy. Instead, there would be people, and I've met people like this that would panic and they just wouldn't know how to answer that question outside of like using their phone.
Well, yeah, fuck. Yeah, it's definitely, thinking is in and of itself something that, I mean, I think it's like, some people think it's like breathing. They're like, well, I think. It's like, no. But yeah, I think thinking critically is, yeah, that's exactly it though. Yeah, it's the Socratic method. It's asking questions to some degree, but it's complicated. It's also, there's elements of it that like, it's being able to reason, right? Which is involved with asking questions, I guess, but like there's different kinds of conversation, like dialectic, or however you want to phrase it, right? Philosophical verbiage. But, you know, like a Hegelian type conversation dialectic, which is what a lot of people would employ, like if they go to university, like anyone who tells you how to write papers, you have your thesis, you develop a thesis, your argument, and then part and parcel with that, you have to have an antithesis that you count. You will, if you're thinking,
have to find a counter argument, and then refute that said argument.
It strengthens the resolve of your argument, and like that's also something that people should be employing when they think about things at all, anything, any concept, any idea. And when they're approaching something, is they're like, okay, well, here's the thesis. What's the antithesis to this? What's the antithesis to this? And then synthesize those things together. And like I brought up this example the other night about flat Earth, why people who believe in flat Earth cannot think critically, because anyone who believes in
flat Earth pulled up too.
Yeah. So, so if you were to go through that method of critical thinking, right? Your thesis is the Earth is flat. And then you've got all of this other shit about some giant conspiracy. But the antithesis, you'd have to understand the counter arguments to your arguments. And the counter arguments are so compelling and so many that there would be no way in the synthesis of those two ideas you'd come out still thinking the earth is flat. There's no way. Unless you were to just throw up, which I've used an example before, like Descartes' evil demon is Deus Deceptor, where all of our senses are being manipulated. And at that point, it's like, oh, okay. But it's still, regardless of throwing that wrench in at all, I mean, you would still, the antithesis of that argument would outweigh it so astronomically. There's no way, if you're actually synthesizing those two things together, that you would come out on top, still believing that the earth is flat. It would be a cope at that point to say, oh, well, there's an evil demon deceiving us all. It's like, okay, but like, yeah, brain is a trainable thing. It's only trained to react.
That's their faith.
Sorry?
That's their faith that the world is flat. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess so.
Who are you to judge their cope?
If there's one thing, and this is something I remember, like, you're memeing obviously, but like, if there's one thing that you should judge somebody on, it's what they believe. That's absolutely something you should judge people on. Now, do I believe that there's some higher power? I mean, that's a little bit different, but some people are like, oh, well, you can't judge. It's just what I believe. It's like, you should absolutely judge people on their beliefs. I believe that Hitler was a great, I'm not going to clip that, but like a Kanye West argument. Well, you're absolutely going to judge someone on that. That person's clearly fucking an idiot.
So how do you go about judging them? What would the metric be for judging?
Judging someone on that belief?
No, just in general. Like, do you get to decide if it's good belief or bad belief?
You would make the argument for why it would or wouldn't be.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, the argument for that one would be obviously that he's not a good person and has not made good decisions because, that one's not a very hard one to make, obviously. That, his actions kind of speak for themselves as to how bad they were. And then anyone trying to argue that there were... Now, it gets complicated, I guess, where you could say...
What are we talking about? Are we talking about Kanye and Hitler?
Yeah, that's the example that I used. Yeah, where that's something that he believes. And I'm like, well, but you absolutely judge him on that. That's not a good thing, yeah. Yeah. Good catch. Yeah, you motherfucker. I gotta watch because I know if I ever get more people watching, there's gonna be some fucker that clips that together and throws it out on the internet, and I'm like, oh god, like.
Now,
wow.
Would you say that we should judge the band's music then, with taking his take on his personal belief?
That's very different. Yeah. That I think it'd be very different, but because his music was made before he made those claims as well, right? But then he ended up...
What about music made after the claims?
You'd have to look at that independently, I guess. But you would say that, at least I would, but I mean, it would definitely be a reflection of someone who says things like that. It's a reflection of his poor character, ultimately, right? I mean, that's poor. It's poor character to make statements like that because it just shows quite clearly that he doesn't really think very critically. Right? Unless he's got some grand plan how he's going to turn all this around in the end, which I don't think he's fucking going to be doing. So, but I mean, it shows poor character. I think it objectively shows poor character. That'd be my argument.
All right. So we got if they have a positive view of Hitler and flat Earth. Is there anything else on the Jim's judgment condemnation
list? Yeah. Well, the flat Earth, I think, by definition, is wrong. And yeah, sorry, Rabbit. Yeah, your lass's brother is a flat earther. You can't tell him nothing. He just won't have it. You can make that argument for him, Rabbit.
Round is flat. Earth is flat. Simple as.
Simple as. Yeah. That's the thing, though. Like, it isn't. Yeah. Is it possible to level up from NPC, Bear? Well, that's exactly it, man. If you ever meet an NPC, just have to think. Yeah, Brad, you're an NPC. Well, see,
they might need the player character mind virus, then maybe.
Oh Jesus, I think you saying that would, by definition, mean you're not, because you're thinking about it. That's the thing. Like an actual NPC is someone who would never even like think about those. It would imply someone who like never has these introspective conversations.
They're not concerned whether or not they're an NPC.
Yeah. I'm scaring the NPCs, yeah. Holy fuck. I've been putting these injections ever since I had an episode 2 years ago. I think my brain is worse from being on them. I fell into a rabbit hole, and then I started truly believing it, and having delusions, but now if I fall into rabbit holes, I don't really care. Interesting. Like what kind of rabbit holes you falling into, Trissy? Yeah. It's important to stay grounded, and I mean that's why even the whole Descartes thing, like people, I shouldn't even bring that up because people drive themselves fucking insane over that. Like Descartes pretty much did.
Other than that, which should not be named, that we've talked about a couple times.
Yeah. There's a couple things. I mean,
there's a couple things that.
Oh yeah,
we're on the edge of insanity that we've dabbled in.
Oh yeah, and people in philosophy, many people have literally driven themselves to insanity. Well, look at Nietzsche. Now Nietzsche was a complicated case, but I mean Nietzsche was also very antisocial. And
that's because he killed God.
Well, yeah, and yeah, like he drove himself nuts. But I mean, he became a shut-in too, and like when you do that to yourself. Same with Kant, or Kant, however you want to pronounce his name. I mean, he also was a brilliant philosopher, but another shut-in. And these guys, it just wasn't good for the mind. They were savants though in some way. Corey, welcome. Yeah, where they were like they excelled in one area in particular, and then in all other areas they completely just fumbled the ball. Yeah. They just stayed home and fumbled their balls all day. That's all they did. Yeah.
That's what Kant did. He said, "I came up with the categorical imperative as figuring out what should be ethical and not. But god damn it, I can't put these pantaloons on, so I'm not going outside."
Holy fuck! Yeah. The more you acknowledge them, the more they awaken. Careful. That's the whole idea, Digi. That's what we want to do. We want to wake up people. I don't think anybody in here would be considered an NPC because you're listening to us literally talk about NPCs and having introspection, inflective conversation.
You stayed here for more than like 2 minutes. You're probably not.
No, because you're thinking. That's the thing, and that's what.
If you're worried about it, pull up the NPC test.
Where's the NPC? There's an NPC test. Yeah.
Yeah, there's an NPC test.
Is it actually? Where is it?
Pull up the NPC test.
What does it look like? I don't know. Is it like a website or? Oh, the NPC test. I understand. Oh, here it is. Here. Why use this test? Oh, here's the test here. I already know where this is going to go. I have been often called a conspiracy theorist. Let's take the test, shall we? You guys can take the test with me and see how you'll do. Yeah. Here, I'll put this in chat for anybody who wants to fucking take the test.
I was thinking, but that seems even more fun.
Yeah, you contribute your introspection to heroic doses of mushrooms. Man, that'll fucking do it. Like, let me tell you. I'll go through some of the other comments here. I have a video of food being poisoned with drugs and secret societies. I have a video saved that YouTube took down from this truther that talked about something I forget what it was about, but it was really interesting. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, our food is technically kind of contaminated, Trizzy. That's not off base. There's microplastics, there's pesticides, and there are real secret societies out there like the Freemasons. The question is how much influence they have in society, and also how badly contaminated is our food actually. And it's wash your vegetables, and most of the Freemasons I don't think really give a shit about world dominance. But okay, 16 questions. I've often been called a conspiracy theorist. I agree. GAIA TV, I think you probably would also align with this. So
I didn't fully align with it.
You didn't fully align with it? Oh Jesus, I fully aligned. I like to watch movies without analyzing every detail. I mean, it depends what movies. I would probably disagree where... Now, I am... if you don't pass out, I'm out. Holy fucking Christ. I'm definitely like a judging personality type, so like I will look at things and judge them. So I would say slightly disagree with that. Populist parties and candidates are a threat to our democracy. I mean, oh my fucking God. Like, are they a threat to the democracy? I mean, it's kind of part and parcel with democracies that happens. Yeah.
I'm a poor NPC.
You're a poor NPC?
Yeah, I got 20%. That's what mine was.
I prefer sticking to mainstream news sources as they are more reliable. No. I follow social media trends and recommendations. They often point me in the direction of things I'll enjoy. Never. I already know where this is going to go. I get frustrated when people bring up politics at get-togethers that are supposed to be stress-free. No. It's usually, I like getting in arguments. Agree to disagree and move on to happier topics is a ploy I use to get into stressful conversations. Now, this is now on Twitch, yes, because I don't want to get my channel banned. In real life, absolutely, we go down, I'll just get to a dark fucking place. Like, throwing a barbecue with friends is one of my favorite activities. Oh. Motherfucker. Now, is that fucking things that NPCs do? I know where this already goes. That's what, now that should be, what the fuck? They're such dinks, yeah. Modern movies are watched mostly by NPCs. You talk to my partner about my movie choices and she'll probably tell you I'm a fucking NPC. Fast and the Furious, Transformers, The Avengers. Listen, it has to go boom. It has to be big booms. Like my movie, I do love Lord of the Rings though. I love fantasy. I love Tolkien, you know. But like
Lord of the Rings goes boom a bit.
It goes a little bit boom. Can I be neutral with it? Okay, nice. I have opinions that would.
Would you give Lord of the Rings 5 big booms? In fact,
6 big booms.
No, that's not the meme.
I don't live within. Listen, I do my own memes, right? Edgelord here, yeah. I have opinions that would startle most people. Yeah, 100%. Fucking.
Well, yeah. There's one particular opinion.
There's one or two in there. I trust the well, now this one. This is a bit of a dangerous precedent that's been started with this because I mean now there are people who are experts who are actually fucking idiots, right? It's like just because people have read everything there is to read about something, there's like an element of applied wisdom where like some people they may know everything about, but then they don't have like their real opinion formulated on something. They're just constantly deferring to other experts all the time, and they're not really taking any responsibility and being like, okay, this is my opinion. It's like, no, we just do what they tell us to do all the time. We don't actually think for ourselves. It's like, that's fucking terrifying. So
I think that's what the question's asking.
Yeah, I know.
Do you just take them at face value, or
would
you go and do your own research?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, my opinion's changed on that in the last couple of years. I trust those in power to make decisions that benefit society. Sorry, I disagree.
Yeah, no, it'd be like, if you were like looking for like to buy a product or something, would you just like accept the first review you looked at, or would you like try to verify with like 3 or 4 different things on the research?
Yeah.
I think that would be how you'd think about that.
Experts on flat Earth. Yeah. 100% disagree, brother. Sorry, paste your results in Discord chat. I should do that. If you lack self-awareness and mostly follow what is mainstream without critical thinking, you're an NPC. So that's exactly it. Yeah, that's literally the TLDR on it. Yeah. I reject societal norms is a key aspect of my personal freedom. I have been I was like that in the past a bit more. I mean, I don't know, a bit more edgy. Sitcoms, reality shows are a great way to unwind. Now, what about GAIA TV? You love Seinfeld. I mean, what is that? Technically, back in the 90s.
I definitely agreed with that.
Did you agree with that? No, see, I can't. I could never stand them. Anything with a laugh track, I couldn't do. I had to shut it off.
Sitcoms don't necessarily have to have laugh tracks.
No.
Them do.
Yeah.
Older ones do. But yeah, it was a big time Seinfeld fan.
This one is fucking, oh God. I hate having to put agree to this. My research is unearthed starting conclusions about some major world topic that most people wouldn't believe. My research. You didn't get this one?
I didn't get that.
Holy fuck. I just got the special question, I guess. I mean, I don't have that level of conviction in anything, because I'm, again, like Elon TV said, just asking questions. ultimately, I wouldn't call myself like a researcher. I wouldn't say I'm great at researching. But I mean, for the meme, I'm going to put agree because I know exactly what it's going to do to the fucking results. So, holy fuck.
Oh, you can't do that just because you know what it's going to be.
Well,
no.
Well, I mean, it is truthfully to some degree. So, 4.8%.
Take it again.
Take it again. Yeah. Why? Sorry. What did you get for your NPC?
It was 20.2%.
Oh Christ! Did you? What did you get? Holy fuck! You're 58.8. Oh my god! I fucking I cheated.
This is because of those sitcoms I watch. I bet.
Holy fuck! Hold on. Yeah. Share on Twitter. How do I just share on Discord? Share on Twitter. I am a failure as an NPC. Here, so I'll just share this link.
Here, click on the types. They got the 16 personality types there.
Oh, no, they don't. Are they the Myers-Briggs fucking bastardization for NPCs? Yeah. Where did you post it? Did you Forbidden Knowledge? Or Meme Cancer? Oh. If I post a link, will it bring it up? Oh, yeah, 4.8. Holy fuck. Hold on. Where is, everyone else should take it too and see what they fucking get. Jesus Christ, yeah. I just screenshotted it. Oh, God. Where is he? Oh, the types.
Yeah, just next to the test at the top.
I am an INFJ. Visionaries oriented towards contemplation. Like I said, would probably make sense with my interests academically. Plato, Carl Jung, Niels Bohr, Mahatma Gandhi, Sam Harris. Oh, please don't put him in there. Yeah. Yes.
Do you ever find like the dark person? Oh, there it is. It's at the bottom. Never mind. Scroll all the way to the bottom, and then you get the dark personality part of it.
Fucking Osama bin Laden was an INFJ, brother. What in the fuck? There's a worse one to the far left here, actually. I did know this, that people have that looked into him. Yeah, some of those quotes here from Nietzsche and Schopenhauer that he was yeah. The secret of Hitler's power is that his unconscious has exceptional access to his conscious. Yeah. So it made him evil. So what made him as bad as he was is that there was a genius in the background of him, unfortunately. But it was just not used for good. Osama bin Laden, holy fuck. Trotsky, yeah, okay. Robert Mugabe, Chiang Kai-shek, I don't know who that is. Mohammed Atta, leader of the 9/11 terrorist group. Jesus Christ. You're 20%. You're an INTP.
Hey, that's what I was at.
Oh, there you go. Trizzy, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I haven't seen this. ING was in popular culture. Lars von Trier, Marilyn Manson, Al Pacino, Daniel Day-Lewis.
Leonard Cohen there. Yeah, Leonard Cohen. Al Pacino.
David Schwimmer from the show Friends.
Yeah, David Schwimmer. Yeah.
Yeah. George Harrison. Benedict Cumbersnitch, or whatever his name is. These are all INFJs. Are they actually all INFJs? How do we know that? How do we know that, like, fucking like...
they were paid to put they were paid so that they could put their picture and say, this is what personality you are. That, or they actually took the test.
Yeah.
And they said, hey, can we tell people that this is what you are?
Yeah.
I wonder if they have Alex Jones on this. What personality type do you think he is?
Oh, Christ, I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, you could probably find him, yeah. Your task has become clear. I must train you all the ways of being superior NPCs. you got to help us blend in, brother. We got to blend in. We're going to get caught by the fucking overlords here soon. You're 20%. This seems to be a common thing, yeah. A lot of my buddies now always calling me an NPC. I'll keep your stream tab. I'm going to feed my goldfish. Okay.
Rogan is 20% because, we all, we tend to question the things, that we go, that doesn't sound right. But my God, we just want to laugh and just watch those little campy sitcoms at the end of the day. No big deal.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's where the 20% comes from. That's where that 16% comes from. Not everyone just wants to just rot like me and just fuck.
Alex is a 99% extrovert.
That makes sense. You should have seen you should have seen the clip I played earlier of him out in traffic. Oh my fuck, it was bad. It's in Mean Cancer if you want to watch it later.
Okay.
Yeah. Quick and verbally fluid people persons. ENFP. ENFJ, engaging and compelling. Yeah, interesting. This is a Myers-Briggs for people that don't know. But he's an ENFP. ENFP, interesting. Extroverted, intuitive, feeling, perceiving. He is non-judgmental. Interesting, full of vitality.
What? That's like his whole thing is that he's judgmental.
Yeah.
I judge you globalists. Oh, you're all scum. You're all filthy worms. I judge you as that. And you're going to lose. Because good is going to persevere in the end.
Jesus. Well, maybe he's just perceiving their evil. Yeah. He's running with the vibes. Yeah, holy fuck. Interesting. I don't know how they came to that. I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of retarded.
I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of retarded.
Yes, I remember that episode. That's right. Is that after or before Buddy choked him out? Eddie Bravo choked him
that
out.
was probably after because he was like,
Was it after?
I don't like this. I waive all liability. Choke me out on the air.
That's just... Man, he's one of my favorite people. He's completely unhinged, but yeah. So a judge blocked the sale of InfoWars. It shall live on. It just did recently? Like it was just today? I saw that there was some kind of blockage, but it's still going to go be sold, I think. Yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. This guy's just right about everything. Well, no, he's wrong about a metric fuck ton of stuff.
Man, he's sure the 2020 election was going to be a Hillary Clinton with Obama vice president ticket.
Is that what he thought?
He said it's already been established. That's what they're going to do. That's going to be the Democratic nominee.
He just just a couple months ago, he had intel that there was going to be an EMP that was going to go off in the United States. So it's like, oh my God, he has people feeding him horse shit every fucking day, and he swallows like every bit of it. Yeah.
Actually, you'll like this. This was back in 2015, I think. That's what it was. And he spent like the first 20 minutes of a show. I remember going on about that Prometheus. Remember that movie Prometheus?
Yeah.
That was like a soft disclosure thing, and that this is what the elite believed and whatnot. And you know what that movie was based around too?
What?
The goo.
Oh, was it the goo? Oh my God!
It was based around the black goo.
The goo. The goo is definitely the goo is a meme. Yeah, we were onto something there. Oh, I see that they fucking blocked that. Yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah. We weren't expecting the goo to have such depth and viscosity. We got stuck in it. Anyway, do the autism test. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. What is this site? Well, I might as well, I guess. Should we do the Hogwarts test after? Or are they combined together, the two of them together?
How did you get to this? Where'd you get?
I clicked on tests. I understand. How?
Right,
okay, here, let's everybody do it here. Here, I'll post it back in the chat. If everybody wants to join in and try this, yeah. That was a rabbit hole.
Questions.
It's like I'm getting a static discharge. I'm gonna get shocked here by this mic next. 50 questions. Oh my God.
50 questions.
Okay, well, let's do this, GAIA TV. I know how to tell if someone listening to me is getting bored. Yes. Can I do multiple? Okay, absolutely 100%. Very perceptive. I don't particularly enjoy reading fiction. How does that have anything to do with autism?
Because autistic people really don't like fiction. Or, yeah, they really don't like fiction.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't usually notice small changes in a situation or a person's appearance. I do notice. Sorry. In a situation, 100%. In a person's appearance, sometimes no. Yeah. Don't judge if you're an artist. We might all be artists here. Fuck it. I'm good at social chit chat. Not super great. Like, I can definitely do it, but, well, I don't know though. Would I say I'm good at? I mean, I'm doing it now, I guess.
It's hard. It's hard to judge. It would be kind of like, are you good at making small talk on like cold weather we have lately?
Oh my fuck! I will do it, but I'll sometimes literally just look at people and say, brother, I don't want to talk about the fucking weather. I don't care.
I think most people like that would be around our age and younger would just be really bad with it because it's a dying art.
It's a dying art. I mean, yeah. I worked in the tourism industry. All I did was talk to people all day for a while. So I'll put like the lesser green. I find it easy to do more than one thing at once. I do struggle with that. I have to focus. I'll probably put that no. Like if it turns things I'm doing, I have a hard time multitasking sometimes. Yeah. I tend to have very strong interests and I get upset if I can't pursue them. Yes. I find making up stories easy. I don't really do it, although I can meme, but I would say no, not really. Making up stories. Well, it depends though. I don't really do that. But I could be very fantastical if I wanted to be. I don't know. I suppose I could tell a tale, but I usually concentrate more on the whole picture rather than the small details. Oh, these are difficult questions where there's, it's kind of nuanced.
Yeah, you might be on the spectrum there.
Yeah. I usually concentrate more on the whole picture rather than the small details. I do have an attention to detail though, so I would say no. I'm a good diplomat. I think I'm pretty good. I can be very diplomatic. Yeah, I tend to notice details that others do not. Yeah, but what instance? I don't know. I mean, I would probably just put green, but I'd like to think I can. But I'm trying to think of examples. I'm fascinated by dates, but like the fruit dates in time. Yes, I am. But I'm fascinated by dates and time. Now, like, I don't know what it means here. Like, again, it's like, I'm fascinated by dates. What does it mean by dates? It's not specific enough. This is the finer details. I would say that I am not really fascinated by dates. Well, when it comes to certain dates, like, in the past, yes. Oh my fuck, yeah, we're gonna be massively autistic. I'm often the last to understand the point of a joke. No, I'm usually pretty quick with it. I prefer to do things the same way over and over again. I will do that until I just hit a fucking wall and stop, so I can sometimes do that. I enjoy meeting new people, yes. Have your questions been going, Gailing TV?
We're almost going through. We're almost done.
Oh my god. I'm fascinated by numbers.
I'm reading them internally, so you can answer them quicker.
New situations make me anxious. Yeah, they can a bit if I'm in somewhere new. I enjoy social occasions. I do, yeah. I'm in depending what they are. I don't like go head over heels. I'd rather go to the theater than to a museum. No. I enjoy doing things spontaneously. Sometimes. Other people frequently tell me that what I've said is impolite, even though I think it's polite. Fuck yeah. I've been called an asshole more times and I'm not though, but it's, I think, how I will come off in some situations. I find it very easy to play games with children that involve pretending. I have a young niece, and you don't really care about other people's kids as much, but I find like I tend to get on with her. She's very young. She's just a year old, but it's like, I don't know.
You kind of have to imagine, like, if you're in that situation, like, would you know, some kid is making up some fantasy, they've created this fantasy world. Would you be able to, like, follow along with what they're doing, or would you just be like, this is not my place, I shouldn't do this?
It's probably a good way of putting it. I guess I could. I probably should have put yes for that. I find social situations easy. I don't think easy would be the right way. I think I would have some apprehension depending upon, you know, again, like, not that I was like some master performer and performed all this. I mean, you know, you do get used to it. I grew up as a musician. And so like I was playing in front of large groups of people somewhat regularly. And then as I got older, you know, I became a singer-songwriter, and you're singing songs to bars full of fucking people you don't know that you wrote, sometimes very personal things. So I probably do now, but I didn't always. So I would probably say honestly, like my base level character, no. I'm not very good at remembering phone numbers. Oh, fuck, yeah, no, fuck, don't ever tell me. I find it easy to work out what someone is thinking or feeling just by looking at their face. Yeah, but that's like social recognition. I mean, again, when I talk, it isn't always easy for others to get a word in edgewise. I try not to be like, I think I'm pretty good. Sometimes, oh yeah, I don't mean to talk over people. I find myself drawn more strongly to people than to things. Yes. I enjoy familiarizing myself with rules and systems. No, not really. When I was young, I used to enjoy playing games with other children involving pretending. Yeah, we used to. When I'm reading a story, I can easily imagine what the characters might look like. I struggle with that sometimes. Yeah, my imagination
is that right? You struggle with that?
I don't really, but I wouldn't say that I find it easy. I would say that, like, yeah, I can do it, but it's not easy. I find it difficult to imagine what it would be like to be someone else. No, not at all. I'm very empathetic, although some people...
very empathetic, there you go.
I think I am. I mean, I've been called like a sociopath a couple times by people too, because my reaction in some very high stress situations, but I'm not at all.
That's different from, like, are you able to imagine what it's like to be in someone else's situation as that person?
That's exactly it. I think I'm actually a very empathic person. I'm just jaded as fuck. I usually notice car number plates or similar things. No, I'm not. No, I'm not very good at remembering people's. Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Fuck. Uh-oh. I'm curious as to what your percentage was here.
I got mine.
Okay. Well, just give me a second. We'll compare eyes here live. I got 18 questions. I'm not very good at remembering people's dates of birth. No, I can do it. I notice patterns and things all the time. All the time? No. I find it easy to read between the lines if someone's talking to me. Yes. I often notice small sounds and others do not. I don't think so. I often do not. It does not upset me if my daily routine is disturbed. Yeah, sometimes I'm okay with it. I think I like to carefully plan any activities I participate in. Yeah.
I was like neutral on that. If my daily routine is disturbed, and you go like, you know, when you're leaving the house, you decide to take the side door instead of the front door, and you go, oh god, this is why all the bad things happen today, because I took that side door, not the front door.
Oh, jeez. You get a few or no autism traits. Oh my god. Wow, Will. Tracy, I see you notice this comment here too. Yeah, that was a rabbit hole you fell into. Really, it might not have been the black goo, but it was like some mini razors creating blood clots. I forget the rabbit hole, but it was a long time ago. Oh, Jesus. In a social group, I can easily keep track of conversations with several different people. I can do it. I'd rather go to a library than to a party. Fuck no. I don't mind going to...
I said I absolutely would rather go to the library than party.
Oh, fuck no, man. Give me some fucking smoke. Fucking give me some liquor. We're going.
Well, you can do that at the library, though.
No, it's the social interaction. I like conversation. So conversation to me can't be had really well in the library. And people typically across the board have better conversation after they have a little bit of drink in them or smoke in them. I like to collect information. Yeah.
inhibitions are lowered, but yeah.
The inhibitions are lowered, and people's anxieties usually are settled a bit, and they kind of become more themselves. I like to collect information about categories of things, types of cards, birds, trains, plants. No, that's not. If there's an
I do that sometimes.
Do you do? Oh. If there's an interruption, I can switch back to what I was doing very quickly. Yeah, somewhat quickly. I find it hard to make new friends. No, I don't think so. Although I don't keep a huge social circle, although I am now with Twitch, keeping more people, which I enjoy. When I'm reading a story, I find it difficult to work out the character's intentions. No, I don't read a lot of stories though. I prefer to do things with others rather than my own. I do like my own time. Like usually.
Yeah, fun. That's like 50-50.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I think I'm in a committed relationship for a while, so I would say probably I do like having a partner. I find it difficult to work out people's intentions. No. When I talk on the phone, I'm not sure when it's my turn to speak. No. I frequently find that I don't know how to keep a conversation going. Jesus Christ, that is absolute. Monty, fucking 6 hours a night.
We know how to keep that going.
This boy never shuts the fuck up. People often tell me that I keep going on and on with the same thing. Yeah, that's a theme here. Yeah.
I wonder what that thing is.
Yeah. I frequently get so strongly absorbed in one thing that I lose sight of other things. Oh, that has always been my fucking problem.
Yeah, that's what I do too. You just one track mind.
If I try to imagine something, I find it very easy to create a picture in my mind. I struggle with pictures a little bit sometimes, I have to say.
NPC.
What do I get here? Low social processing, focused attention style, high detail processing, 39%, low communication processing, low imaginative processing, low indication of autism traits. You experience few or no traits typically associated with autism spectrum disorder. You likely navigate social situations, communication patterns of thought with ease, aligning closely with neurological tendencies. Interesting. Yeah, they have their own unique traits and challenges. So what did everyone get? What was your fucking...
Guess what I got?
Oh, tell me.
You got to guess first so I can be offended.
Moderate?
You asshole. Oh, I got the same as you.
Did you? Okay. Did you? Yeah, okay, yeah. Low indication, yeah. I was going to say probably, yeah.
I had higher low social processing. Mine was at 59%. Focused attention styles, that was about yours. Mine was 55%. High detail processing. Mine was way higher than yours. I was at 75%.
Really?
And then, low communication processing. Mine was about the same as yours. And then low imaginative processing. Mine was way lower than yours. Mine was at 16%.
Really? Yeah. Wow. Interesting.
I have no problem with imagination.
Just mild, yeah. I think you have modern education. Interesting. You figured that from Super Metroid speedrunning thing. Oh fuck, brother. Whatever. Yeah, it's exactly like ours. Really, same explanation. Fewer no typical traits. Yeah, I would say yeah. Like it's for someone to actually end up on the spectrum. Yeah, it's usually you're just scared to do it. I did not take this test. Fucking dogs will be banging on my door. I end up a loony bin. Oh, brother. Hey, listen, 78%, 75% of the last one for me. Low imaginative processing. I don't know what that means though. The higher it is, the lower your imaginative processing is, or
if you're low imaginative processing and it's at a high rate, it means that you're not too good at it. Where if it's very low, it would mean that you don't have any problems with it.
Okay.
So the higher you score in these, the more on the spectrum you would be in those cases. So for instance, mine would be on social, focused attention style, and then high detail processing. Those ones we're on the spectrum.
Interesting.
Communication and imagination and imaginative, we got no problem with that.
Yeah, communication processing. Yeah, okay. Low, so it's not very big. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're all kind of similar actually, which would make sense. Yeah. Rip. Yeah. Yeah. That's very interesting, isn't it? God, they've got so many of them. So that was an actual test, though. Like that was an actual test Referencing by Baron Cohen, Simon, and Holkestra. So this is an actual spectrum test that's on here. Very interesting.
Well,
okay.
It's only as good as like your perception of your own self, so it's not like a. So generally, it's a gauge on like what your own self-image would be on those things. So depending how honestly you tend to answer it, or how accurate you are at your own self-reflection, then that's like how accurate the test would be.
Yeah, I was just looking at
the
I'm not even. Holy fucking Christ, that's gonna be a spicy one. Well, actually, I know where it's gonna be. Listen, everybody's on a spectrum, but like I do not have a gay bone in my fucking body. Like I not none. So I already know where I am at.
You're not even like 2%.
It's very low. Like I'm very heterosexual. Listen,
do you find muscle babes attractive?
No. Yeah. Listen, if I was even slightly bisexual, I would just be it. I'd be that loud gay. Like I would just scream at the top of my lungs, like, you know, how gay I am. I would not have a problem. You know, I'm just not. You know, I just not. And I don't have a problem at all. People that are, I think it's all the power to you, you know, like I've always been like that. I never thought it fucking mattered. Like there's so many people that like try and conceal that stuff, and then especially the people who are like violently against like homosexual people, and then you know,
it turns out they were just coping because
they're just coping. They're on Grindr, like they're just like they hate themselves. Really, is what it is ultimately. Why they act like that? Yeah, it's kind of basic.
It would be like an environmental thing where like their upbringing, they were in an environment where that stuff was essentially condemned. And then they're just like, oh shoot, I can't be this. This can't be it. So they're kind of like conflicted.
Oh fuck!
I have heard of stories of people actually going out, or like this would have been like third or fourth hand, but like of people that would know somebody that would be that would identify as like homosexual, and they actually like would be hunted by these other guys.
Jesus
would, like,
Christ!
Specifically target and try to like just make their life a disaster.
Dear fucking God, man. The differences in the imaginative section are interesting. Yeah, I saw you with very high imagination. Well, yeah. Well, if you know, then it should be no big deal. Is there a test? How likely you are to cheat on the NPC test? Holy fuck, brother. Doesn't that mean I'm like definitely not an NPC though, Golf, if I'm like trying to cheat the NPC test? Like I'm thinking about it. Like everyone has a price. Fuck. Well, I mean, okay, which one are we doing here? Look at all these fucking tests.
I think we.
Yeah.
What the heck is this one? This one, the 7 identities test. What the hell is this one?
There's a dark core test.
Or we could do the borderline personality test. See if you're a borderline personality.
Oh God. There's a dark light test. I don't know. Are you Spider-Man test? Yeah, the HP test. I don't know what the fuck.
I got it. There's a Wojak test.
Oh, is there actually? Oh, where?
Yeah,
sorry, where is it? Is it just Wojak test?
Yeah, it's just Wojak test.
Oh, the Wojak test. Oh, yes, we have to. Oh yes, this is great. Oh, I better get the schizo one.
I'm the soy Wojak. They made me the soy Wojak.
This is fucking great. Yeah, I better get the fucking schizo one here if anybody else wants to fucking do this. Okay, this is a fucking meme. Which Wojak are you? Wojaks are a family of popular meme characters used in a variety of creative ways online. Yeah. All right. I will never give up on my dreams. Agree. I put in a lot of effort into making my home a welcoming and orderly place. Oh my God, no. My old place, before me and my partner got a place together, she used to call it the mental asylum or the mental hospital, because there was nothing on the walls. There was like nothing decorative anywhere. All the walls were white. Like it was, and I didn't even notice it until she pointed it out. I was like, oh my God. I was like, holy fuck, like you've flown to Vacation of Autism. There you go. So no, it was not a welcoming place. It was like a mental asylum. I follow current trends and recommendations. They often point me in the direction of things I will enjoy. Absolutely not. No, never. I'm an edgelord. I believe the only limits are the ones you set for yourself. Agree. Sky is the limit. I've often been called a conspiracy theorist. Oh, yes, I know where this is going. Sitcoms and reality shows are a great way to unwind. What is the fucking NPC tested?
Absolutely agree.
No,
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. Sounds like home, yeah. I have opinions that would frighten most people. On some things, yes. I'm an avid reader of fantasy novels. This is very similar to the NPC test.
I got one here. It says I get excited about things like board games, Dungeons and Dragons, or sci-fi conventions. Holy hell, that's a soy question right there.
Oh, you're fucking getting it. It feels like I'm always going through a dark period. Oh, fuck yeah. I can easily soothe myself when I'm feeling down. No, I need to have some liquor. People think my views are offensive. Not all of them. I mean, some of them maybe. It's important to be respectful to others, even if they have different opinions or beliefs. Absolutely, yes. I am usually cheerful and in a good mood. No. My research has unearthed startling conclusions. Yeah, I'm just gonna put strongly agree. I get excited about things like board games and Dungeons and Dragons or sci-fi conventions. I could say agree. A good D&D campaign. I haven't done that in a while. Yeah. Same if you feel down. You are the liquor. Are you Jim Leahy too, Trizzy? Yeah, fuck yeah. The liquor, there's nothing that will cheer me up more than a nice cold fucking glass of beer. Like literally nothing will cheer me up more than seeing that on the table. I will never settle for mediocrity. I don't know. I mean, a part of me doesn't want to, but then it's like you end up just being poor. So then you could say by default, I've settled for it, but we'll just leave it in the middle. I work hard to achieve my goals and don't let others sway me from accomplishing them. I work hard. I have in the past. I think a lot of the inevitability of death and the cruelty of the world. Oh yeah, well, I do think of that sometimes. I've resigned myself.
Oh, I see how this is set up. Okay.
Yeah. I've resigned myself to the fact that the world is a messed up place. Oh, absolutely. It's fucked. It seems like the most people I interact with are dismissive, apathetic, or downright cruel. No. I believe couples should be committed to each other for life. Yeah, or you don't have to be a couple anymore if you don't want to be. But for sticking to mainstream news sources, okay, yeah, this is, I'm open-minded and willing to change my own beliefs. Absolutely. Yeah, I just after the objective truths. I want a partner who is a strong protector and a stable provider. She's been a stable provider, but I'm going to disagree. I don't actually want that. I would like to be the provider myself. I kill you.
I thought about putting all the way yes on a partner with a stable provider. Be like, absolutely yes.
Like stay-at-home mommy, yeah, or stay-at-home daddy, yeah.
Stay-at-home daddy.
You're 80% Wojak, just normal Wojak. I often compare myself to others, which makes me feel inadequate and unhappy. No, I don't do that. Throwing a barbecue with friends is my favorite activities. What are these fucking NPC questions? Familia. I struggle to overcome setbacks in my life. There's a couple that I have. Many of my romantic partners have thought they could fix me. I don't think so. I think that's why some of those things fucking ended, because they just were like, no, this guy's just fucked. Yeah. I strive to embody compassion, empathy, and intuition. Yeah, I try. I mean,
that's what I got. I was like, well, I don't know if I strive for it, but
I often doubt myself all the time. Yeah, I doubted myself so much.
Is that right?
I'll be
as a philosopher, you shouldn't doubt yourself.
Well, I doubt myself all the time.
No, you should be certain about these things.
Oh my heavens, Gaian TV. I was hoping. Oh no! How did this happen?
Chud Russell.
Holy
Chud
fuck!
Russell.
Chud Soy. Oh, we got Chud. We're Chud Soy here, for Christ's sake. What did you guys get? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna fix you.
Okay, I got 65. I'm 65% Wojak, but the other two that I was tied for was Soyjack and Tradwife.
Oh Jesus! Oh yeah, 10% NPC on this one. Yes, Chad. I got 55%. This is interesting. This makes you Chud Jack.
Oh, you got lower on the NPC. I got 20% on the NPC. You got 10%. We both got 42 on the Doomer Girl, though.
Did we? Yeah. Holy fuck. Chud Jack is often depicted as being chauvinistic and misogynistic, holding traditional views that promote the dominance of his own group. He may promote ideas that reinforce male dominance and female submission. Chud Jack is often portrayed as holding discriminatory views towards people who are different from himself. What the fuck?
He
may promote harmful stereotypes of those who are not like him or engage in prejudice against marginalized groups. What in the fuck is this? Yeah. Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah.
No, there was like one guy that was there was like they had his picture because I think he shot up a school.
Oh
and
my
his
god.
Picture was like exactly the Chud Jack.
Holy.
The Chud picture there.
Holy fuck.
Oh, that was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember who that was.
Yeah. You got 81% Soy Jack. Oh, fuck. Oh, and complex philosophical ideas. Soy Jack's not so bad. That's what I probably should have got. Yeah. Or I could get Yes Chad. Or, yeah,
You just need to get more excited for D&D and the next Marvel movie, though. You would go the Soy Jack, no problem.
I was hoping there would be a schizo option. Like, you know, the schizo guy with all the crumbs in his fucking beard?
Yeah, the one
Where's
where it's
the
like
schizo?
You ever see the one where it was like they have the Chad, just like be yourself, and then the schizo guy with his like his hair falling out and his teeth like falling out and his eyes are just like in different positions. Just says, and that's all there is to it.
I think it's like this, isn't it? No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, that's not the one I'm thinking of though. That's like the fucking Jesus Christ. Where's the one, the guy with his like it must be Crazy Wojak, where Buddy has like all the crumbs in his beard and shit.
Yeah, I know exactly what
yeah, I don't know where the fuck, I don't know what it's under. Insane, might be Insane. Holy fuck, man. Some of these fucking Wojaks are just absolutely kill me. Oh, that's so annoying. I don't know where it is. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Here, I found
holy fuck. How did you find
that's the
it?
one you're looking for. I'll send it to you.
Oh, man. These things fucking kill me.
There you go.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's exactly what I was looking for. That's him right there. That's what I was hoping to get. That was like my profile picture somewhere for a while. This fucking guy. I was like, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Although I do love the, I love the wizard now. I think I use that still on Discord actually. But I've got
there's an evolution of that one. Here.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, the evolution.
Where's the wizard at? It's the Chad wizard. It's a wizard with the hat. He's just like sad. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, Jesus, man. That's brutal. That's just brutal.
Just be yourself, and then there's that picture just saying that's all there is.
Just be yourself. Oh, you're a trad wife, Drizzy. Oh my god.
That's part of where I was close to the trad wife.
Holy fuck. It's unbelievable.
I was hoping that they would have the North Football Club one, and I figured that would be.
Oh, yeah. Simple as. Where's the fucking... Oh, he's right there. That's one of the variations of him. I love the wizard one. But where's the one that I have? He's just like... I think it's right here, isn't it? I can see it in the profile. It's just like sad as fuck. It's kind of the Forever Alone kind of meme too, kind of cooked into it. But anyway, I thought it's just the stars and the fucking hat and shit. I was like, holy fuck, that's funny. I love them. I love a good fucking Wojak meme.
There's a philosopher test.
Oh, Jesus. Do we want to take that? That'll be the last one maybe we'll do on the philosopher test.
It's 35 questions. Yeah, it's...
Which of the 7 do we resemble the most? I don't know. I mean, I could probably think of who they are.
We could do that, or we could read some stories. I suppose that might be a better one.
We could probably do. It's whatever you want to do. Yeah, I kind of already know who I'm gonna get anyway. I'm gonna end up as Nietzsche. I already fucking know. Although it's not what I want to end up as, but I fucking know that. Yeah.
Well, you can take the fascism test. That might be a better one. See how fascist you really are.
Oh, Jesus Christ. These are fun to do as like a stream thing. It's like very interactive. We can all do them. Like the avoidant test, the spirit test, the psychopath test.
Yeah, the sadism test, yeah.
Oh, is there actually? Yeah.
Yeah, there's sadism test.
Yes. Oh, 3-minute warning for ad break. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Yes, everybody, absolutely. Last question was like, I will never settle for mediocre in something, and I denied it for some reason. I denied it because I felt like it. Fuck, there you go.
Yeah, that's what I did when they said, "I'll never settle for mediocrity," and I was like, "I absolutely will. I'll settle for it. That's fine."
Well, yeah, we'll do one more. We'll go through and because I know some people are stuck in agile right now. What's like a memey one? Like there's like some of those ones are like really fucking memey. I'm trying to think. Like, can you sort them by popularity? Is that possible or no?
I don't know. I'm just scrolling through it just to see if there's.
I'm assuming that these are the most popular ones up here that people have taken.
There's an ADHD test.
Yeah. I mean, IQ test. I'm not going to take that on fucking stream. I've done this before. It's far too... Not that I anticipate it's going to get very high.
You did the Wonderlic test on the stream.
You cannot fucking do that stuff on stream. It's too fucking difficult.
You ever seen the one where the guy took the... what is that group? The Mensa IQ test that they have on their website. And it just said, like, test took 43 seconds, answered one question was wrong, and it just said profound mental retardation. And they had a picture of the Chad in the background.
Holy fuck. There's a villain test, which is probably not a great thing to be doing on here. I'd really just... I don't even want to do that. Yeah. Fuck, I don't know. There must be one on here. There's a South Park test. Match your personality with one of the 7 characters of the popular franchise. Oh my god. That would be a meme too.
Go back up at the top, see what there is. I don't know. The orientation test might be for you. Might learn something about yourself.
Oh, well, fuck it. We'll do it. Fuck.
You might just learn something about
We're
yourself.
all gonna do it. Or fuck it. I mean, this is probably the memeiest one on here.
This is the orientation test.
The memeiest one on here. Which many found to be overall binary in its approach to sexual orientation. Identify as a man. I'm gonna be serious too, because in the past 2 weeks, I have wanted to touch a man intimately or be naked in the company of a man. Of a man. Only, well, Stephen Greer. Stephen on his yacht is the only one, yeah. No, I honestly have not been, not tempted. In the past 2 weeks, I have found myself sexually aroused by a man. No. Wanted to touch a woman intimately or be naked in the company of a woman. Yes, my partner. Often, yes. I fantasize about his sexual intercourse with a woman. Yes. Fantasized about non-sexual petting or bodily closeness with a woman. Yes. Found myself wanting to have real-life sexual intercourse with a woman. Yes. Found myself sexually aroused by a woman. Yes. My partner. Yes. Fantasized about sexual intercourse with a man. No, I have not. Found a man attractive. I have never found a man sexually attractive ever.
Well, not sexually, but just attractive. You would say that's a nice looking man.
If I looked at a guy, and listen, I did this all the time because I liked like kind of bodybuilding. I'd look at pictures of like, I've got a bunch, Galen TV's found this folder on my phone. He saw it. There's a bunch of like half naked men on my phone. It's my gym folder. You're probably gym confirmed pervert. It's pictures of like Frank Zane and shit. And because I love Frank, I think had the best physique ever of any person, any man to ever live. And I always wanted to look like Frank. I always thought it'd be so cool to look like that. In the past 2 weeks, I have entertained a fantasy of being in a long-term romantic relationship with a woman. I am in one. So I entertained the fantasy of being in a long-term relationship with a man. Okay, I knew this is where this is going to go. It's very binary. Fantasize about non-sexual petting or bodily closeness with a man. No, I have not. Found myself wanting to have real-life sexual intercourse with a man. No, I have not. Found a woman attractive. Yes, my partner. Finish. Heterosexual. Unsurprisingly.
What percent did you get?
I don't know if there is a percent. I'm at literally the opposite end of the.
Oh no, you got
100%. Why? What was everyone else's? Yeah, I don't know if everyone else can be honest here on this.
That was 96.4%.
Oh my God.
10.1, and this is just because I was willing to admit that a man can be attractive. That doesn't mean I want to sleep with a man, but a man can be nice. There could be a nice looking man. Say, man, that guy's good. That guy's a good looking guy.
Yeah, that guy's looking really good today. Like he's looking great today. Yeah. Flirted good with him at the pre-wedding party and wedding too. Yeah, fuck. Brother, next time, brother. Next time, yeah. The dot is purple and the top left square is purple. You might be homosexual, but secretly, like, you're in the right box. Maybe. I mean, listen. If I was gay, I would be gay. Like, there'd be no in between. There'd be no beating around the bush with it. It would just. I would 100% be that way.
Binary. What? So. Well, I guess this isn't something you would answer on the stream.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, well, then what's your opinion on like bisexuality? Then are you just like pick a team already, or are you? Just
No. Well, I think most people fall. A lot of the majority of people, I think, fall on a spectrum. Absolutely fall on a spectrum. I don't think there's actually a binary one or the other. I think most people fall on the spectrum.
Spectrums of like how hetero or homosexual someone can be.
Yeah, and like, listen, even if that's one of those things, like I would be very honest about that, even if I was on a spectrum. I'm not, and I think probably genetics play a role in that too, because I think 100% genetics play a huge role.
With respect to that, I thought it was just like whether you're able to like admit it to yourself. Or admit it like openly.
That would be also something that would be you have to be very transparent with stuff. I am, though. I always have been. As I'm talking to the internet about this openly now, I always have been. But it's one thing. What's it? Fucking Destiny was one guy. Although in every other way he frustrated me as a person, he was completely open about that, and I did respect him for that. That he was completely open, and people like still rip him apart over it. But I was like, he had the courage to be completely open with that, and that's a really difficult thing for people to do.
What?
His sexuality.
Oh.
Yeah.
So was he like you? Was he just a 100% hetero?
No. He's bisexual. He's 100% bisexual. Yeah.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I haven't watched him in a long time, but thinking back, that kind of makes sense.
If you're gay, you'd be gay by now. Yeah. The Shake Harbor appointment.
There's people that don't find out they're like 50. And it's because they don't have that self-reflection, or they're not like willing to admit that to themselves.
It's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to just unapologetically be yourself. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things I've always just kind of been like that. I don't know, because I'm a more confrontational personality too, where I just think that that's probably comes part and parcel with it. But it depends how people are. I mean, if people were less confrontational, maybe they would be less inclined to like confront that part of themselves too. I don't know. It's complicated, you know. It's something, yeah.
This is kind of like what I was, because at our age, like when we were growing up, like it didn't matter. It was just, whether they're homosexual or not, it's like, all right, who gives a fuck?
Well, I mean, it didn't. Like, I remember there being a couple people. There was actually, I shouldn't say that, I'm not going to mention his name, but I did go to school with him, and he was a really funny guy. He's one of the funniest guys in our grade. And he's just a really good guy too. And he was struggling with that. Like, he was definitely a bisexual man. Well, boy, but whatever, teenager back then. And, you know, sometimes like women can be a little bit rough with guys who are like bisexual, like, because I think they take it as like an attack, or at least I remember, I shouldn't say that more generally, but they took it as an attack on them.
As a personal attack.
Well, yeah, but that, you know, and I remember that happened, and he got like really, and then his friends dropped him. Like, men can be really weird too with it though.
But like that would be like I guess I didn't.
People can be weird, I should say, with it.
I was trying to think if there was anybody, because I was a couple of years younger than you.
Yeah.
I can't think like off the top of my head, just of like any issues with that being when I was growing up. There are people that like you hear about like after the fact, after like high school and whatnot, and I just kind of remember you just kind of go like, oh, okay. In fact, we have a mutual acquaintance that or mutual friend that came out actually, and I remember it was just kind of just like, oh, okay, you know, at the time. So like maybe, but that might have been just my perspective of it because I never really gave it like much thought. But other people, it, you know, if you're in that situation, like if that's happening to you, like the question is like, how open do you want to be about it? So then, because I remember having that thought a long time ago about just like, well, if you're a homosexual, you just go out there and just be like the biggest homosexual would be. You would be waving that flag around, you know, just tell everybody, just going, hey, you know.
Hey.
Until you're actually in that situation, I don't know, like, if one would actually do that. Because I remember thinking about it now, and like, I probably would be like pretty private about it. I think now, thinking about it.
Would you? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and that's another thing too.
I think I would be, but that might be a personality thing.
Yeah. Anyway, let's. Yeah, it is what it is. You know. Let's do some stories if we got some stories.
It's a touchy subject, which.
It absolutely still is, though, to some degree. I know it will make people like uncomfortable a bit. I know, and I think everyone here knows like that. You know, people that it makes people uncomfortable talking about that stuff. Like it's like this like forbidden thing. Like I just never give a fuck. So let's just fuck talk about it.
I was gonna share this with you like a while ago. I'm gonna send this to you in Discord.
Oh heavens!
There's a picture I found that you'll like.
Oh Christ! What is it?
So this is supposedly based on John Mack's work.
I fucking saw this on Twitter. Just a second. I may have even brought this up. I don't remember. Oh
this has
yes.
been floating around. This has been going around for a little while though, but this is just something I just happened to cross.
The alien timeline.
Yeah, the timeline. They have the pictures there of what the descriptions of the aliens were. What's your opinion on the Flatwoods monster? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I just saw that again the other day, actually, the account of it. I don't know. Like, listen, some accounts are definitely due. There's tons of incidents likely where people have actually had some kind of like hallucination or I don't know. Yeah, it seems like who knows though? I mean, you look through some of the other descriptions here of beings, like the goblin type guy. I remember that incident too. Where's the
that was a shootout, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it a shootout?
There was one where like it was in, I couldn't remember where it was, but they were describing these like goblin like entities, and they were talking about how they had like a shootout against them and whatnot.
Okay. There's a Benny Barney Hill there, the little gray man.
That might have been Kelly, Kentucky. That might have been the Kelly, Kentucky goblins, I think.
He must be a hairy dwarf hybrid, that or Neanderthal. Yeah, there's some great memes in here that people have. A 10-foot cyclops, 3-eyed giant, insectoid. Oh my god, the Travis Walton abduction. Yeah, there's humans involved with that too, though. Lizard man. Yeah, the selected abduction case reports by Dr. John Mack. Those are they're all grays. There's actually Lizard Man involved with John's later stuff right before he died. Some people say that's why he died. Yeah. But
anyway, so this was something that I found that I thought, okay, we could talk about that. But let's talk about a story. We actually haven't done that in a little while.
Yeah, I say we should probably do that for like the next hour. That would be.
Let me get my folder up there.
Yeah, the little elf guys. Yeah, it's funny because I'm recognizing some of these and can't quite put their Kelly Hopskin. Yes, that's exactly it. That's it, Hendrix. Yes, yeah. I want to see human abduction stories. Do we have any abduction stories, GAIA TV? That'd be kind of fun to read through some of those too. Actually, at some point to go through some of John Mack's. Yeah.
I might have it in the old folder. There was one. If I don't have it saved, I could probably find it. But there was one about like a guy that supposedly had the guy was in prison and the aliens came in to visit him in the jail.
Oh Jesus!
That one's a long one, but We did that one a long time ago, but I'll see if I can find it.
There's the Pascagoula incident, 1973, right there. I took a while to recognize it because it kind of drew very strangely, but fuck me, like, and again, if there's any truth to like some of these, I mean, you could see the variance. Just hypothetically, you could see the variance maybe of the visitors. That, or it's complicated, and this is people's imaginations, and they've just projected onto them what they wanted them to look like. Or they went into their mind, got what they anticipated to see, and then reflected that in their appearance when they actually look like that. So, who knows? Yeah. Where's the Slenderman guy in this timeline? He's not in here actually, because he's just a story. But Slenderman, the Mothman would be the closest to that, of like a terrifying actual like fucking cryptid that people have seen. Tons of people, like hundreds of people, have seen Mothman. At least actual reports, hundreds of reports, which is crazy. But because he's like one of the craziest creatures on here, like that's one of the most reported incidents. Is that actually a Mothman on here, aside from the Greys and maybe the lizard men. There's no mantis on here either. They would be up there, but Mothman would be one of the most reported, other than the Greys and the lizard men, the most reported sightings. But it's not even abduction accounts, it's just cryptid sightings. But yeah. Fuck me.
Right, I found it.
Oh, you found it. It's just like it's from 1 to 10, like what level schizo is the story? It sounds like it's fucking like
9.
Fuck. All right. What I mean?
It's kind of spooky.
Oh, this one. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
We've done this one.
Right. Okay. Right.
Yeah, as soon as you see the drawings at the bottom.
Yeah, I remember seeing. Oh, okay, I remember this. Okay, yeah.
This is the only one I could think of that has abduction in it per se.
Where he gets abducted by them. Okay. Yeah. For people that don't know, we go through. These are green tech stories that like you'll find on like 4chan or like other boards like 4chan. A guy inside of a hot dog, where they tell these schizo stories. We've had so many good ones. Oh my god, there's been some fucking keepers. I still think about the one where they were at their relatives and their child died, and this fucking that centaur man comes and grabs the body out of the grave.
Well, you see, there you go. You just lied on your test. You were thinking about a man's penis.
That's
perhaps
true.
A supernatural creature's
That's
penis.
true. Yeah, the guy.
Penis nonetheless.
The guy drew a very detailed dick and balls on the centaur, and I was like, Jesus Christ, like, yeah. But I remember that story. That and the other one where the kids see the aliens, like their teeth open up.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I might still have that one saved. I'm not sure. We did that one a long time
That
ago,
one was terrifying. If you actually have that one, there's a lot of people that probably haven't actually heard. That's absolutely terrifying, that story. And again, yeah, that one's a really good one. That's one of the ones that stuck out in my mind for a while. There's a couple other ones too we've gone over. I'm trying to think. There was another one I just had in my head actually. We talked. Well, the Japanese stories were another one that was very good. That guy talked about. He went away to Japan, and he had a couple very strange experiences.
Fucking entity just shoving his tongue down that girl's throat.
It's just some fucked thing he walked in on. Saw his cousin being assaulted by this mole man, who is this like entity supposedly in like Japanese mythology. He just saw it in the room, just assaulting this girl. Just fucked. But like, these are the stories people tell. I mean, we read them because, who knows? Maybe some of them are actual incidents. Oh, it was the Australian one, was the one we read recently, where Buddy was in Australia, and there are these beings that were living out in the desert in this Aborigine town, and the funny thing about that one is that, there's a lot of stories that come from reservations in North America, Native American reservations, where they have fucking trouble with entities just like that they mentioned, where, and this was in Australia, but that these beings were harassing these people on this reservation, and kids were disappearing. Like, it was straight up fucking, what's that show? Stranger Things on Netflix. It was literally what it sounded like. And I haven't heard these per se myself. I've heard of them, of people being harassed by shit on these reservations, where like they'll tell people not to go in the woods at night. They'll have like knocking on their trailers, doors will fly open, they'll be walking on the roof of the trailers. I know particularly down in the southwest of the US, there are stories on reservations of abductions, people seeing weird entities walking around the reservations. Like skinwalkers are sighted regularly around these reservations. Like, it's like a known thing that there's these anomalous activities that happen. So I thought that was a really interesting story. Now, again, I haven't heard of that myself from somebody, but I've heard of it even around where we live, where we've got some reservations up in northern New Brunswick that are pretty sketchy. Like, they're like dumps. And they tell stories about weird shit going on up there. And who knows? You'd have to go live it, I guess. You'd have to live it to know it, and I haven't lived it, so I don't know it. But Skinwalker Ranch, Peach, yeah. So Skinwalker Ranch is another area that is, I think they're pretty close to a reservation, if I recall correctly, but it was Native American land, and there's so many fucking stories about Skinwalker Ranch. It's crazy. Like, there's something going on there. I've heard stories. I've heard all the stories, and they go back 300 years. Like, it's pretty nuts. So yeah, maybe some kind of Travis Taylor, who's a physicist out there with them, thought initially that there was some kind of like electromagnetic shit going on with the rock, maybe, and that it was causing people to hallucinate.
It had to do with the meteorite, that it was in the meteor impact zone.
Yes.
That it was an impact site from a meteor.
Yeah, and that could magnetically be causing people to hallucinate and also causing lights to appear. But then he himself started having weird shit happen to him. Weird stuff started happening to the equipment. He had an extremely vivid, like, vision or hallucination of some Native American man walking into his trailer and touching his head. He got radiation poisoning. So it's just fucking, yeah. It's just fucking unbelievable shit. And then the guy on the ranch who had his head blow up like a balloon, like, I'm in New Brunswick, yeah. Does that mean you're in the States because that's just north of Maine? No, yeah, so I'm Canadian.
It is, exactly. They're just north of Maine.
We're just north of Maine, yeah. Unless you live in Nova Scotia, but nobody lives there. Yeah, I live in New Brunswick, Canada, which is north of Maine. Yeah.
Outside of Halifax, no one lives in Nova Scotia.
There you go, yeah.
Halifax is a lot of people, but outside of that,
there's not a lot of people outside Halifax. Yeah, we both live in New Brunswick. Me and Galen TV both live in New Brunswick. Yeah, yes, yeah. We are Canadians, not Americans. Believe it or not, we're not Americans. Yeah, but we might be soon.
Not as of right now.
That's true. Yeah,
might be depending on how things go over the next couple of years, it may very well be in the States, be part of the American. I want to say union, but that's not the right word.
Yeah, we can't wait to inherit the $37 trillion of debt. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Daddy.
Wow.
Yeah.
At that point, that's the world's problem. That's not America's problem. Nobody can pay that back.
That is true. It's going to be the world's problem. Well, did you find the story or no?
Oh, the other one?
Okay. Well, I know. I don't care. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, we can, because I think I remember this one. Yeah.
I had this one open.
Or we can do another one too. I don't care. We got a new one. We can do a new one. I mean, we've just gone over this fairly recently. I think this one where Buddy has the fucking sighting with the aliens. Yeah. Yeah.
I might have the other one. Just let me see.
Yeah. It's in the union.
No, I've got. If you want to do the other one, I got the other one.
Oh, let's do that.
It's really long. But,
how long is it? Let's see.
It's like four big pages.
Oh Christ! Well, whatever. Let's just see. I mean, we'll see here.
Let's do the other one. Let's do it. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. All right, so I'll send them to you. I think it starts with this one.
Oh, yeah, okay. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's very long.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go. There it is.
Oh,
Let's go.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, yeah, we'll see if we can get through it. I didn't think it was that fucking long. Holy shit.
It was very long.
Shit. Holy fuck. All right, well, we'll see. We'll
Got an hour. Got an hour?
Well, we could go through. Yeah, we could go through the first part of it, maybe, just not to bore people with it if it's too long. But yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
Do it, but do it. Let's go.
All right. Well, let's go through it. So this is a crazy fucking story. I mean, like these kinds of stories, man, are why I don't go in the fucking woods. But anyway, okay, yeah.
It's one of the few. Okay, X. Oh, well, this is from October 16th of 2014. So this is a little over 10 years ago. Okay, X, I need to talk to you about something. Tell my story. I'm telling you right now, don't expect any sort of satisfying conclusion, barring a major breakthrough. Also, if updates come slowly, it's because I was told by my psychologist to take my time and get every detail I possibly can. There will be some parts written that will be more for setup than anything else, and the green text parts will be, quite literally, flashes taken from my memory. This whole ordeal takes quite a bit of concentration, so please bear with me. When I was 8 years old, I had a gap in my memory. This gap was a little over 12 hours and took place during a family weekend at our cabin at a state park. I could remember waking up in this cabin on our second day there, early in the morning, to go snowshoeing. Then I remember pulling into the driveway of our home later that night, with my family, who were all dead silent and me feeling terrified. I had nightmares for 2 years that would wake me up screaming. My sister did too. My parents were never mad at us. They were very understanding and never asked what the nightmares were about. I never asked my sister about hers. I knew in my gut that we both dreamt about the cabin and our final weekend there. That's all I could remember about them. They were about the cabin. I was running and nothing else. It got to be too much for me after 2 years, having this gap, not remembering. I finally built up the courage to ask my dad, why don't we go to the cabin anymore? I remember the look on his face. The blood had completely drained from it. He looked horrified, then angry, then confused. He asked me, you don't remember? His voice was quiet, a whisper. I just shook my head. No, he looked relieved. He put a slightly scared looking smile on his face and said, there was a fire and it burned down. It was pretty bad, and you were young and scared. Your brain must have hid the memory of it from you, so you wouldn't be scared anymore. My brain can do that? Yes, your brain can do some funny things. All to help you, though. So don't think about it anymore. Okay. That was it. It was my dad. No reason for him to lie to me, except about Santa Claus. Of course I believed him. And I would have gone on believing him if I didn't overhear him that night. I had a TV in my room and at bedtime, and a bedtime of 9 p.m. at night, or at that time. My sister, being 4 years older, could stay up later. One of my regular habits would be to watch TV after I went to bed by muting it, putting the captions on. So that night I did the same thing. When my father thought I was asleep, I could overhear him talking to my mother and my sister. Won't bother you with the whole conversation, just the important parts. He doesn't remember. Repressed, probably. I told him there was a fire, not to dwell on it. If he asks any more, tell him one of our lanterns got knocked over when we were setting up dinner. I didn't sleep that night. Hard to do so when you find out your whole family is conspiring against you and you don't understand why. And at 10 years old, I was too damn afraid to confront them again. Then years went by. I did my best to forget that my family was lying to me. I was really too afraid to know what happened. The nightmares kept up, but I got better at dealing with them. I stopped waking up screaming by the time I turned 11. The year I entered high school, my grandma had a stroke and my mom retired to take care of her. State trooper for 20 years. My dad was one as well and retired at 28 years. Their careers are somewhat relevant later. I started falling into depression around then, actively thinking about killing myself. I didn't know why, I just didn't want to keep going. My parents had guns. I knew where they were, quick and painless. I almost did it in my sophomore year, but I couldn't will myself to pull the trigger. I was 20 when I decided I had enough. My first girlfriend, lasted 2 years, cheated on me, broke up with me, and I didn't see a reason to go on anymore. She knew about my past attempt and history of depression, only one I ever told to that point, and got scared and called the cops on me. I was put in a psychiatric institute for a week, and was put in touch with a psychologist to help me. Sorry guys, I know I'm probably going slow enough, but this next bit is hard. I need a few minutes, half an hour or so, and I'll be back. We'll be waiting. I'll wait.
Fucking yeah.
Thank you. By the time I went with the psychologist, I knew I wasn't a danger to myself anymore. I had decided that I couldn't do that to my family, and it wasn't some medical professional who made me come to that decision, it was my uncle. He owns a vending company and stocks of machines. One of his clients is the psych institute I was working in. He pulled me aside at lunch and begged me to do what I had to do, or what I had to get better. He told me how my dad informed him of what happened to me, how he was sobbing uncontrollably, how until my dad got the words out, he was afraid his brother was telling him that he was sick and going to die. That got to me. Not particularly relevant, but it's one of the most important moments in my life and helped show why I made some of the decisions I made after. So I looked forward to seeing a psychologist. I wanted to figure out my problem and get better so I would never even think putting my family through with that again. The doc was really nice and I opened up to him immediately. Well, just sort of. We just sort of hit it off really well. Maybe it was my eagerness, maybe it was because I felt like he genuinely wanted to help me. Probably both. For 7 sessions, 1 a week for 7 weeks, I talked about my life and my childhood and everything and anything I thought might be relevant and even the stuff I didn't think was. I answered his questions as best as I could, and he sat and listened to me. It was on the 8th week that we finally touched on my dreams and the blocked memory in the cabin. I don't know why he waited so long. I had admitted that I had trouble sleeping due to nightmares almost all my life in my 3rd session, and there wasn't a follow-up until now. Maybe he was just trying to get to know me more and get me more comfortable with him before he broached it. But he broached it, he did. Let's talk about your nightmares. You told me you've had them consistently since you were young. What are they about? I don't know how. Oh, I don't know what that is. I can't remember them. Just little bits in our old cabin. I'm running, I'm scared, nothing else. I told you about the cabin, right? Yes. You said you spent a lot of time there when you were young. Sounded like you loved the place. Did something happen there? Yes. What happened? I don't know. I can't remember. My dad says there was a fire. You don't believe him? No, he lied. Why do you say that? It was then that I related to him everything you currently know. The lie that my father told me, the argument between my family to keep up the lie, and of course, total block of what happened. A blocked memory of a cabin from childhood, nightmares since, family not telling me the truth for my own good, depression years later, and a suicide attempt. I was every psychologist's wet dream, and I knew it when I saw Doc's eyes that he had written this up to one or two things. I was molested, I witnessed a murder, or both.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
I don't think it hadn't crossed my mind. I'd pretty much written that off as what happened, especially once I started unblocking pieces of that memory and parts of it fit. The more I remember, though, the more I realize that's not what happened, so don't go writing me off just yet. So this is when Doc and I got to work. He had me start to keep a dream journal and writing as much as I could about the nightmares the second I woke up. We did meditations during the session and had me practice at home. He even took me to a friend of his who was a hypnotherapist, where I was told I wasn't susceptible to hypnotism, probably because I believe it's total bullshit. I threw myself at unblocking the memory with the doc's help. I was done running from it. I was done ignoring it. I even told my family that I knew the fire story was a lie, but they wouldn't tell me a goddamn thing. My father actually almost took me off of therapy after that, which I knew was a risk. But I begged and pleaded not to. He finally relented, but still wouldn't talk about that day.
Holy fuck.
At the advice of Doc, I even revisited the cabin once. I went in the summer during the day. It was a ruin and burnt to the ground. I had gotten pieces of that day back. Then I knew there was no fire, and I had made the assumption that the fire came back at some point and burned it down. Or that my fire came back at some point and burned it down. 4 fucking years. I did all of this for 4 fucking years, and I still am. I don't have all of the memory back, just pieces. I have filled page after page, book after book, with details of my nightmares. Repeated and repeated until finally something new would come out. And that would repeat and repeat and repeat until another new thing came up. In those same journals, I would sit and write as much as I can remember after each meditative session. Second. Just get a little swig of water there.
Oh no. Well, I mean, so far, like, again, if this is a true story, like, the guy's parents are literally gonna let him go to the point of blowing his brains out. Fucking not talk about this story. Like, I could see that though, people being like so cowardly that they wouldn't want to face that. You know, it would just be so hard for them to face it themselves that they'd rather let their son go insane. Like, holy fuck.
All right, well, continuing on. Doc and I don't know what happened yet, not the whole story, but we're still piecing it together. I brought up sharing the details with you guys and seeing what you thought. He was initially against it because he didn't want your judgments and theories to cloud over my memories. After a while, though, he agreed to it on the condition that I don't jump on whatever you guys say. I reassured him that I've done way too much work to buy into whatever explanation a group of anonymous people come up with. So here goes. Everything I remember as accurately as I possibly can. Morning. Wake up. Parents asleep on the bed, sister sleeping in the bag next to me. Pull on my snowsuit and shoes on. Go outside and walk through the woods. Sun shining. Bright off pure white snow. Get walking. Clean smell, crisp, cold air, crunching of the snow beneath my feet. Stick to the trail, not too far. Reach tree with the blue marker nailed into it. Go off the trail to the right. Copse of trees. What's that? Copse of trees?
Cops, yeah.
Yeah. Little snow fort my sister and I built. Go inside the fort, add little things to it. Fridge and stove areas. Made beds a little nicer and smoother.
See you,
Good
Trizzy.
work. Yep. Start making snowballs to pelt my sister with. Feel the cold snow between my now ungloved fingers. Carefully craft the perfect snow spheres. Wrong. Something feels wrong. Bad smell. It's a rotting animal. Snow crunch. Think it's a sister. Snow crunch again. Noise not coming from direction of trail or cabin. Crunch. Smell gets worse. Dead silence. Or dead silent. No animals. Nothing. Smell. Crunch. Crawl of the snow fort. Crunch. Silence. Laugh, but it's not me. Not laugh. It sounds like laugh. Can't breathe. Smell. Crunch behind me. Turn. Laugh. Not me. Paralyzed. Horror. Can't see it. Right in front of me. Don't want to see it. Blank. 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 Running. Branches hitting me. Cutting cheek. Fingers. Ice cold. Numb. Crunch. Laugh. Not me. Smell. Behind me. Scream. Running. Cabin.
Jesus
Crying. Screaming.
Christ.
Running. Cabin door open. Parents. Run out. Sister 2. Grab. Hold. Grab me. Hold. What's wrong? Can't talk. Crying. Laugh. Not laugh. Behind me. Crunch. Parents. Sister. Look up. Scream. Blank. Screaming. Yelling. Inside the cabin now. 2 laughs. Not laughs outside. Bang on door. Bang. Bang. Smell. Laugh. Not laugh. Screaming. Parents. Guns. Click. Safety's off. Dad. Fuck. What the fuck? Get away. Warning shot. Warning shoot. You fuck. Mom. Tears. Shouting. Can't hear. Sister screaming. Me. Numb. Laugh. Not laugh. Smell. Banging. Blank. Outside.
Jesus
running.
Christ.
Gunshots. Bang. Screaming. Not us. Gunpowder. Smell. Bad smell. Angry screaming. Not us. Car door open. In car. Driving away fast. Parents. Sister. Me. Screaming. Crying. Yelling. Me not want to look. Must look. See cabin. 1 figure. Person. Not person. Was 2 figures. 2 persons. Not persons. 1 gone. Good gunshots. Driving. Me paralyzed. Smell less. Angry screaming. Less. Not us. Blank.
Dear God.
It's a nice little reaction of
Yeah, I saw that. Fucking buddy's fucking eyeballs out of his fucking head. Yeah.
So that's my story, X. From what I can tell, there was one at first, and then another must have shown up, either before or after we made it to the cabin. I think my parents managed to kill one of them, or at least seriously injure it, since the one I saw when we were driving away, and it sounded angry. I can't remember what they looked like exactly, other than they looked like people but weren't. The exact features are lost in blanks. They weren't people, I know that. If we were attacked by people, my parents wouldn't have been so goddamn scared. And they were both very distinguished and respectable police officers who retired with the respect of everyone they worked with. If someone attacked us, they would have reported it. Even if they killed one of them, it was self-defense. I don't know what the fuck they were. I'm still trying to remember, but I don't know if I ever will.
Is there a summary? Because, there are 4 pages of this, might be a bit much, because we've kind of gone through it before. Is there like a summary? Because that wasn't the actual encounter. Like, does he actually recount exactly what happens at some point?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe we should do that and just kind of, and then show the pictures and whatnot, just because it's going to be a long read.
You got to go through. It's the theater. It's the theatrics of it.
It's the theatrics of it. It's a little bit long though, I think, is the only thing. Where is it that he goes through the actual story? Like,
it's either the second or the third. I think I'm just kind of skimming through this a little bit. I think he's mostly just going over. He gets some descriptions. And then he talks about the watch. I think the watch was an important detail. And maybe it wasn't. But I think he's just kind of describing what he remembers from that. So we'll go to the second picture then that I linked. And what is this? Because this takes place over a couple days, I think, as well. There's something that was.
Yeah, it does. No, the second one's just him going over the watch again. Yeah. On the last page is what the being supposedly looked like. I mean.
Yeah, that was a picture of somebody made a picture of it.
So I mean, we could. Yeah, here I fell back.
I found it.
It's on the 3rd page right there. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
As I went into the forest. I went into the forest. I was at the snow fort when the smell hit me. So this was a month after that, actually. This is almost exactly a month after. Because this is November 15th.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I could hear something moving. So I went outside the fort and looked. And it was not 5 feet from me. It was smiling at me. Red lips and lots of sharp pointed teeth. Its skin was dark, not black, just dark. And the eyes were green. I fell back, startled. That's when I looked into its eyes. I went into some sort of trance state, and I saw horrible things, evil, horrible, awful things. And when I hit the ground, the trance broke. I wasn't falling for 5 seconds, but it felt like I was in that trance for years. I don't think it realized that I had come out of the trance. I got up and ran back to the cabin. It laughed. That fucking laugh chased me. I remember how I said I cut my cheek on the branch? That wasn't it. A second one of those things was waiting on the trail, and I ran past it, and it made a casual grab for me. The fingers on its hand were like knives, and they split the skin on my cheek so easily. I reached the cabin. My family was outside. They were asking me what went wrong when they saw those things come out of the trees. My dad and my sister and I, with one arm each, and ran into the cabin. He slammed the door shut and locked it. He and my mom got their guns out. Second. So they got their gun. I lost my spot just a sec. I got the guns out. Yeah. They were as scared as my sister and I were. They had no idea what the fuck these things were. We could hear them outside laughing and banging on the door. They each put a few rounds through the door, and still that fucking laughter was there. Still the door was banging. No one noticed it was banging as hard, as fast as before, or no one noticed it wasn't banging as hard or as fast as before. So let's see. The guy said, what part of the country did this occur in? And he says, somewhere in the eastern time zone in the state that borders Canada. Yeah.
Sounds like Maine.
Yeah, it could be Maine. It could be, no, I think it could be Michigan as well. Or it could be Minnesota. I think those border Canada.
That would be... Maine. Is Maine? I think Maine is in the eastern time zone too, though. So
yeah,
it's hard
I think
to say.
Maine's eastern zone.
Yeah.
Anyway. That was me. For some reason, my trip got deleted when I hit the post. Anyway. That's when the window shattered behind us. One of them had gone around back and broken through it while the other had distracted us at the door. It slipped in. I don't know how else to describe it. It moved like a snake made of smoke. The fucking thing laughed, and the one outside laughed. My parents said they looked into its eyes and went into a trance like I did. While they were frozen, the other came around and slipped through the window as well. This one caught my sister's gaze, and she was lost. They didn't seem to need to keep eye contact to hold the trance. It was just one look and it was done. Both of them were now moving towards us, while trying to catch my eye. But I wouldn't let them. I didn't want to go back and see that again. They didn't move fast now. It was like they knew it was over and had no need to hurry. I remember how falling had jolted me up, so I shoved my dad as hard as I could from behind and he fell forward onto his knees. That was enough. He shouted at me to go to the door as he grabbed my mother and my sister. The gentlest shove broke them out, and we were running out to the car. The creatures were moving faster now as after they came after us. They were still doing that laugh, right up until my dad turned around and shot one of them. He shot it 3 times and turned my head back to see... He shot them 3 times and I turned my head back to see one of them go down. The one that was still standing looked angry and screamed so horribly it made their laugh seem natural. We managed to get into the car, and my dad just floored it. I looked back, and the thing was still standing next to its fallen brethren, and it still screamed as we drove away. That's how it ended. That's what happened. I won't go into more detail than I did. It was hard enough to write what I got out. Thanks for listening. And then the final page is somebody comes up with a rendition of what it may look like.
Which is fucking terrifying. I mean, in regards to missing 411 and people going missing in national parks, in the woods, I mean, it's fucking, maybe the dark side of the UFO phenomena, where what happened to some of these people just crazy. I mean, this may just be a LARP on X too, which is very possible, but it's these kinds of stories I find fascinating. They're written out like that. Like, who the fuck knows, right? People have these crazy encounters with things, and there's other anecdotes of this from around the web where supposedly people run into these cryptid-like creatures, and then it's like, man, for whatever reason, wrong place, wrong time, people get attacked. Like, if there's any truth to this, man, I think in his story, it would be in Maine, I think, because time zones, U.S.
Michigan.
Does Michigan fall in there too? That doesn't.
Minnesota,
oh, you're right.
And Maine, I think.
You're right. It does. Yeah.
New York as well. New York border as well.
New York would also border. You're right. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. God damn it. It's just those kinds of stories. I mean, even if it's just a story, but those kinds of incidents just, and again, it's like this guy brought up skinwalkers too. Someone mentioned skinwalkers. Highly doubt they were skinwalkers, but the same stories exist all over the Southwest about the Native American cultures about skinwalkers, that they're these horrifying entities that take people, kill them. It's just such a weird thing. Like, if we humor for a moment and maybe think that hypothetically this was a real incident, like that they're throwing them into some kind of a trance and psychically, telepathically projecting terrible things. Didn't he say at some point in here that someone, I think, had asked him, like, well, what was it projecting into your mind? And I think, didn't he say something about like some terror, like being raped or something, like horrible things? Isn't that what they were projecting into his head? I can't remember exactly.
It could have been. I'm just trying. Let me see if I can scroll through to find.
God damn. Yeah, he confronted his family. They talked. I remember everything. Like, why would you try and fucking hide that, though? I don't understand. Like, you'd want to like go to the police or go to MUFON about something like that. Steel Onion, welcome.
I mean, if they were police officers, we don't know how long ago it was too, so we don't know how old he was, but we'll assume it was during the late 90s, early 2000s.
Man,
could very well be just like, well, beyond the shootout, let's just not talk about it again unless something comes up, because we don't want to effectively give up our pension because of this. Should we be ruled as like unfit to serve under the police force as a result of that?
Jesus Christ. I mean, fuck me. Yeah.
Although, if they were using their service weapons for it, they would have had to write up a report to justify the use of the service weapon.
Maybe they just said they just shot it off at a bear or something. Just lied.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have been that.
Yeah, but these are the kinds of green tech stories we like going through. I mean, this is one that stuck in my mind. There's a couple that we've gone through that were just so well written and so detailed that they kind of struck me as like, I mean, you'll never know with any conviction whether it was real or not, but this is one of the ones that stands out in my mind where I'm like, fuck, this is one of those very interesting ones. It's probably the most interesting one I think we've ever done for me. I forgot how lengthy it was. Right? Oh, I think so. Yeah, personally, I like what's another one? I'm trying to think.
You like the one with the guy riding around on the back? It was like that entity in Germany.
Oh yes, fuck! It starts with an R. Yeah, that was another. That was an actual image, wasn't it?
Yeah, they actually had like an image of it.
Yeah.
There's the one where the guy was talking about the like cities of like people that were just like shoved underground in China.
Well, that was also terrifying, but that was a little bit like a little bit less believable, I guess. Like,
yeah.
This was just really well written. This is very well written too. Like everything's like he took his time to write this out. And again, people all the time will on X or any of these different boards at 4chan will like, you know, they'll test out their latest like, you know, horror novel, or they'll get reception from the community on these ideas or these narratives. But this one definitely kind of read out, especially you rereading it there, the beginning, like the intro to it, like it was something that may have been the story seems pretty unbelievable, right? But I mean, the way it's presented seems fairly believable, that he's working with a psychologist, and you know, they're going through the memory, and he wants to share it with the community he's familiar with online. And anyway, what I find interesting, because you have all these reports of missing peoples in national parks, and we know there are encounters that people have had that are fucking anomalous, right? Where like they're literally just picked up out of a trail and vanished. There's really only in my mind one explanation as to who's doing that. Maybe two. You could say maybe the second one be the government, but I somehow doubt that. Really, it's like beings, entities that are not us. That would be the only explanation. In some of those, and we're talking about the incidents like where search and rescue were involved with dogs that track, you know, people's scents, and the footprints and the scent disappear at the exact same time on a trail. And there's Dave Paulides goes through these anomalous disappearances. There's a lot of them, but he goes over them and why they're anomalous. And there's really only one explanation left, and it's it doesn't necessarily have to be an HI. Well, I guess by definition, it is some form of NHI. It doesn't necessarily have to be aliens, but it's some kind of NHI would be involved there, which means non-human intelligence for people that don't know. And it doesn't sound like it was a good end, because they were never seen again. So like, what are they doing? What's going on? And is that have something to do with what's holding up disclosure as well, where you've got these incidents that were not positive. They were extremely negative and horrifying. And there are some literally like demonic creatures out on planet Earth that may have been confused as demons, but are actually maybe NHI. And that this is just a reality we haven't come to grips with yet, that they're out there. And fuck if they're out there in the woods. It'd be real nice to know that, so I can never go in the woods again. As much as I saw the peach, some people here love the woods. I too once loved the woods, even deep woods. I grew up riding dirt bikes, and I used to love going out into like deeply wooded areas on these trails. We used to do trail riding. I didn't do motocross. And we just go on these fucking 12-hour long adventures sometimes on these bikes, and like super long rides. And you know, now in hindsight, I'm thinking, holy fuck! Like we were like New Brunswick, which is again north of Maine, is just all fucking woods. So like, man. Now, thankfully, I mean, I've never seen anything anomalous like that, but. You know, statistically, there's a lot of people. I mean, and I haven't really put myself out there, but there's a lot of woods up here. Like she's pretty, yeah.
He's pretty rural.
It's pretty rural. Yeah, that's exactly it. Actually, Maine, to be completely honest, is more so actually when you go up in here. Really, actually, it is more rural than even New Brunswick. New Brunswick is actually, there's quite a lot of communities. Up in here is pretty.
By that definition, then Quebec is as well.
Yeah. Yeah. How many tanks and gas? It's a 12-hour ride. Well, now I should say 12-hour ride. That's not completely true. It wasn't 12 hours straight, Anthony, of riding, I guess. It was, we would go out to places fairly remote. So we would probably go out, let me think. So we would park the bikes. I'm not going to mention any name. I can actually go literally the map where we used to go. Probably the longest ride we went on, I would say in total, it was probably, I should say probably would be 7 hours, maybe 8 hours riding. And then we would stop and like eat lunch, or we would go to like a cabin type area where there'd be other people and hang out. So 12 hours is incorrect, but it'd be a 12-hour adventure, I guess, is what we would go on. Those would be the longest ones, but that's not that uncommon in New Brunswick either for people to do that. There's pit stops you can make too to refuel. Because again, you can see here, it looks like these little bubbles are misleading, but it's all woods. Like, and now we wouldn't necessarily be going to Fredericton. We would be more around, where will we be going? Up in this area here. So central to southern is where we'd probably be. So, yeah. So we probably would go through, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3, maybe something like that. Maybe even 4 tanks. If it's 7 to 8 hours, probably 2.5, something like that. Yeah. They were, I had an XR250. My dad had a 400 and my brother had another 250. So it'd be the 3 of us with sometimes other groups of people. So yeah. Yeah, for a teamwork exercise, my company took us into the woods to get us to find our way out. You should watch the movie The Watchers. Interesting. The Watchers. That sounds familiar. It's a film. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible exercise. Holy fuck. Buddy, I have not seen it, actually. What's it about? No, it looks pretty terrifying. Oh my God. My partner's huge into horror movies. Like, I'm not huge into horror movies, but this looks pretty terrifying. Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. Well, yeah, it creeps me out.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Is it by M. Night Shyamalan? Oh, it is.
I just saw it at the top there, yeah.
Okay. It's produced by him and written by, is it his wife or his daughter? Or? Interesting. The Resurrection.
Night Shyamalan.
These beings. I mean, this is like a real life example of what there's like some kind of strange creature in the woods. Yeah. It's about the woods and a cabin in the woods, and the woods don't let you escape, but there's alien references. You'll like it. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave that up here, Peach. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, The Watchers. Interesting. Yeah. It's the real life stories like this that fucking get me. That, like this one, again, the one we just read. Like, man, I've heard that people have had sightings of Bigfoot in New Brunswick. I've never talked to anybody. I talked to a woman years ago who I think may have been a pilot who was in, is it Keji? It was one of the national parks in here. And it was actually Nova Scotia, who thought she had some, this is a very loose memory in the back of my brain.
Jim McCook? Is that it?
Well, yeah, it's called Keji McCook, well, this is Keji. There's another national park too. There's 2 of them, isn't there? 3 of them? Is there? Anyway, that may have been it. But she supposedly heard one, I think, and maybe even heard rustling in the woods and shit. But there are reports of Bigfoot in New Brunswick. As you can imagine, this is like no man's land. It all connects up in here. Like, you can literally, New Brunswick's one of those provinces. It's like a trail rider's heaven. You could literally get on your bike down here in the southern part of the province, and you could be on trails up to the North Pole, probably. Like, there are routes that you could take, that would you could go strictly through the trails, and now you would have to get a ferry up and across the St. Lawrence, but you'd be on trails up to the North Pole.
Northern part is like the snowmobiler's paradise, but it's kind of not so much in recent years in the south.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know.
We got a lot of snow this year.
Yeah, we did. I know, it was kind of fucking,
like, compared to like the last three years or so.
Yeah.
You know, January is listed as the hottest January on record.
Is it actually? I could see that.
That's what they said.
I could see that. Wayne, we just finished watching the Conclave movie tonight. Highly recommended for people who have some knowledge of occult themes about the election of a new pope. Interesting, Wayne. The Conclave. Okay. Yeah.
Occult themes with the Pope. I like that.
This is Google Earth, Hendrix. I don't know why the fuck they have these obnoxious circles everywhere. It's really fucking annoying.
Maybe like landmarks for something. Like you see, like they got one from Norton. They got one.
Their pictures.
No, that's not Norton. They got one for Oromocto. They got one for God damn.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing this, but yeah.
The river.
That is Mount Carlton there, I believe. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's a crazy spot. Yeah. And the layers button bottom left. Oh, can you actually? Satellite, photo, I want that. Map, satellites, exploration, clean. Okay. It's funny. Photos. Oh, nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the big problem right now, the most terrifying thing in New Brunswick, though, for people that aren't from here?
Mystery disease.
Well, the mystery disease is one thing. That is one thing. That's in the northern part of the province.
It's like on the Acadian Peninsula.
The other terrifying things for people that like to go in the woods or do trail riding. Ticks, Lyme disease, is unbelievably bad in New Brunswick right now. It's unfucking believable how many ticks there are that are infected with Lyme disease. I've heard of multiple people who have gotten it, and it's a terrifying disease to get. Again, it's a bioengineered fucking virus. So,
Is it really?
That's where it's up. What, you even heard that fucking conspiracy theory? But Lyme disease?
I have not heard this. But no, please inform.
How have you not heard of this? Now, to be fair, I didn't hear about this until not that fucking long ago. There's a little island here. It's not this island. It's supposedly there's actual
Montauk.
Montauk. Yeah, was it Montauk? I think it may have been.
If it's just like if it's by New York.
Yes.
It's Montauk.
I believe it is. Anyway, there's actual data to suggest that there was a bioweapons lab, a research lab.
Yep,
that was it was experimenting with Lyme disease, and that supposedly back in was it the 70s, early 80s, it may have gotten out and then got infected. What they were researching, there's documentation around this, but they were researching how to destroy an enemy in a foreign country, and that what you would do is you would release a bunch of ticks and shit and infected mice with these diseases as agents, and they would infest them.
It was Plum Island is what this is.
Plum, yes, sorry, wherever Plum is. Yeah.
Where's Plum Island?
Yeah, we're just talking about Astromair. We're just talking about now we're talking about cryptids before in places where we live, like New Brunswick.
Long Island.
Yeah,
it's just off Long Island.
Is it just off of? That's what I thought. Yeah. The Y-Files did an episode on it.
I thought it was Montauk, but I know.
Yeah.
Maybe Montauk's a different one, because I thought Montauk was something else until someone here, I think, said that it was what I was thinking of. But I know maybe it was Plum Island all along.
Yeah,
but I know the point is just by New York, just off New York.
Yeah,
there's an island where there was a bioweapons lab.
Yeah,
and there's supposedly a bunch of stuff is happening there.
It is Plum Island. Yeah. It is Plum Island. I remember that now. Yeah. Montauk's where the beings are found. Yeah. Things about Florida is that our woods is swampy and full of alligators. Oh yeah. Well, listen, Florida's what was the other? Remember we read that one, Gale on TV.
The guy that
down in the Everglades.
Temples. Yeah, he found the temples in the Everglades.
There's this another crazy fucking green tech story we went through, where he was back when he was 18. He had this crazy idea that he would go on this canoeing trip by himself, and anyway, he ended up he got lost in the Everglades, and he was the Everglades are a fairly big spot, and he got lost somewhere. He actually had a map. I remember he pointed to where he was roughly, at least he thought where he was. And he got lost, and then there was wolves ended up showing up, which they're not in the Everglades, and they were chasing him, and he had a gun, and he ended up finding this pyramid, this almost like a Mayan pyramid that was in here somewhere. And anyway, when he got out, he tried to go retrace his steps, I think he said, but he could never find it again, and there's nothing about it anywhere. But what's really interesting about this, actually, about that story, is that if you look at Florida, I wish I could pull this up. I could probably do it right now. I'm just going to put this up over here so I remember to have that. Go to map that lowers water level. So I was just talking about this on one of my streams not that long ago. Sea level rise, map viewer. Open the sea level viewer sites. Okay. Get started. Okay. Here we go. So this would be a good example. Actually, they've got a pretty good detailed thing here too. So I think this will flood it. This will flood it. 10 feet. Now what we want to be able to do is not flood it, but we want to be able to remove water. Guys, how do we fucking do this here? Select a base map. Toggle legend. Sea level rise. High tides, flooding. Oh, for Christ's sake. I don't need this to explain what I'm going to say here. I wish I could actually remove it. If you lower the water around Florida by 400 feet, which is how much the coastlines have flooded since the last ice age, the mass of Florida extends almost, I believe, see the shelf here? It goes out, I think, almost to that degree. Like, it extends unbelievably. So there's rumors that there were older civilizations that maybe existed here in North America, and that there may be remnants of them around that might kind of mimic what was going on here in Central America with some of these temples, and that there may be under the water off the coast of Florida here down by the Everglades, remnants of this civilization that they're all under the water. So again, if you think back, before the ice age ended, well, where was everybody living? Well, where does everybody live today? On the fucking coastline. Most of the population lives on the coastline. If the coastline used to be where the shelf was, where's all their stuff? Well, it would be under the fucking water, right? So, yeah. So you can see that this whole area here may be littered with bits and pieces of stuff from them. Maybe even some remnants from buildings that they had. You could maybe even say small pyramids. Now, there's massive pyramids, maybe even, I don't know. I mean, you'd think that we would have picked that up with LiDAR and stuff, who knows? But Florida looks like an upside down Grinch. I did not know that. I'm trying to visualize that now. Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that took me a moment. I spent the last 2 minutes just going upside down grit. As soon as you said upside down, I see it now.
Oh, I can kind of see it, I think. Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, that was another crazy story that we read on here, where the guy thinks that he found somewhere in the Everglades, hidden under the jungle, which is essentially what it fucking looks like, out of the brush. There's some kind of looks like Aztec or Mayan pyramid. Now, he had some weird experience with it. I mean, there's been other claims of things like this too, not necessarily in this area, but I mean, the explanation for it would be that maybe there is, and a majority of the stuff is just under the water. I mean, tons of places around the globe. Actually, an area where this exists is India. If I can use my brain for 5 seconds and also get Google Earth to fucking work. I believe it's in here, but they're off the coast of somewhere, maybe off the west coast of India, but there are entire cities that are underwater off the coast of India.
They found one that was it would effectively have been the equivalent of finding the Garden of Eden or something.
There's some huge cities that have not even really been investigated by the archaeological community.
There was one that they found. There was a holy city that I think, if I remember, just somewhere off the coast of India, that I think they said that was supposed to be the city where would have been Krishna, where their god Krishna lived.
Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, I think
they said that it would have been the equivalent of finding the Garden of Eden.
For us here in the West, yeah.
For the Christian community.
The guy who actually dove on some of these sites, it was Graham Hancock, because Graham's a professional diver too. And
now I'm down. Now I'm starting to doubt the whole thing.
He started the whole thing. Well, his wife took pictures of them. They have the pictures. It's on his website a couple years ago. He was going over it, but there's so many sites that are under even the Mediterranean too is another area where there's tons of like literal cities under the water that sunk. And this particular site he mentioned that's under in India, it's so far under the water, unless it was subject to some natural catastrophe, it would have been around 12,000 years ago, right? Because globally, sea levels rose on average about 400 feet after the ice sheets melted. So 400 feet less, you'd be at these cities. So crazy shit. But anyway, that's just in regards to that particular schizo story. I mean, that doesn't explain aliens and cryptids in the fucking woods. So that's well, I mean, maybe the remnants of genetic engineering experiments gone wrong. Who the fuck knows, right?
Maybe it was the previous iteration of humanity as stated on the Lacerda files lying around. They didn't get them all.
Maybe. I mean, you're up here in Moose River, fucking Moose River, Maine, Indian Pond, Moosehead Lake, Sugar Island. Man,
that's where they make the beer, is it?
Maybe. It might be it.
It's a beer. But that's not where they make it. That's so not where they make it.
No. These areas scare me. I genuinely get concerned. Like being out there with like no connection, there'd be no cell service. Like, fuck, man. I mean,
would you, at your 10,000 follower special, would you survive a man out there for 2 days?
No, that'd have to be like the 10 million follower challenge to do something like that. Now, you know what? Honestly, I am I'm not, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not suspicious. Oh my God, my brain. You know what I'm trying to say. Where I'm, my brain stopped working officially.
Just the idea has you petrified.
Yeah. It just scared me so much. Superstitious. There you go. I pulled it in the back of my brain.
Superstitious?
Yeah, I'm very superstitious now of being out in open woods like that. Yeah.
Would you rather spend a week at Juarez, Mexico, or do Survivor Man out in those woods for about 2 days?
Where's Juarez, Mexico?
Juarez, Mexico is our guy. It might not be the case anymore, but Juarez, Mexico is our guy, Harry Calvarium. Told me many times is the well, he described it, if people forgive my language here, the rape capital of the world.
I would rather hang out there than go into the woods by myself like that. Yeah. I'm not even joking. 100%. Yeah.
That was always the thing we would try to say. Would you rather do this or just like go to Juarez, Mexico?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because he was that and there was no, I think it was just Juarez. I think that's where a lot of the cartels are stashed too, but
yeah. When we joined you, I mean, listen, you guys know about that incident that happened, where was it, in Russia? GAIA TV, what's that incident where all the young Russians were lost in
Delatov Pass or whatever?
Delatov Pass. I don't know if you guys ever heard about that story, but the Delatov Pass, however it's called, whatever the actual pronunciation of it is, there was a group of young people that went together camping in the woods. There was 6 or 8 of them, maybe 10 of them.
Yeah, maybe 10.
Anyway, their remains were found, and on a couple of the remains, well, there's radiation detected everywhere, and it looked as though bits and pieces of them had been surgically removed. And the bits and pieces of them were found strewn all over the place. And I think a couple of the bodies were just gone. Yeah, Datlov, is that how it's pronounced? Yeah, Datlov, missing fallen. Yeah.
Something like that, I don't know.
Promise not to eat me. At least not first, yeah. Whether we have a group of people or not, it just would fucking terrify me to be out there. And grizzly bears, I mean, even the wildlife wouldn't even bother me as much as I genuinely have. It's a superstition now, and it's from Dave Politis from Missing 411 that there are a lot of people there are way more people that go missing than I think people know. And now that I know, I'm like, fuck. Like,
even after he read all those stories about out in northern Siberia, about how the deer are just out of their mind.
It's true, yeah.
You're not shook by the wildlife.
That was another good fucking set of stories we read too. Yeah, the fucking deer, how terrifying deer are. Some guy just did this long green text fucking post about deer and all these horror stories of like police officers finding missing hunters just like gored on a fucking buck's head, and the buck was just walking through the woods for days with this man's dead body hanging from its antlers. Like, fucking Christ, yeah. Camping at home, yeah. Listen, my ideal, yeah, huh?
I suppose that's what you could do now. Okay, you just take the cushions off your couch and off your chair, and you set up the little floor for it, just like when you were a kid. That's the camping now.
Listen, nice bottle of wine, right? Nice fucking, it's five-star hotel, nice steak, you know, fireplace, maybe nice scotch after. That's my kind of getaway. That's me getting away, you know? And then maybe we can open the window and breathe in some fresh air every once in a while. But that's my ideal fucking trip. That's my ideal
all right,
getaway. Yeah, is nice.
If you had to. You don't have a choice.
Yeah.
You have to survive a man out of the woods. Do you go in the summer or the winter?
Oh, summer, obviously. Yeah.
Really?
You would try and survive a man in the fucking winter?
Yeah, I don't want to deal with those bugs.
Holy fuck. Good luck.
Think about it. There's not going to be any animals around. They're all going to be sleeping.
Well, not all. Not all of them. I mean, yeah, but
yeah,
then
the ones stupid enough to try to fight me.
yeah, you would last like anyone would last like in our winters. You'd be dead in a day. You wouldn't make it through the night.
I'd have to take some supplies with me. I guess.
Yeah, you'd have to. Even I would definitely do the summer. But yeah. I mean, even here in New Brunswick, I'm just fuck that. We've got a national park. We got one national park, which is Funday, is down in here somewhere.
Yep, Funday National Park.
Where the fuck is Funday? Right here, Trailway.
Southeast.
Yeah. See, I wish we had the
trail. The trail and the park are two different things.
No, this is a park right here.
Oh yeah, trail.
This is it here. Look at the photos out there. See the nice little woody area there.
I don't think that's the park, because it's a national park. That's his provincial park.
Where the fuck is it? The fuck, yeah.
It's a little bit. It's along the coastline, because once you see Alma, it's by Alma.
Little Salmon River. Fucking Christ, but I don't know. It's here somewhere. I don't know.
You gotta keep going further north.
Yeah, you have to trust us. Well, no, but it must be. Is it? There's no way it's that far. Yeah, I must have missed it.
Yeah, St. Martin's is just past, just a little bit past. No, that's a trail.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking for Alma, which is a very
Funday Trail Provincial Park, Funday Trailway. Oh, fuck it. Anyway,
we would just search it and just say Funday.
It's fucking in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere, but that's it. There, it's a beautiful area, but yeah,
because it's going by St. Martin's, and it's not by the park. Trails by St. Martin's, but the park is a little bit further.
Yeah, man. Away. Well, listen, we'll save that one for next time anyway. So everybody, listen, thank you for coming around this evening. GAIA TV, thank you for coming around again, sir, with your stories.
Thanks for having me again.
Yeah. Listen, stay the fuck out of the woods. Don't take the risk. Don't be one of the statistics, right, of the people who got taken by the aliens. And if you do get taken, and if you survive, hit me up. Ask Skinny Bob why the fuck he's not picking me up. Every night I'm waiting. So until next time, everybody, until tomorrow, actually, we'll see everybody then. Take care.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields, Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.